Hey everyone, I know a lot of you are using these videos to fall asleep. So before you doze off, I thought it would be fun if everyone left a comment to let me know where in the world you're listening to this. You can also like and subscribe to the episodes if you enjoy them. Okay, let's kick back, relax, and get started. I am Key Yazzie, descended from generations of Dine, who walked these sacred grounds long before it became federal land. Now, at 34, I found myself returning to these ancestral territories, not as a visitor but as their appointed guardian, a park ranger for the Southwestern Wilderness Service. 3 months ago, I was drowning in debt in Phoenix. My art gallery had failed, leaving me with nothing but student loans and a useless fine arts degree. When the position opened up at the remote Tebi and Ziskaya station, named for the nearby White Rock formations, it felt like the ancestors themselves were offering a lifeline. The pay wasn't great, but the position came with housing, a simple cabin nestled among the trees, far from the crushing weight of urban life. The cabin itself was small but sufficient. Built in the 1950s, it had weathered pine walls that creaked with stories. A wood stove dominated the main room, with a small kitchen, a bedroom hardly bigger than the full-size bed it contained, and a bathroom with temperamental plumbing. What it lacked in luxury, it made up for in location. My front porch faced east, allowing me to greet the sun each morning as my grandmother had taught me. My assignment seemed straightforward: patrol the boundaries, assist lost hikers, document wildlife sightings, and ensure visitors respected the land. The previous ranger had left suddenly, with paperwork citing personal reasons. I later learned from locals that he'd abandoned his post in the middle of the night, leaving most of his belongings behind. He came into town babbling about voices in the caves. Jacob at the general store told me during my first supply run. Said something was watching him. We figured he cracked from the isolation. I dismissed it as the usual stories locals tell newcomers. After all, I had grown up with traditional Dine cautionary tales, the Nald Lushi skinwalkers and other dangers that lurk in darkness. Every culture has its monsters to keep people safe from real wilderness dangers: getting lost, falling, exposure. My first weeks passed uneventfully. I settled into the rhythm of ranger life: morning patrols, afternoon reports, evening meals cooked over the wood stove. I'd brought my sketching supplies, filling journal pages with the shapes of juniper trees and hawk silhouettes against mountain skylines. The isolation didn't bother me. In fact, I found peace in it, a connection to the land that had been missing in my life. Each evening, I would burn a small amount of cedar, letting the smoke carry my prayers upward, as my grandmother had shown me, thanking the Creator for this purpose and place. Then came that first distress call. A hiker had missed their check-in, a college student from Northern Arizona University who'd ventured onto the trails 3 days earlier. His planned route would have taken him near the Anasazi Caves, ancient dwellings carved into canyon walls by the ancestors of Pueblo peoples. Those caves were technically outside my jurisdiction, but they were closer to my station than to any other ranger outpost. As I packed my gear, extra water, first aid kit, emergency blankets, flares, I remembered my grandfather's warnings about those particular caves. Some places hold memories, he'd said, and not all memories wish to be disturbed. I dismissed the shiver that ran down my spine. Science and training would guide me now, not childhood stories. But as I radioed my coordinates to dispatch and stepped into the deepening shadows of the forest, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from between the trees, something that had been waiting a very long time. The radio crackled with static as I moved deeper into the wilderness. "Ranger Yazzie, be advised. Storm system moving in from the west. Proceed with caution." "Copy that," I responded, eyes scanning the horizon where dark clouds gathered. I quickened my pace, following the trail that would lead me to the missing hiker, and to whatever waited in the ancient caves beyond. The trail to the Anasazi Caves narrowed as I hiked deeper into the wilderness. Tall pines gave way to twisted juniper and sage, the landscape growing more jagged and primal with each mile. By mid-afternoon, dark clouds had swallowed the sun, casting the canyon in premature twilight. The temperature dropped sharply. "Michael Reeves, I called periodically, my voice echoing through the stone corridors of the landscape. Only the rising wind answered, carrying with it the scent of coming rain. I checked my GPS. The missing hiker's last known coordinates put him near the entrance to Tsei-Di, what tourists called Shadow Canyon. The place held significance to my people, though most of the stories were not shared with outsiders. My grandmother had told me that it was a place where the membrane between worlds grew thin, especially during the changing seasons. 4 hours into my search, I found the first sign of Michael, a blue backpack propped against a rock formation. Inside, water bottles, energy bars, a rain jacket, and a journal. The last entry sent ice through my veins. Day 3. Found amazing cave system not on any maps. Going to explore before heading back. Strange carvings inside, older than the Anasazi stuff. Heard something moving deeper in the cave, probably just an echo. Wind whipped around me as I radioed in my findings. Static garbled the response. Something about the search team being delayed by the storm. I was on my own until morning at least. With darkness approaching and rain beginning to fall, I made the decision to follow Michael's trail. If he was injured in those caves, he wouldn't survive the night alone. I switched on my headlamp, checked my supplies, and entered the narrow crevice that served as the cave entrance. The passage descended steeply. Sandstone walls gave way to older rock formations, the air growing colder and damper with each step downward. My headlamp illuminated ancient pictographs. Some I recognized from my cultural teachings, others unlike anything I'd seen before. Spiral patterns, humanoid figures with elongated limbs, and symbols that seemed to vibrate in my light. "Michael," I called, my voice swallowed by the stone around me. "National Park Service, can you hear me?" A sound echoed back, not a human voice, but a strange hollow knocking, like wood against stone. It came from deeper within the passage. Logic told me to proceed cautiously. These caves weren't fully mapped, and unstable geology could mean rockfalls or sinkholes. But something else pulled me forward too, a sense of urgency that transcended professional duty. An hour into the cave, I discovered a chamber where the ceiling opened to reveal a natural skylight. Rain poured through, creating a small pool in the center. The walls here were covered with the most elaborate pictographs yet, hunting scenes, celestial events, and a recurring figure. Tall, massive-shouldered, with features that seemed both human and animal. Among the ancient artwork I found modern additions, Michael's backpack, a broken flashlight, and disturbing signs of a struggle. Deep scratches marked the stone floor, and dark stains that looked unsettlingly like blood led toward a tunnel on the far side of the chamber. My radio emitted nothing but static down here. I was truly alone. I should have retreated, waited for backup. That's what protocol demanded. But the blood was fresh, and if Michael was injured, every minute mattered. I followed the trail into the next passage, where my headlamp revealed footprints in the soft earth, some recognizably human, others not. The inhuman prints were massive, easily twice the size of my own boots, with strange impressions that suggested claws or abnormally long toes. They reminded me of stories my grandfather told about Ye-Itso, the big giant monster from Dine mythology. But these weren't stories now. These were physical impressions in mud I could touch. The passage narrowed until I had to turn sideways to continue. The air grew thick with a musky animal smell mixed with the mineral dampness of the cave. My headlamp flickered, its battery weakening at the worst possible moment. Then I heard it, a moan that was unmistakably human, followed by a deeper sound that was decidedly not. Something like wood knocking against stone, then a low, rumbling growl that I felt in my chest more than heard with my ears. "Michael," I whispered, then immediately regretted making any sound. The growl stopped. Complete silence fell. My headlamp gave one final surge of brightness, illuminating the passage ahead. 20 feet away stood a figure, too tall for the cave, hunched against the ceiling. Broad shoulders covered in matted hair, eyes reflecting my light like a nocturnal animal's. For one heartbeat, we stared at each other, the ranger and the impossible. Then my light died completely, leaving me in perfect darkness with whatever ancient thing called these caves home. Darkness enveloped me like a living thing. My heart hammered against my ribs as I fumbled for the backup flashlight on my belt. The silence was absolute, save for my own ragged breathing and the distant drip of water against stone. Don't run. If it's an animal, running triggers the predator instinct. My ranger training fought against primal fear. I finally gripped the small flashlight and clicked it on, its beam pathetically narrow compared to my headlamp. The passage before me was empty. Had I imagined the figure? Trick of the light, exhaustion, and folklore combining in my mind? I wanted to believe that explanation, but the footprints told a different story. "Michael?" I called again, louder this time, professional obligation overcoming caution. A weak voice responded from somewhere ahead. "Help! Here!" I advanced cautiously, sweeping my light across the rough walls. The passage opened into another chamber, smaller than the last. There, propped against the far wall, sat Michael Reeves, alive but clearly injured. Blood matted his hair, and his left leg lay at an unnatural angle. "Thank God," he whispered as my light found him. "It let me live. I don't know why." I knelt beside him, medical training taking over. "I'm Ranger Yazzie. Can you tell me what happened?" "You wouldn't believe me," he said, wincing as I examined his leg. A clean break, thankfully. I thought it was a bear at first, but it stood up, walked like a man. It was huge. I splinted his leg with supplies from my pack, working quickly. "We need to get you out of here. Storm's getting worse up top." "It won't let us leave," Michael said, his eyes darting to the shadows beyond my light's reach. It hurted me deeper when I tried to escape. As if summoned by his words, that wooden knocking sound echoed through the chamber. 3 distinct raps, followed by 2 more. Then silence. "It's communicating," Michael whispered. "It's been doing that for hours." The hairs on my arm stood up. In my childhood, my grandfather had mentioned such knocking. Old hunters used to imitate it to draw out the Tsina Jinni, the black god of the forest. Not a deity in the Western sense, but an ancient being that predated our people's arrival in these lands. "We're leaving," I said firmly, pushing away the memories. "Can you stand with help?" He nodded uncertainly. I hoisted him up, letting him lean heavily on my shoulder. We had taken 3 steps toward the exit passage when a boulder crashed down from above, blocking our escape route. "No coincidence," Michael whispered. "It's too smart." The knocking came again, closer this time, followed by a low rumbling sound that might have been speech in a register too deep for human vocal cords to produce. I turned us toward another passage, my light revealing a narrow tunnel that seemed to angle upward, potentially toward the surface. We began shuffling in that direction when my flashlight caught a glimpse of movement. Something massive shifted in the darkness ahead of us. My light revealed a patch of reddish-brown hair, then was reflected back by eyes that glowed amber in the darkness. Eyes too high off the ground to belong to any recognized wildlife species. "Don't move," I whispered to Michael, though he had already frozen in terror. The creature stepped partially into the light. My ranger training had prepared me for bear encounters, mountain lion confrontations, but nothing like this. It stood over 7 feet tall despite its hunched posture, its body covered in shaggy hair ranging from dark brown to reddish tints. Its face remained in shadow, but I caught glimpses of a pronounced brow ridge and unusually large teeth. Most disturbing was its stance. Not fully animal, but not human either. It balanced on legs that bent like a man's, with massive hands that seemed capable of both brutal strength and surprising dexterity. My people had stories of such beings, Yeitso, Tsenina Hali, or what the wider American culture called Sasquatch or Bigfoot. Like most educated people, I had dismissed these as legends meant to keep children close to camp at night. But the physical reality before me defied all rational explanation. The creature made that rumbling sound again, then repeated the knocking pattern by striking the cave wall with what looked like a branch or piece of bone. "It wants us to respond," Michael whispered. Against all logic, I found myself knocking back the same pattern against the rock wall beside me. 3 knocks, then 2. The creature grew still, its glowing eyes fixed on me. Then deliberately, it added a new pattern. 2 knocks, pause, 3 knocks. I repeated the expanded sequence. The creature made a sound then, something between a grunt and a word, before backing into the shadows. It wasn't leaving. I could still sense its presence, still see the faint glow of its eyes. But it had created distance. It recognized something about you, Michael said. Your uniform, or maybe what I am, I finished quietly. The thought formed unbidden. Had my Dine heritage somehow been apparent to this creature? Did it recognize me as belonging to the people who had shared these lands with it for centuries? My grandfather's words echoed in my memory. The old ones remember us, even when we forget them. The creature knocked again, a new pattern. Then, unmistakably, it gestured down another passage with its massive arm. I think, I said slowly, it's showing us a way out. Or a trap, Michael countered. I weighed our options. The original passage was blocked. We could try to find another route, but the cave system was vast and unmapped. Michael needed medical attention soon, and something in the creature's behavior, the careful distance, the attempt at communication, suggested that if it wanted us dead, we already would be. We follow, I decided, but carefully. Supporting Michael's weight, I took a step toward the passage the creature had indicated. It retreated further, maintaining distance while seeming to guide us. Into salvation or deeper danger, I couldn't yet tell. The only certainty was that everything I thought I knew about these forests, about reality itself, had shifted irrevocably in the darkness of these ancient caves. We followed the creature through twisting passages that seemed to spiral endlessly downward. Michael leaned heavily against me, his breathing labored. Occasionally, our guide would stop and knock against the stone walls, a signal that we should wait as it scouted ahead, or perhaps a form of echolocation in the pitch-black tunnels. How deep are we going? Michael whispered. I had no answer. My sense of direction was thoroughly confused, and the GPS on my phone showed no signal. We could have been moving toward the surface, or deeper into the Earth's embrace. The air changed subtly, becoming warmer, carrying unfamiliar scents. The walls widened into a massive chamber where my flashlight couldn't reach the ceiling or far walls. The sound of running water echoed, and the creature led us toward it. An underground river cut through the chamber, its water clear and swift. Beside it lay the remains of what appeared to be a camp, but not a modern one. Stone tools, clay pots of ancient design, and what looked like sleeping pallets made from woven plant fibers. This is impossible, Michael breathed. Anasazi artifacts shouldn't be this deep. I don't think these are Anasazi, I replied, examining a pot decorated with symbols I'd never seen in any archaeological text. This might be older. The creature gestured toward the water, then made a drinking motion to its mouth. I cautiously approached, testing the water with my fingers before allowing Michael to drink. It was cold and tasted of minerals, but seemed clean. I replenished our water bottles while studying our surroundings. My light revealed more pictographs covering the walls, images that told a story I struggled to comprehend. Human-like figures and creatures resembling our guide, depicted not in conflict but in cooperation. Hunting scenes, ceremonial gatherings, and what appeared to be cultural exchange. My grandfather spoke of the Dine legends, I told Michael as I helped him sit against a smooth boulder. They say that when our people first came to these lands, they encountered beings already dwelling here, some malevolent, some benevolent. The benevolent ones taught us which plants were safe to eat, where to find water in drought times. You think this thing is one of those beings? Michael asked skeptically. From a myth? The creature had retreated to the far side of the chamber, but remained visible, watching us with those reflective eyes. All myths have origins in truth, I said. My people have been here for centuries, but these caves show signs of habitation going back thousands of years. What if some of the original inhabitants never left? What if they just retreated deeper as humans expanded? I approached the wall paintings, my flashlight revealing more details. One scene depicted tall, hairy beings showing humans how to create fire. Another showed the beings retreating into mountains as human settlements grew. Look at this, I called to Michael. The final panel showed human figures in what appeared to be modern clothing, perhaps rangers or hikers entering caves. Waiting inside were the same tall creatures from the earlier panels. It's a warning, Michael said, or an explanation. They've been watching us all along. The creature made that rumbling sound again, then approached slowly. In the better light of the chamber, I could see it more clearly. Its face was less ape-like than the popular imagination depicted Bigfoot, more like an exaggerated human face with a pronounced brow and jaw, but with recognizable expressions. Intelligence shone in those amber eyes. It carried something now, a small clay bowl filled with a paste made from crushed herbs and minerals. It gestured to Michael's broken leg, then to the paste. "I think it wants to help you," I said, though uncertainty colored my voice. "You can't be serious," Michael replied. "Let some cryptid treat my broken leg with cave mud?" "Those pictographs suggest they taught humans about medicinal plants," I reasoned, "and were miles from medical help with a storm raging above." The creature waited patiently, holding out the bowl. I made a decision then, one based on instinct rather than ranger protocol. "Let it try." Reluctantly, Michael nodded. I removed the makeshift splint, and the creature gently applied the paste to the swollen area. The effect was almost immediate. Michael's face relaxed as the pain visibly diminished. "It's like lidocaine," he said, amazed. "But better." The creature fashioned a more effective splint using materials from around the chamber, working with surprising dexterity. When finished, it retreated again, watching us from a respectful distance. "Why is it helping us?" Michael asked quietly. I studied our unlikely savior, thinking of my grandmother's teachings about the interconnectedness of all living things. "Perhaps for the same reason I came looking for you. Some obligations transcend species." The creature made a series of sounds then, not just knocks, but vocalizations that almost formed words. It pointed to a passage on the far side of the chamber, then upward. "I think it's showing us a way to the surface," I said. "Can we trust it?" Michael asked. I considered the evidence before us, the ancient cultural exchange depicted on the walls, the medical assistance, the fact that the creature could have harmed us many times over, but chose communication instead. "Yes," I finally answered. "I believe we can." We rested by the underground river for several hours, regaining strength. I shared food from my pack with Michael and noticed the creature observing our protein bars with what seemed like curiosity. On impulse, I offered one. It approached cautiously, took the bar, and retreated before unwrapping it with surprising precision. After sniffing the food carefully, it took a small bite, considered the taste, then ate the remainder. The simple exchange felt monumentally significant. Perhaps the first peaceful sharing of food between our kinds in generations. As we prepared to follow the exit path, I felt compelled to leave something in return. I took out my ranger's notebook, tore out a page, and quickly sketched the three of us, the ranger, the hiker, and the creature, using my limited artistic skill. I placed the drawing beside the ancient artifacts. The creature examined my offering, then made a sound unlike its previous vocalizations, almost like a hum or purr. It gestured again toward the passage that would lead us back to the world above, to safety, and to a reality that would never look the same to me again. The passage upward was steeper and narrower than our descent. Michael struggled, despite the creature's treatment, which had reduced his pain but couldn't mend the broken bone. I supported his weight as we climbed, while our unlikely guide moved ahead, occasionally stopping to ensure we followed. "No one will believe us," Michael said between labored breaths, "about any of this." He was right. Even with my ranger credentials lending some authority, our story would sound like wilderness-induced hallucination or deliberate hoax. Without proof, we would join the long list of discredited Bigfoot witnesses. "Maybe that's for the best," I replied, helping him over a particularly difficult section. "Look at what humans do to species we discover. Study them to extinction, drive them from their habitats, turn them into attractions." Michael fell silent, considering this. "So we say what? I fell, you found me, end of story?" "Something like that." The creature paused ahead, its massive silhouette blocking the narrow passage. It made that wooden knocking sound again, but with urgency this time. Then it gestured for us to stop and be quiet. I killed my flashlight immediately. Years of wilderness training had taught me to respect such warnings. We stood, frozen, in the darkness, listening. At first, I heard nothing but our breathing and the distant drip of water. Then, voices, human voices echoing from somewhere ahead. "The search team?" Michael whispered hopefully. I wasn't certain. The storm should have delayed any search operation until morning, and these voices had an odd quality, like recordings being played rather than natural speech. The creature retreated back to us, its eyes visible even in the darkness. It gestured toward a side passage we had missed, clearly indicating we should take this alternate route. "It doesn't want us to meet whoever's up there," I whispered to Michael. "Rangers wouldn't spook it." I considered this. If it's lived here for generations, it would be familiar with park rangers. No, it's something else. We followed the creature into the side passage, which was so narrow we had to turn sideways to progress. The voices grew fainter behind us. After several minutes of difficult maneuvering, the passage widened again, and I risked turning my flashlight back on briefly. We had entered another chamber, smaller than the last, but containing something that made my breath catch, a wall covered entirely in handprints. Not modern ones, but ancient prints pressed into clay that had hardened over centuries. Human handprints intermingled with much larger ones that could only belong to creatures like our guide. The being approached the wall and pressed its massive hand against one of the larger prints, a perfect match. Then it looked at me expectantly. I understood the invitation. I stepped forward and placed my hand against one of the human prints. It was slightly smaller than my own, but the connection transcended size, a touch across thousands of years. "It's a record," I said softly. "A covenant between species." The creature made that rumbling sound that might have been language, then gestured for us to continue following. The side passage rejoined a larger tunnel that sloped distinctly upward. I could feel a change in the air, cooler, fresher. We were approaching the surface. After another hour of difficult climbing, we reached a point where natural light filtered down from above. Dawn was breaking outside. The storm had passed, leaving behind the clean scent of rain-washed desert. The exit was a narrow fissure in the canyon wall, partially hidden by juniper growth, invisible to anyone not specifically looking for it. The creature stopped at the threshold where shadow met sunlight. "You're not coming further," I realized aloud. It made no sound, but its posture conveyed clear meaning. This was as far as it would go. Michael had been quiet for most of our ascent, but now he spoke directly to the creature. "Thank you. I'd be dead without your help." The being studied him for a long moment, then reached out slowly. I tensed instinctively, but it merely touched Michael's splinted leg gently, then made a series of gestures I interpreted as instructions to keep it immobilized. Then it turned to me. For a moment we simply looked at each other, ranger and legend, two native species of the same ancient land. It raised its hand in what might have been a farewell, or perhaps a blessing. I found myself raising my hand in return, speaking in Dean. "Ahihi." "Thank you." The creature made that purring sound again. Then, with surprising grace for its size, it melted back into the shadows of the cave and was gone. Michael and I emerged into the canyon, squinting against the morning light. My radio came to life immediately, crackling with the voices of the search team who had been deployed at first light. Within an hour, we were surrounded by Park Service personnel and emergency medical technicians. Michael was stabilized and prepared for evacuation. I gave the search coordinator a simplified version of events. I had found Michael with a broken leg in a shallow cave after he fell while hiking. No mention of underground rivers, ancient campsites, or beings from Dine legend. As the helicopter arrived to transport Michael to the hospital, he caught my eye. "We really keeping quiet about this?" I nodded slightly. "Some stories aren't ours to tell." He seemed to understand, offering his hand. "If you ever want to talk about it, though, you know how to find me." As the helicopter lifted off, I stood alone in the canyon, feeling the weight of the secret we now carried. I turned back toward the hidden cave entrance, knowing it would be impossible to find again unless the guardian of those passages wished it to be found. My radio crackled. "Ranger Yazzie, you heading back to station?" I looked once more at the juniper-covered fissure, then turned toward the trail that would take me home. "Affirmative," I replied, "heading back now." but I knew I was returning to a world forever changed by what waited in the shadows beneath the mountains. A world where the line between legend and reality had blurred beyond recognition. 3 months passed since the rescue. Winter settled over the forest, transforming the landscape with snow and silence. I remained at my post, fulfilling my ranger duties with a new perspective on the wilderness I patrolled. Michael recovered fully and returned to university. We exchanged occasional emails, coded references to our mutual friend that would seem innocent to any outside observer. He sent me legitimate research about the Anasazi culture for my records, and buried within these academic papers were his personal notes about what we had experienced. I never reported the full truth to my superiors. My official account described a routine rescue, with minor complications due to the storm. If they doubted the simplicity of my report, they never said so directly. But changes occurred in the weeks following the incident. A research team arrived to conduct an archaeological survey near the canyon. They carried equipment more suited to wildlife tracking than artifact recovery. Unmarked vehicles occasionally passed my station at night, heading toward the area where we had emerged from the caves. I began documenting these activities discreetly. Something about their methodical search pattern suggested they knew exactly what they were looking for, or who. One evening in late January, I returned from patrol to find my cabin door ajar. Nothing was visibly disturbed, but I knew someone had been inside. My years living in remote areas had attuned me to the subtle signs of intrusion. The air smelled differently. A chair was angled slightly wrong. My journal, containing only innocent sketches of landscape features, had been moved fractionally on the desk. That night I built a fire in the wood stove and considered my options. The presence of unknown researchers, the cabin intrusion, these suggested that our encounter hadn't remained as secret as I'd hoped. Someone suspected or knew what we had discovered beneath the mountains. I recalled the voices we'd heard in the cave before our guide diverted us down another passage. They hadn't belonged to the official search team. What if others had been hunting the creature long before our encounter? What if they were still hunting? The thought filled me with an unexpected protectiveness. The being had saved Michael's life, had shared knowledge and sanctuary, when it could have reacted with territorial aggression. If others were seeking it, their intentions were unlikely to be peaceful coexistence. 3 days later, my suspicions were confirmed when Jacob from the general store mentioned the government types, who had been asking questions about cave systems and local legends. They were especially interested in the old stories, he told me as I collected my weekly supplies. Asked if anyone local had reported unusual sightings. I figured they were cryptozoologists or those Bigfoot hunter types at first, but they had that federal look, you know. I knew exactly what he meant. That night, I made a decision. I buried my ranger's journal containing my sketches of the creature and the underground chambers beneath the floorboards of my cabin. I then created a new falsified journal with deliberately misleading information about cave locations and wildlife sightings. The next morning, I left this decoy journal conspicuously on my desk before departing for routine patrol. Instead, I hiked to the canyon where Michael and I had emerged months earlier. The winter snow made tracking easier. I could see where the research team had established regular paths. I followed their most used trail, but diverted before reaching their equipment stations. Moving carefully to avoid leaving obvious tracks, I approached the hidden cave entrance from a different angle than before. The fissure was exactly as I remembered, though partially obscured by snow-laden juniper. I slipped inside, using only the red-filtered setting on my flashlight to preserve my night vision. The passage descended steeply, just as it had during the rescue, but I moved with greater confidence now, marking my path with small cairns that only I would recognize as navigational aids. I reached the chamber with the ancient handprints after an hour of careful descent. Standing before the wall, I studied the overlapping impressions of human and non-human palms preserved in the ancient clay. This was proof of coexistence stretching back thousands of years, a history unacknowledged by mainstream archaeology. "I know you might be watching," I said aloud, my voice echoing softly. "Others are searching these canyons. They have technology, Heat sensors, cameras. They won't stop looking. I placed my hand against one of the human prints, feeling the connection across millennia. I can misdirect them, but only temporarily. You need to go deeper, find passages they don't know about yet. Only silence answered me, but I sensed I wasn't alone. The feeling of being observed was subtle but unmistakable, the same awareness that good rangers develop when tracking elusive wildlife. I'll protect this place as long as I can, I continued. It's my job to preserve what belongs here, what's always belonged here. I left a small package wrapped in waterproof material, detailed maps of the researchers' equipment locations, patrol schedules I'd observed, and photos taken discreetly of the personnel involved. Knowledge was protection, for humans and non-humans alike. As I prepared to leave, I noticed something that hadn't been there when I arrived, a small arrangement of stones beside my package. Not random placement, but deliberate. 3 stones in a triangle, with a 4th balanced atop them. An acknowledgement, a response. "Ahihi," I whispered again in Dean. "Thank you." I returned to the surface and my ranger duties. In the months that followed, I became the perfect park ranger on paper. Detailed reports, thorough wildlife documentation, helpful with visitors. I advised the research team when asked, pointing them toward cave systems miles from the true entrance, expressing appropriate scientific curiosity about their work without asking too many questions. Gradually, their presence diminished. Equipment was removed. Vehicles appeared less frequently. By early spring, they had departed entirely, their funding presumably exhausted without results. I continued my solitary patrols through the changing seasons. Sometimes, during the quietest hours before dawn, I would hear knocking sounds echoing from the canyon walls. 3 knocks, then 2, then 3 again. I never responded audibly, but I would knock the same pattern against my cabin wall that night before sleeping, wondering if somehow the sound carried through stone to be heard by ears attuned to frequencies humans had forgotten how to listen for. In my official capacity, I remained Key Yazzie, park ranger for the Southwestern Wilderness Service. But I had taken on another role, unwritten in any job description: guardian of a boundary not marked on any map, keeper of secrets older than human memory. The wilderness contained more than visitors ever suspected, and I would ensure it remained that way, for the safety of all who called these ancient mountains home. The winter wind howled through the pines as I stood at the entrance of my cabin, watching the last remnants of daylight disappear behind the Mogollon Rim. 3 months into my position as a park ranger in the Tonto National Forest, and I still hadn't grown accustomed to the profound silence that descended after dark. Another night in paradise, I muttered to myself, gathering firewood from the stack beside the door. My grandfather would have laughed at me. Neshoba, wolf, in the language of our Chickasaw ancestors, had spent decades living off the land in these forests. I had grown up on his stories of the wilderness, tales passed down through generations about the creatures that dwelled in these ancient woods. Now here I was, Kimimela Blackfeather, 34 years old with a mountain of student debt and a foreclosed house in Phoenix, seeking refuge in the same forest that had sustained my ancestors. The cabin was small but functional, a bedroom, bathroom, and a combined kitchen and living area. The Parks Department had assigned it to me as part of my employment package, a blessing considering my financial situation. After the tech startup I'd invested everything in collapsed, this job had been a lifeline, though not one I'd ever anticipated needing. I stoked the fire in the old cast-iron stove and settled into my nightly routine. The radio crackled with static as I made my evening check-in with headquarters. Ranger Station 17 checking in, all clear in the eastern sector. Copy that, Kimmy. Any hikers still out there? Dave's voice came through, distorted but recognizable. None registered. Last group left before noon. Good. There's a storm coming in faster than expected. Might want to secure anything outside. I acknowledged his warning, though I'd already battened down the cabin. Living alone in a remote outpost 30 miles from the nearest town had taught me to prepare for the worst. After finishing my report, I pulled out my grandfather's journal. Its pages were worn, filled with observations about the land, plants, and wildlife, alongside warnings about things less easily explained. I'd always considered his darker tales as metaphors, ways to keep children from wandering too far into dangerous terrain. But lately, I'd been wondering. For 3 weeks now, something had been disturbing the wildlife patterns. Deer moving in unusual directions, birds going silent in the middle of the day, and tracks. Large humanoid tracks that disappeared into rocky terrain where no prints should be possible to follow. My colleagues dismissed my concerns. Just a bear, they said, or probably some lost hikers. But I knew better. These woods had been part of me since childhood. Something was wrong. The wind picked up, rattling the cabin's windows. I added another log to the fire and pulled my grandfather's blanket tighter around my shoulders. Woven by my grandmother in the traditional Chickasaw method, its geometric patterns told stories of protection and strength. As I drifted toward sleep in my chair, a sound cut through the howling wind. A long, low moan that was neither animal nor human, yet somehow both. I sat bolt upright, my heart hammering against my ribs. The hairs on my arms stood on end as I moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. Nothing moved in the small clearing around my cabin, but the shadows between the trees seemed deeper than usual, more watchful. The sound came again, farther away this time, echoing from the direction of Whispering Cave. According to my grandfather's stories, the cave system that ran beneath this part of the forest was sacred to our people, a place where the boundary between worlds grew thin. Modern maps marked it as dangerous due to frequent collapses and flooding, but the traditional warnings spoke of other dangers. I reached for my phone to call headquarters but found no signal. The storm must have knocked out the tower. The radio offered only static when I tried it. I was alone. Sleep was impossible now. I pulled on my jacket, checked my flashlight, and loaded my service revolver. Park regulations recommended rangers stay put during storms, but something in that sound had stirred memories of my grandfather's most ominous warnings. Never ignore the forest when it speaks to you, he'd told me. It might be the only warning you get. Lightning flashed, briefly illuminating the trees outside my window. And in that moment of electric clarity, I saw it. A massive shadow moving between the pines, far too tall and broad to be human, yet walking upright with undeniable purpose, directly toward my cabin. Dawn broke with unsettling quietness. The storm had passed, but the forest remained unnaturally still, as if holding its breath. I had spent the night with my back against the wall, service revolver in hand, listening to something circling my cabin. Heavy footsteps had crunched in the snow, pausing occasionally at the windows before moving on. By morning, whatever had stalked the perimeter was gone, leaving behind a set of tracks that disappeared into the tree line. I crouched beside one footprint, placing my hand beside it for scale. My spread fingers barely covered half its width. The impression was nearly 18 inches long, with 5 distinct toe marks. Not a bear, not a mountain lion, nothing that should exist in these woods. My radio crackled to life, making me jump. Station 17, this is headquarters. Do you copy? We've got a situation. I pressed the talk button, keeping my eyes on the tree line. This is Ranger Blackfeather. Go ahead. We've got 2 missing hikers. College students, male, both 20. They were due back at their campsite last night. Their friends reported them missing after they went exploring near Whispering Cave. My stomach tightened. That's my sector. I can start searching immediately. Backup is on the way, but they're delayed by downed trees from the storm. Canyon team will join from the south entrance. Coordinates of their last known location are being transmitted to your GPS. I acknowledged the orders and hurried back inside to gather my gear. As I prepared my search pack, my gaze fell on my grandfather's journal. Almost without thinking, I slipped it into my bag alongside the standard issue first aid kit, emergency rations, and extra ammunition. The coordinates led me 3 miles northwest of my cabin, into one of the densest parts of the forest. Few tourists ventured this far, both because of the difficult terrain and the park's warnings about unstable cave systems. As I hiked, the sensation of being watched intensified. Twice I stopped, certain I'd caught movement in my peripheral vision, only to find nothing there. Near noon, I found the first sign of the missing hikers, a blue bandana caught on a thorn bush, with ASU embroidered on one corner. Nearby, a trail of broken branches and disturbed undergrowth led toward a rocky outcropping. "Hello?" I called out, voice echoing through the trees. "National Park Service. Anyone out there?" Only silence answered. The trail led to a narrow cleft in the stone face, barely visible unless you stood directly before it. According to my GPS, this was one of the unmarked entrances to the Whispering Cave system. Park maps showed only the main entrance, miles to the east, properly secured with safety gates and warning signs. This entrance wasn't supposed to exist. Yet here it was, just as my grandfather had described in his journal, the mouth that drinks the unwary. I radioed my position to headquarters, then clicked on my flashlight and entered the narrow passage. The temperature dropped immediately as daylight faded behind me. The smell of damp earth and something else, something older and mustier, filled my nostrils. The passage widened after about 50 feet, opening into a chamber large enough that my light couldn't reach the opposite wall. Stalactites hung from the ceiling like stone teeth, dripping water that echoed in hollow plunks against unseen pools. "Hello?" I called again, my voice bouncing back at me from multiple directions. This time a response came, faint, barely audible. "Help, please." I moved carefully toward the sound, keeping close to the wall. The voice had come from somewhere ahead and to my right, but the acoustics of the cave made it difficult to pinpoint. "Keep talking," I instructed. "I'm with the Park Service. I'm here to help you." "We can't move," the voice called back, stronger now. "Jake's hurt bad, and it comes back sometimes." I froze. "What comes back?" A pause, filled only with dripping water. "We thought it was a bear at first," the voice finally replied, trembling. "In the dark. But it walks like a man, tall, so tall, it smells us, hunts us." My flashlight beam caught something reflective ahead, the metallic surface of a water bottle. Then, huddled against a rock formation, I saw them. 2 young men, one conscious and wild-eyed, the other slumped against him, blood matting his blonde hair. The conscious one, who introduced himself as Tyler, had dragged his injured friend into this alcove after they'd been chased into the cave system. Jake had hit his head during their panicked flight, and while the bleeding had stopped, he remained unresponsive. "What exactly did you see?" I asked, examining Jake's pupils with my penlight. Tyler's hands shook as he accepted the water bottle I offered. "We were hiking, looking for that old Indian shrine everyone talks about online. Then we heard this sound, like someone trying to talk underwater. We thought maybe another hiker was in trouble." I secured a temporary bandage around Jake's head. His pulse was steady, but we needed to get him out quickly. Then we saw it, through the trees. Must have been 8, 9 feet tall, walking on 2 legs but hunched over, covered in hair. It looked at us, and I swear to God, it knew us, like it had been waiting. A sound echoed from deeper in the cave. A scraping, shuffling noise followed by that same underwater moaning I'd heard the previous night. Tyler's eyes widened in terror. "It's coming back," he whispered. I drew my revolver and positioned myself between the students and the darkness beyond. "We need to move," I said quietly. "Now." The journey back through the cave entrance was excruciating. Jake remained unconscious, a dead weight between Tyler and me as we awkwardly shuffled toward the light. Every few minutes, that terrible moaning would echo through the chambers, sometimes seeming farther away, sometimes alarmingly close. The cave system played tricks with sound, making it impossible to determine if our pursuer was gaining on us. Tyler was on the verge of panic, his breathing shallow and quick. "It's hunting us," he kept saying. "It knows these caves better than we do." I couldn't disagree. The passages twisted unpredictably, forcing us to make choices at each junction with only my instincts to guide us. Several times we reached dead ends and had to backtrack, precious minutes slipping away. My GPS was useless underground, the signal unable to penetrate the earth above us. "My grandfather used to tell stories about these caves," I said, trying to keep Tyler focused as we rested briefly. "He said they were sacred to our people." "Your people?" "I'm Chickasaw. though my family has lived in this region for generations. We have stories about the beings that dwell where the earth opens. Tyler looked at me skeptically, but his terror momentarily gave way to curiosity. Like what? Spirits that take physical form, guardians of sacred places, punishers of those who trespass with disrespect. I adjusted my grip on Jake's arm around my shoulder. My grandfather called them the old ones who walk. A low moan rumbled through the passage behind us, closer than before. Tyler jumped, nearly dropping Jake. "That's no spirit," he hissed. "That thing is flesh and blood. We saw it." We started moving again, faster now despite our burden. Light appeared ahead, the narrow entrance through which we'd entered. Relief washed over me, but as we approached, my heart sank. The opening appeared smaller than I remembered, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through. "You go first," I told Tyler. "Then we'll pass Jake through to you." Tyler nodded, releasing his hold on his friend and scrambling toward the entrance. He made it through easily enough, turning to reach back for Jake. Together, we maneuvered the unconscious student through the tight space, careful not to jostle his injured head. As I prepared to follow them out, the moaning came again, this time unmistakably close. I turned, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, and caught a glimpse of movement in the shadows. Something large was moving along the wall of the chamber, just beyond where the light faded. I drew my gun again, backing toward the entrance. "Tyler, get Jake away from the cave. Head directly east toward the ranger station. Don't stop for anything." "What about you?" Tyler's voice was thin with fear. "I'll be right behind you. Go!" I had no intention of facing whatever lurked in that darkness, but I needed to ensure the creature, if that's what it was, didn't follow the students. I fired a warning shot into the ceiling of the cave, the report deafening in the enclosed space. Then I turned and squeezed through the narrow exit, emerging into the blessed daylight. Tyler had dragged Jake about 50 yards from the entrance and was struggling to lift him again. I joined them, holstering my weapon. "We need to move quickly," I said, taking half of Jake's weight. "We've got about 3 miles to cover to reach my cabin. From there, I can call for medical evacuation." We set off at the fastest pace we could manage. For the first mile, we heard nothing unusual, just the normal sounds of the forest resuming as we put distance between ourselves and the cave. I began to hope that whatever had stalked us underground had decided to remain there. Then Tyler stopped suddenly. "Listen." I paused, straining my ears. At first, I heard nothing but the wind through the pines and distant birdsong. Then it came, the sound of breaking branches somewhere behind us, heavy footfalls moving with deliberate slowness. "It followed us out," Tyler whispered. I made a quick decision. "There's a ranger observation platform half a mile ahead. It's elevated, with emergency supplies and a more powerful radio. We'll be safer there than continuing to the cabin." We altered course, moving as quickly as possible while supporting Jake between us. I tried not to think about what was following us, about what had left those massive footprints outside my cabin, what had stalked these woods for generations, according to my grandfather's stories. The observation platform came into view, a wooden structure built 15 feet off the ground, with a small enclosed cabin at the top accessible by ladder. We reached its base, just as another branch snapped loudly behind us, much closer now. "I'll go up first and help pull Jake up after me," I instructed, shrugging off my pack and drawing my revolver again. "You keep hold of him until I'm ready." I climbed the ladder quickly, unlocked the platform cabin, and returned to lie flat on the platform deck, extending my arms down. "Hand him up to me." Tyler struggled to lift his friend high enough for me to grab his arms. Jake was starting to stir, moaning softly, a sound unnervingly similar to what we'd heard in the cave. Just as my fingers closed around Jake's wrists, Tyler screamed. Something had emerged from the trees, something that moved upright, but was unmistakably not human. Even in the daylight, it seemed wrapped in shadow, but its sheer size was undeniable. It stood at least 9 feet tall, its broad shoulders covered in what appeared to be dark matted fur. Its face remained obscured, but I caught the glint of eyes reflecting the afternoon sun. "Hurry!" I shouted, pulling on Jake with all my strength as Tyler frantically pushed from below. We managed to get Jake onto the platform. I reached back down for Tyler, who was already scrambling up the ladder. The creature let out that terrible moan and surged forward with shocking speed. Tyler's fingers had just clasped mine when the ladder shook violently. The creature had reached the base of the platform and was swaying the entire structure. Tyler lost his grip and fell back, landing hard on the ground below. He scrambled to his feet, eyes wide with terror as the massive shape loomed over him. I fired 2 shots into the air, hoping to frighten the creature away. It paused, that unseen face tilting upward toward me. For a moment, everything was still. Then Tyler broke for the trees, running faster than I would have thought possible. The creature hesitated, looking between him and the platform where Jake and I remained. Then, with a sound that raised the hair on my neck, something between a moan and a growl, it turned and loped after Tyler with terrible purpose. I was left on the platform with an injured student, a dwindling ammunition supply, and the knowledge that somewhere in my forest, a nightmare from my grandfather's stories, was hunting a young man who had no idea what he was facing. Night was falling when Jake finally regained full consciousness. I had managed to contact headquarters through the platform's radio, reporting our position and Tyler's last known direction. Search teams were mobilizing, but the approaching darkness complicated matters. No one would be reaching us before morning. "Where's Tyler?" Jake asked, wincing as he touched the bandage on his head. I handed him a bottle of water from the platform's emergency supplies. He ran. Something was chasing us. He drew it away from us. Jake's face crumpled. "The thing from the cave, it followed us out?" I nodded, choosing my words carefully. "I've radioed for help. They're looking for him now." This was partially true. I'd reported Tyler as a missing hiker, but I'd been deliberately vague about what had separated us. My colleagues already thought I was overly superstitious because of my native heritage. Telling them about a 9-foot-tall creature would only damage my credibility when we needed help most urgently. Jake slumped against the wall of the small platform cabin. "This is our fault. We were stupid. We heard about this sacred cave on a Reddit thread about cryptid sightings. Some guy claimed his grandfather had seen a forest guardian there in the 1970s. My interest piqued. What else did this post say? That there was some kind of shrine deep in the cave system, ancient offerings left by Native Americans. The guy said his grandfather found it while hiking, but was chased away by something he called a tall one. Tyler and I thought it would make a cool video for our YouTube channel." He laughed bitterly. Urban exploration with a cryptid twist. I pulled my grandfather's journal from my pack and flipped through the pages until I found what I was looking for. A rough sketch of a cave chamber with strange markings on the walls and what appeared to be a stone altar at its center. "Is this what you were looking for?" I asked, showing Jake the drawing. His eyes widened. "Yes, that's exactly like what was described in the post. How do you have this?" My grandfather was a tribal elder. He documented many of our sacred sites. I closed the journal. "The place you were seeking isn't just some creepy internet legend. It's Okatobe Hichukbi, the Cave of Spirits, a site where my ancestors performed ceremonies for thousands of years." Jake had the decency to look ashamed. "We didn't know it was real. We just thought it would make good content." "The creature you saw, did it look like this?" I turned to another page in the journal, which showed a charcoal drawing of a tall, broad-shouldered figure with long arms and a sloped head. Jake nodded slowly. "But bigger. Scarier." According to my grandfather's writings, the being was called Ishkasoma, the guardian spirit, though neighboring Apache tribes had other names for it. It was said to protect sacred sites from desecration, driving away or hunting those who entered with disrespect or ill intent. I kept this information to myself, not wanting to further frighten Jake. Instead, I focused on checking his injuries and preparing for a potentially long night. The platform was sturdy but basic, a weatherproof shack built for forest fire observation, stocked with enough supplies for several days. We had water, some emergency rations, first aid supplies, and a radio. We would be safe here until help arrived, or so I thought. The first sign that something was wrong came just after full darkness had settled over the forest. The radio, which had been crackling with occasional updates from search teams, suddenly went silent. No static, no voices, just dead air. I checked the power connection and found it intact. Then came the smell. a powerful, musky odor that seemed to seep through the closed windows of the platform cabin. Jake tensed beside me. "It's back," he whispered. I moved to the window, peering out into the darkness. The moon was nearly full, casting silver light over the treetops, but the ground below remained shrouded in shadow. I strained my eyes, seeing nothing at first. Then something moved at the base of the platform. The entire structure trembled slightly. "It's climbing up," Jake said, panic edging his voice. I drew my revolver, though I wasn't sure it would be effective against whatever was coming for us. The wood creaked and groaned under tremendous weight. At the far end of the platform, massive fingers appeared over the edge, not quite human, with thick, curved nails that dug into the wood like hooks. I aimed my weapon, hands steady despite my racing heart. "Stay behind me," I told Jake. The creature pulled itself up with frightening ease, its enormous form blocking out the moonlight as it stood to its full height on the platform deck. In the darkness, I could make out only its silhouette. The broad shoulders, the slightly hunched posture, the immensely long arms. Its face remained in shadow, but I felt its gaze upon us through the cabin window. For a long moment it simply stood there as if assessing us. Then it raised one massive hand and pressed it against the cabin door. The wood creaked alarmingly. I fired a shot through the window, aiming at the creature's shoulder. It jerked back but made no sound of pain. Instead, it moaned that terrible underwater sound and slammed its full weight against the door. The frame splintered. "The hatch!" I shouted to Jake, pointing to the floor opening that provided an alternative exit. "Get it open!" Jake scrambled to lift the heavy wooden hatch as I fired another shot. The creature withdrew momentarily, then returned with greater force. The door buckled inward. "It's stuck!" Jake cried, pulling frantically at the hatch. I fired again, my last bullet hitting the creature directly in what I presumed was its chest. This time it staggered back, giving us precious seconds. I rushed to help Jake with the hatch, both of us pulling until the wood suddenly gave way. "You first," I ordered, keeping my eyes on the door that was now hanging by a single hinge. Jake lowered himself through the opening. I heard him land on the ground below with a thud and a pained grunt. "Kimmy," he called up. "Hurry!" I moved to follow him, but as I swung my legs into the opening, the cabin door finally gave way. The creature filled the doorframe, its massive body blocking any escape in that direction. In the moonlight streaming through the broken door, I caught my first clear glimpse of its face, a sloped forehead above deep-set eyes that reflected light like an animal's, a broad, flat nose, and a mouth too wide for its face, filled with teeth that seemed more suited for grinding than tearing. It was exactly as my grandfather had drawn it, yet somehow more ancient, more primal than any illustration could capture. I dropped through the hatch as the creature lunged forward. Its fingers scraped my shoulder as I fell, tearing through my jacket and drawing blood. I landed hard beside Jake, who was already on his feet. "Run!" I gasped, pulling him toward the trees. We fled blindly into the forest as the observation platform shook behind us. I heard wood splintering as the creature found its own way down. It would be after us within seconds. "This way," I panted, veering east toward my cabin. It was our only hope now. The emergency rifle I kept there, the satellite phone, the protective symbols my grandfather had carved into the doorframe decades ago. Jake stumbled beside me, still weak from his injury. I grabbed his arm, half dragging him as branches whipped at our faces. The forest floor was treacherous in the darkness, roots and rocks threatening to trip us with every step. Behind us came the sound of pursuit, heavy footfalls and breaking branches, moving faster than seemed possible for something so large. It was gaining on us. "I can't," Jake gasped, his pace slowing. "You have to," I insisted. "We're almost there." But we weren't almost there. We were still at least a mile from my cabin, and the creature was closing the distance with each passing second. A decision crystallized in my mind, one I hoped my grandfather would approve. I stopped suddenly, turning to face our pursuer. Jake staggered to a halt beside me. "What are you doing?" he cried. "Go," I told him, pushing him eastward. "My cabin is that way. Red door, stone chimney. The key is under the third plank on the porch. Lock yourself in and use the satellite phone on the desk. Call for help." "You can't stay here. It'll kill you." I pushed him again, harder. "Go." As Jake disappeared into the trees, I turned to face the approaching creature. I could hear it clearly now, moving with purpose through the underbrush. I took a deep breath and called out in the language my grandfather had taught me, words of respect, of acknowledgement, of apology. The crashing stopped. In the silence that followed, I continued speaking, explaining who I was, acknowledging the trespass, offering reconciliation according to the old ways. Slowly, a massive shape materialized from the darkness. The guardian stood before me, towering and formidable, yet somehow different than before, less predatory, more watchful. I reached slowly into my pocket and withdrew my most precious possession, a small carved stone passed down through generations of my family, marked with symbols of our tribe. I held it out, palm up, a traditional offering of peace. "We mean no disrespect to the sacred places," I said in English, hoping it understood. "The young ones did not know. I will ensure they never return." The creature made no move to take the stone. Instead, it tilted its head, those reflective eyes studying me with unsettling intelligence. Then it leaned forward, its face inches from mine, and inhaled deeply, as if memorizing my scent. I remained perfectly still, fighting every instinct to run. After what seemed an eternity, the creature straightened and let out a low sound, different from the moaning we'd heard before. This was almost contemplative. Then it turned and melted back into the darkness, leaving me alone in the moonlit forest, my heart pounding in my ears. Dawn found me sitting on my cabin porch, a blanket wrapped around my shoulders and a cup of coffee growing cold in my hands. Jake was inside, sleeping on my couch after his ordeal. Search teams had located Tyler shortly after midnight, alive but deeply shaken, huddled in a ravine 2 miles from where he'd fled. Both young men would be transported to the nearest hospital once the medical evacuation helicopter arrived. Jake's head injury needed proper examination, and both were showing signs of exposure and shock. Physically, they would recover. Mentally was another question. I hadn't told anyone about my encounter with the Guardian, not Jake when I'd found him safely locked in my cabin, not the search coordinator who'd radioed to confirm Tyler's rescue. Not even Dave when he checked in at first light to let me know the helicopter was en route. How could I explain what had happened? That an ancient spirit guardian from my tribe's stories had hunted trespassers in a sacred cave? That I'd offered it respect, and it had accepted, allowing me to leave unharmed? They would attribute it to stress, to superstition, to anything but truth. So I sat in silence, watching the sun rise over the pine forest that suddenly seemed more mysterious, more alive than it had just days ago. My grandfather had been right all along. The sound of the approaching helicopter broke my reverie. I stood, setting aside my untouched coffee and moving inside to wake Jake. As he stirred, blinking in confusion, I noticed something on the floor near the door, dirt and pine needles tracked in during the night, forming a pattern that seemed too deliberate to be random. Looking closer, I recognized the markings from my grandfather's journal, protection symbols, arranged in the traditional way. I hadn't made them. Jake had been in no condition to create such a pattern, yet here they were, pressed into the floor of my cabin. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the implications. Something had been here while we slept, something that knew the old ways. Jake groaned as he sat up. "Is that the rescue chopper?" I nodded, helping him to his feet. "They found Tyler. You're both going to be fine." He leaned on me as we walked toward the door. "What about that thing? Will it come back?" I looked out at the forest, peaceful in the morning light. "No," I said with certainty, "not for you." "How can you be sure?" I thought about the markings on my floor, about the way the creature had studied me in the moonlight, about generations of stories that suddenly seemed less like myths and more like warnings. "Because it got what it wanted," I said simply. "Respect." After the helicopter departed with both students safely aboard, I returned to my cabin and found a message waiting on my satellite phone. The regional director wanted to speak with me about the incident. Bureaucracy never slept, even in the face of the inexplicable. I made the call, preparing myself for the inevitable questions, the reports that would need filing, the explanations I would have to craft that danced around the truth while not quite lying. "Blackfeather," the director began without preamble, I need your perspective on what happened out there. I took a deep breath. 2 hikers entered an unmapped cave system. They became disoriented and one was injured. I located them and facilitated their evacuation. And the creature they're both talking about. My heart skipped a beat. Sir? Both students have given statements about being pursued by what they described as a Bigfoot-like creature. Tyler Miller is claiming it chased him for over a mile through the forest. I chose my words carefully. The young men were under extreme stress. Head injuries, dehydration, and fear can cause perceptual distortions. Cut the crap, Kimmy, the director interrupted. This isn't the first report we've had from that sector. In fact, there's an entire file of similar incidents going back decades. Most get classified as bear encounters or mass hysteria, but you and I both know there's something else going on. I remained silent, unsure how to respond. The director sighed. Your grandfather filed half those reports himself during his time with the service. Always around the cave systems, always involving disrespectful visitors, always describing the same guardian. I gripped the phone tighter. You knew my grandfather. Walter Blackfeather was my first supervisor when I joined the Park Service 40 years ago. He showed me things in those woods that I've never been able to explain. Things I've spent a career making sure stay protected, from public scrutiny and from human interference. Understanding dawned slowly. The unmarked cave entrances, the dangerous condition warnings, the limited permits for that sector. Your grandfather helped establish protocols that protect both the public and the sensitive areas within the forest. When I saw your application cross my desk last year, I made sure you were assigned to his old station. Some traditions need to continue. I glanced at my grandfather's journal, at the symbols drawn on its pages, identical to those I'd found on my floor that morning. So what happens now? I asked. Officially, you rescued 2 lost hikers who suffered from delusions due to their ordeal. The cave entrance they discovered will be added to our monitoring list and sealed to prevent future accidents. Your report will mention wildlife activity, but nothing more specific. And unofficially? The director was quiet for a moment. Unofficially, I think you've been introduced to the true responsibilities of your position. Your grandfather called it walking between worlds. The forest has acknowledged you, just as it did him. After we disconnected, I sat for a long time with the journal open on my lap, reading passages I'd previously dismissed as metaphorical or symbolic. Now they read like a guidebook, precise instructions for coexisting with forces most people never encounter. That evening, I hiked to the cave entrance where everything had begun. It had been sealed with a metal grate, the work of a Park Service team dispatched immediately after the incident. A laminated sign warned of unstable conditions and prohibited entry. As I turned to leave, I noticed something at the base of a nearby pine, a small pile of objects arranged with obvious care. An arrowhead, a bundle of sage, a polished stone, and a tuft of dark coarse hair I couldn't identify. An offering, a boundary marker, a message. I added a small carved wooden wolf from my pocket, my grandfather's last gift to me before he died, and spoke the traditional words of respect he had taught me as a child. As I walked back to my cabin in the gathering dusk, I felt the forest watching me with new awareness. The financial troubles that had driven me here, the career setbacks, the foreclosure, all seemed distant and unimportant now. I had found my true inheritance. I was Kimimela Blackfeather, ranger and guardian, walking in the footsteps of my ancestors, and I was no longer alone in these woods. 6 months passed. Spring came to the forest, bringing new growth and increased visitor traffic. The incident with Jake and Tyler had faded from official concern, classified as just another rescue operation with a successful outcome. Unofficially, it had changed everything. My duties expanded beyond standard ranger responsibilities. Director Matthews, the man who had known my grandfather, assigned me to Cultural Resource Management, a vague title that gave me authority to restrict access to certain areas and monitor sites of historical significance. We both understood what this really meant. I spent my days patrolling the boundaries of sacred spaces, learning the ancient markers my ancestors had left, and maintaining the delicate balance between the worlds I now straddled. At the director's suggestion, I began keeping my own journal, adding my observations to those my grandfather had recorded decades earlier. The Guardian and I had established an uneasy coexistence. I occasionally glimpsed it moving through distant trees or found its distinctive tracks near my cabin. It never approached, never threatened, but its presence remained a constant reminder of my responsibilities. Then, one evening in late April, everything changed again. I was returning from a boundary check when I noticed fresh boot prints on the trail leading toward Whispering Cave. The metal grate remained secure, but someone had been examining it recently. The dirt around its edges was disturbed. A week later, I caught a glimpse of movement on my cabin's security camera while I was on patrol. Someone had approached my porch, examined the windows, then left without knocking. The footage was too grainy to identify the visitor clearly, but something about their deliberate movements raised my concern. Then came the email from the university, a formal request for an interview about indigenous folklore associated with Tonto National Forest. The sender identified himself as Professor Alan Reichert, Department of Anthropology, claiming to be conducting research on guardian entities in Native American spiritual practices. I showed the email to Director Matthews during our monthly check-in. "Decline," he said immediately. "We've had dealings with Reichert before. He's not interested in respectful documentation. He's a glory seeker. Wants to be the man who discovered cryptid evidence." I wasn't surprised. Since that night in the forest, I'd discovered that the internet was full of self-proclaimed experts hunting for creatures they barely understood. Most were harmless enthusiasts, but some, like whoever had inspired Jake and Tyler's ill-fated expedition, spread dangerous misinformation. "He mentioned my grandfather by name," I said. "Said he'd read his field reports in the Park Service archives." Matthews frowned. "Those should be restricted. I'll look into it." That night, I awoke to the sound of my security alarm, a simple system I'd installed after noticing the strange visitor. Someone was on my porch again. I grabbed my service weapon and approached the door cautiously. Through the window, I could make out a tall figure standing at the edge of my porch, partially illuminated by the motion sensor light. "Park Service property," I called out. "Identify yourself." "Ranger Blackfeather, Professor Alan Reichert. I emailed you last week." The figure stepped forward, hands raised. "I apologize for the late hour, but I've made a fascinating discovery I thought you'd want to see immediately." I didn't open the door. "It's after midnight, Professor. Whatever you've found can wait until morning. The visitor center opens at 9. He pressed closer to the window, his face eager in the harsh light. "But that's just it. I've found another entrance to the cave system, one not on any official maps. And there are markings there, symbols identical to those in your grandfather's reports. I thought, given your heritage, you'd want to—" "How did you access my grandfather's reports?" I interrupted. "Those are restricted documents." Reichert hesitated. "I have colleagues within the service, but that's not important. What matters is that I found evidence supporting the existence of the guardian entity described in local indigenous folklore. I need your expertise to—" "Please leave the premises, Professor," I said firmly. "Return to the visitor center tomorrow, and we can discuss proper research protocols and permissions." His friendly demeanor faltered. "You don't understand. I'm on the verge of a major discovery here. I have equipment set up near the cave entrance now. Cameras with night vision capability. If the entity appears—" Cold dread washed over me. "You've set up cameras at a cave entrance? Without authorization? Where exactly?" "The eastern ridge, about 3 miles from here. There's a rock formation that conceals—" I was already reaching for my radio. This was exactly the kind of intrusion the director and I had worked to prevent. Disturbing a sacred site was bad enough, but attempting to photograph the Guardian would be seen as a profound violation. "Professor, you need to remove your equipment immediately. You're trespassing on protected land and interfering with culturally significant sites." Reichert's expression hardened. "I have academic freedom to pursue my research. The public has a right to know what's being hidden in these forests. If Native Americans encountered a previously undiscovered primate species and incorporated it into their mythology, that's of enormous scientific significance." "This conversation is over," I said, already pulling on my jacket. "I'm heading to the site now to remove your equipment. You can collect it from the ranger station tomorrow, along with your citation for unauthorized activity in a restricted area. I radioed headquarters as I hurried toward my patrol vehicle, reporting the situation and requesting backup. The dispatcher confirmed a team would be dispatched at first light, but until then, I was on my own. The eastern ridge was accessible by fire road for the first 2 miles, but the final approach required hiking through dense forest. I knew the area well. It contained one of the smaller entrances to the cave system, one not yet sealed due to its remote location and difficult access. As I drove, I realized the danger Reichert had placed himself in. If he had indeed set up equipment near a sacred entrance, the Guardian would certainly have noticed the intrusion. My grandfather's journal had been clear about the consequences of such provocations. I parked at the fire road's end and continued on foot, moving quickly despite the darkness. The half moon provided just enough light to navigate by. After 20 minutes of hiking, I spotted an unnatural glow ahead, the power indicators on Reichert's equipment. The professor had established an elaborate setup. 3 camera tripods positioned around the small cave entrance, connected to a laptop and portable power station. Motion sensors had been staked into the ground at regular intervals leading to the cave. The entire arrangement felt like a trap. I began dismantling the equipment, starting with the motion sensors. As I worked, I became aware of a growing stillness in the forest around me. The night insects had fallen silent. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. Something was coming. I moved faster, packing the cameras into their cases. As I disconnected the final tripod, a low moan echoed through the trees, that distinctive underwater sound I'd come to recognize. It was close, and it was angry. "I know," I said aloud, speaking in the direction of the sound. "I'm removing these. They won't capture your image. This place will be respected." The moaning stopped, but I could feel a presence watching from the darkness. I continued my work, carefully but quickly preparing the equipment for transport. I would need to make multiple trips to move everything back to my vehicle. As I gathered the first load, a crashing sound came from the direction of the fire road. Moments later, Reichert burst into the clearing, wielding a powerful spotlight that he swept through the trees. "I knew you'd try to sabotage my research," he shouted. "You have no right." "Lower your voice," I warned, stepping toward him, "and turn off that light. Now. So you can destroy my evidence?" He swung the spotlight toward the cave entrance. "I've spent years tracking reports of this creature. I won't let tribal superstitions and government cover-ups keep the truth hidden." The forest had gone deathly quiet. I moved between Reichert and the trees beyond, trying to block his light. "Professor, you need to leave. Immediately. We both do." "Not until I've seen it for myself." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a small device. And I came prepared this time. Infrasound generator produces the same frequencies recorded near reported Sasquatch sightings. If anything's out there, this will draw it in. Before I could stop him, he activated the device. A low, pulsing vibration filled the air, beneath hearing range but somehow physically palpable. My chest tightened uncomfortably as the sound waves passed through me. "Turn that off." I lunged for the device, but Reichert sidestepped me. "It's working," he whispered, his spotlight beam dancing through the trees. "Listen." From the darkness came a response. Not the underwater moan, but a deeper, more primal sound that seemed to shake the ground beneath our feet. The trees at the edge of the clearing swayed, though there was no wind. "Professor," I said, my voice deadly calm, "drop everything and run, now." Perhaps he finally heard the fear in my voice, or perhaps some primitive survival instinct finally overcame his scientific curiosity. Reichert switched off the infrasound device and took a step backward. Too late. The Guardian erupted from the tree line with explosive force, moving faster than anything that size should be capable of. In the harsh spotlight beam, I caught a fleeting impression of mass and power before it slammed into Reichert, sending him flying backward. The impact knocked the spotlight from his hands. It rolled across the ground, illuminating the scene in chaotic flashes as the professor scrambled away from the advancing figure. I drew my service weapon but held my fire, knowing bullets would only further enrage the entity. Instead, I stepped forward, placing myself between Reichert and the Guardian. "Stop!" I commanded, my voice carrying the authority of generations. I spoke first in English, then repeated the command in my ancestral language. The massive figure paused, its massive chest heaving with what might have been rage or exertion. In the scattered light, I could see it more clearly than ever before. The powerful limbs covered in dark fur, the broad shoulders, the strangely expressive face with those reflective eyes. He didn't understand, I continued in the old language, keeping my voice steady despite my racing heart. He is ignorant of the old ways, the sacred boundaries. I will ensure he leaves and never returns. The guardian tilted its head, studying me with unsettling intelligence. It made a sound, lower than the moan, almost a grumble, then shifted its gaze to Reichert, who was frozen in terror several yards away. "Please," Reichert whispered, "don't let it kill me." The guardian took another step forward, but I held my ground. "No," I said firmly, switching back to English so Reichert would understand. "But you must leave this forest, tonight, and never return. The knowledge you seek is not meant for you." For a tense moment, the tableau held, the three of us locked in a confrontation that bridged worlds and centuries. Then the guardian made a sudden movement, slamming one massive fist against the ground with such force that the earth trembled. Reichert broke and ran, abandoning his equipment and disappearing into the trees toward the fire road. His panicked crashing faded into the distance. Left alone with the guardian, I slowly lowered my weapon. "Thank you," I said quietly. The massive being straightened to its full height, towering over me. For the first time, I saw it not with fear, but with understanding. A creature of this world, yet apart from it, ancient and intelligent, bound to this land as surely as my own ancestors had been. It made that contemplative sound again, then deliberately turned and moved toward the cave entrance. At the threshold, it paused and looked back at me. The invitation was unmistakable. I hesitated. My grandfather's journal had mentioned the inner chambers, but had never described them directly. Some knowledge, he had written, must be experienced, not recorded. Taking a deep breath, I followed the guardian into the darkness. What I found within those sacred chambers changed me forever. The symbols on the walls, the ancient offerings preserved in the still air, the deeper knowledge that was shared without words. These are things I cannot commit to paper, even in my private journal. Like my grandfather before me, I have become keeper of secrets that must be protected, not revealed. When I emerged from the cave at dawn, I was alone. The guardian had withdrawn to whatever realm it inhabited when not enforcing the boundaries between worlds. Reichert's abandoned equipment remained scattered around the clearing, evidence of his hasty departure. I spent hours carrying it all back to my vehicle, then drove to the ranger station where Director Matthews was waiting. He took one look at my face and nodded in understanding. "It happened to your grandfather too," he said quietly. "The invitation. Did you accept?" "Yes." "Then you know why we do what we do." I nodded. "It's not about keeping secrets. It's about maintaining balance." That evening, I returned to my cabin and added a final entry to my grandfather's journal before starting my own. By firelight, I traced the ancient symbols I had seen within the cave, not as documentation, but as acknowledgement of my place in an unbroken lineage of guardians, both human and otherwise. Outside, the forest whispered with night sounds, ordinary and extraordinary, mundane and mysterious. On my porch, I found a new offering, a strange, iridescent stone that seemed to hold light within its depths, placed precisely on the third step. I added it to my grandfather's collection of sacred objects and spoke the words of gratitude he had taught me long ago. Then I settled into my chair by the window, watching the darkness gather between the ancient pines, no longer afraid of what dwelled there. I am Kimimela Blackfeather, ranger and guardian, walker between worlds. The forest has claimed me as its own, and I have accepted my inheritance. Some would call what lives in these woods a monster, a myth, a creature to be feared or hunted. I know better now. The guardian is neither myth nor monster. It is simply another kind of guardian, one whose vigil began long before humans walked these lands, and will continue long after we are gone. And until then, we watch together. The November wind cut through my jacket as I climbed the steps to the ranger station. Yavapai National Forest stretched before me, 2 million acres of ponderosa pine, juniper, and hidden canyons carving through the high desert plateau. After 6 months as the newest ranger at Shadow Mountain Outpost, I still found myself overwhelmed by the vastness. "Morning, Ahote," called Ranger Davis from behind the dispatch desk. My grandfather had given me that name, Ahote, meaning restless one in Hopi. How right he'd been. At 32, I'd bounced between jobs, construction, security guard, even a stint as a barista in Phoenix. Nothing stuck. When the debt collectors started calling daily and my landlord taped the third eviction notice to my door, I remembered my cousin mentioning the Park Service was hiring. I hung my jacket on the hook, the wooden nameplate beneath reading Ranger Ahote Begay. The job paid enough to keep the creditors at bay, and the remote cabin that came with the position solved my housing crisis. Most importantly, it reconnected me with the land my ancestors had called sacred. "You're on the eastern trails today," Davis said, sliding a clipboard toward me. "Some hikers reported strange noises near Red Rock Cave last night." "Strange how?" I asked. Davis shrugged. "Screaming," they said. "Probably just mountain lions." I nodded, but something in his tone suggested he thought otherwise. "Been up there yet? To the cave?" "Not inside," I admitted. The massive cave system had been partially mapped, but the deeper chambers remained unexplored. The Hopi and other tribes had always considered it a doorway to the underworld, a place where the membrane between our reality and the spirit world grew thin. "Take the radio," Davis said. "Cell service is spotty up there." I gathered my gear: first aid kit, flashlight, extra batteries, water, trail maps. The eastern section was the most remote part of my territory. A strange excitement mingled with apprehension as I headed out. My grandfather's voice echoed in my mind as I hiked through the forest. He'd spent years trying to teach me our traditions before he passed. I had listened half-heartedly then, more interested in video games than ancient wisdom. Now, alone among the whispering pines, I wished I'd paid better attention. The trail narrowed as I ascended, switchbacks growing steeper. 2 hours in, I reached the ridge that overlooked Red Rock Cave. The massive entrance yawned from the mountainside like an open mouth, dark and foreboding. I paused, taking a swig from my canteen. Something felt wrong. The forest had gone silent, no birdsong, no rustling leaves, nothing but my own breathing. Then I noticed the tracks. They resembled human footprints, but larger, much larger, and deeper than any human could make. They led directly to the cave entrance. I keyed my radio. "Davis, you copy?" Static. "Davis, I'm at Red Rock. Found some unusual tracks." More static, then his voice broke through, fragmented. "Back to, don't. Sun goes." The radio went dead. Checking my watch, I noted 4 hours of daylight remaining. Plenty of time to investigate and return before dark. I followed the tracks to the cave entrance, flashlight in hand. A rush of cold air greeted me, carrying a musty, primal scent. The footprints continued inside. Common sense urged me to turn back, but something stronger pulled me forward. My grandfather had called it the blood memory, the ancestral knowledge that flows through generations. "The old ones," he'd told me, "speak of tall ones who dwell in hidden places, neither animal nor man, but something between. They were here before us, and they will remain when we are gone." I stepped into the darkness, not knowing that I was walking into the oldest story of my people, one I was about to experience firsthand. The beam of my flashlight barely penetrated the darkness of Red Rock Cave. The temperature dropped noticeably as I ventured deeper, my breath forming small clouds. The tracks continued, clear impressions in the soft clay floor, 18 inches long, with 5 distinct toes splayed wider than any human foot. My ranger training told me to document everything. I snapped photos with my phone, placing my size 11 boot beside one print for scale. The comparison was unsettling. The cave narrowed into a passageway that descended at a steep angle. The walls closed in until I had to turn sideways to squeeze through. Claustrophobia threatened to overwhelm me, but I pressed on. After about 50 feet, the passage opened into a vast chamber. My light couldn't reach the ceiling or far walls. Stalactites hung like stone daggers above me. The air felt different here, heavier, charged with something I couldn't name. I found a flat rock to rest on, my light catching reflections in a small pool nearby. Taking out my canteen, I considered my options. The rational part of me knew I should head back, report the tracks, return with a proper team. But something kept me rooted to that spot, the same restlessness that had earned me my name. A sound echoed through the chamber, a scraping, like stone against stone. I froze, listening. It came again, followed by what sounded like breathing. Deep, rhythmic breathing that couldn't belong to anything small. Hello? My voice bounced off the walls, returning to me in fragmented echoes. Silence followed, then a low, rumbling growl that I felt more than heard. It originated from a dark passage on the far side of the chamber. Fear and curiosity battled within me. My grandfather's stories suddenly seemed less like myths and more like warnings. We coexisted with the tall ones, he'd told me once, his weathered face serious in the firelight outside our cabin. They kept to the high places, the deep forests, the caves. We left offerings at the boundaries of their territories, tobacco, cornmeal, sacred objects. Did they hurt people? I had asked. Only those who trespassed without respect, he'd answered. Only those who came with harm in their hearts. Standing in that chamber, I realized I'd brought nothing to offer. I hadn't performed any of the traditional rituals before entering this sacred space. According to my grandfather, I was trespassing. I switched off my flashlight, hoping to make myself less noticeable. The darkness was absolute, the kind that exists only deep underground. But gradually, my eyes detected a faint blue-green glow emanating from the walls. Phosphorescent minerals, or perhaps some kind of bioluminescent organism. In that dim light, I made out drawings on the cave walls. Ancient petroglyphs, some I recognized from my grandfather's teachings. Spiral symbols representing journeys, stick figures of hunters, handprints, and animals. But there were others I'd never seen. Tall, elongated figures with disproportionately large heads and long arms that nearly touched the ground. As I studied the drawings, something shifted in my peripheral vision. I whipped around, fumbling to turn my flashlight back on. The beam illuminated nothing but empty space. Another sound, soft footfalls on stone, came from behind me. I spun again, and my light caught a glimpse of movement disappearing into a side passage, something tall and covered in dark hair. My radio crackled to life, making me jump. Ahote, you copy? Sun setting in an hour. Where are you? Davis's voice was clearer now, though still broken by static. I grabbed the radio. I'm in Red Rock Cave. There's something in here with me. Say again? You're breaking up. I said there's... A deafening roar cut me off, echoing through the chamber. The sound was unlike anything I'd ever heard. Not a bear, not a mountain lion, not anything I could identify. It held a quality that was almost human. Getting out now, I told Davis, clipping the radio back to my belt. I moved toward the passage that led to the surface, walking backward, my light sweeping the chamber. That's when I saw it, a shadow darker than the surrounding darkness, moving along the far wall. It was enormous, at least 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a silhouette that was unmistakably humanoid. I ran. The beam of my flashlight bounced wildly as I scrambled through the narrow passage. Behind me, something large was moving, stone crunching under heavy steps. The sound grew closer. I burst from the cave entrance just as the sun dipped below the western ridge, painting the sky in deep oranges and purples. Without stopping, I continued down the trail, not slowing until I was a half-mile from the cave. Only then did I pause to catch my breath. Looking back toward Red Rock Cave, I saw nothing pursuing me. But as the light faded, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched from the shadows. My radio crackled again. Ahote, where the hell are you? Davis sounded genuinely concerned. On my way back, I replied, my voice steadier than I felt. But Davis, we need to talk about what's up there. Get to the station first, he said. Don't stop until you're here. I couldn't agree more. As darkness fell, I quickened my pace, the forest around me coming alive with night sounds. Yet beneath the familiar calls of owls and insects, I swore I could hear heavy footsteps keeping pace with me, just beyond the reach of visibility. The ranger station was empty when I arrived, Davis having ended his shift. I filled out an incident report, choosing my words carefully. Unidentified large mammal seemed safer than what I was actually thinking. After locking up, I drove the Forest Service truck back to my cabin, headlights cutting through the darkness. My assigned housing was a simple one-bedroom cabin nestled among ponderosa pines, about 5 miles from the main station. The Park Service had renovated it with modern amenities, electricity, running water, propane heating, while maintaining its rustic charm. It wasn't much, but after nearly being homeless in Phoenix, it felt like a palace. I built a fire in the stone fireplace and sat at my small kitchen table, nursing a beer while reviewing the photos on my phone. The footprints looked even more unsettling on the small screen. Clearly defined toes, a deep arch, and a distinctive heel. Not human, but not any animal I recognized either. My laptop was open to local newspaper archives. I'd been researching the area since taking the job, partly out of professional responsibility, partly personal interest. Shadow Mountain had a history of disappearances dating back to the 1800s. Most were attributed to exposure, accidents, or animal attacks, but some remained unexplained. The most recent was from just 2 years ago, a geology student from Northern Arizona University who'd been exploring the cave systems. Search teams found his equipment, but no body. The official report cited a probable fall into an unmapped shaft. My phone buzzed with a text from Davis. "You make it home?" "Yeah," I replied. "Got some weird photos from the cave." His response came quickly. "Don't share those. We'll talk tomorrow." The cryptic message sent a chill through me. I texted back, "You know something about this?" No response. I opened my bottom desk drawer and pulled out the small wooden box my grandfather had given me before he died. Inside was a leather pouch containing sacred items: white cornmeal, tobacco, a small turquoise stone, and an eagle feather, objects for protection and respect. "When you walk in powerful places," he'd told me, "you must acknowledge the spirits that dwell there." I'd scoffed then, but after what I'd seen today, his warnings resonated differently. A sharp crack outside made me jump. I moved to the window, peering into the darkness. The motion-activated security light had come on, illuminating the yard and the edge of the forest beyond. Nothing moved in the yellow glow. Then I saw it, a pine tree at the forest's edge, swaying differently than the others, as if something large had just pushed past it. I grabbed my shotgun from the closet, standard issue for rangers in areas with bear activity. Loading it, I moved to the door and stepped onto the porch, the cold night air raising goosebumps on my arms. "Hello?" I called, sweeping my flashlight across the yard. "Anyone there?" The forest remained silent. I was about to go back inside when I noticed something on the railing of my porch, a small pile of berries, and what looked like a rabbit, freshly killed, its neck broken cleanly. My blood ran cold. I'd read accounts online, stories from remote communities and forests across America about offerings left by Bigfoot creatures, food placed near cabins or campsites. Some cryptozoologists theorized it was a form of communication or territory marking. I hurried inside, locking the door behind me. Sleep seemed impossible, but exhaustion eventually won out. I dozed in the armchair by the fire, shotgun across my lap. Dreams came in fragments, running through dark tunnels, massive shadows moving between trees, my grandfather's voice warning me about boundaries crossed and respect not given. I awoke at dawn, stiff and cold, the fire reduced to embers. Checking the porch, I found the rabbit and berries gone. The only evidence they'd been there at all was a small bloodstain on the wooden railing. At the ranger station, Davis was waiting for me in his office, door closed. He looked like he hadn't slept either. "Sit down," he said, motioning to the chair across from his desk. "What exactly did you see in that cave?" I described everything: the footprints, the growl, the glimpse of something large and hair-covered. I showed him the photos. Davis studied them without surprise, then sighed heavily. "You're Hopi, right?" he asked. "Half," I replied, my mother's side. "Then you probably know the stories better than I do. The tribes around here have different names for them. Hairy man, tall ones, forest people. Tourists and cryptid hunters call them Bigfoot." He leaned forward. Most rangers who stay here long enough see something. We don't put it in official reports. Why not? Because it's career suicide, he said flatly. But also because they generally leave people alone if you show respect. Problems happen when people go looking for them, try to hunt them, or disrespect their territory. Like entering their caves uninvited, I said quietly. Davis nodded. The offering on your porch, that was a message. They know where you live now. What do I do? Leave something in return, something respectful. It's an acknowledgement. I thought of my grandfather's pouch. I have some traditional items. Use them, Davis advised. And Ahote, stay away from Red Rock Cave. That place belongs to them. I left Davis's office with more questions than answers. But one thing was clear. I wasn't dealing with a bear or mountain lion. Something ancient and intelligent was watching from the shadows of Shadow Mountain, and I had inadvertently caught its attention. That night, I placed a small offering on my porch, cornmeal, tobacco, and a piece of venison from my freezer. By morning, it was gone, replaced with a single large footprint pressed into the soil beside my steps. A message received. But was it acceptance or warning? I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning of a much deeper mystery, one that had been unfolding in these mountains long before I arrived. 2 weeks passed without incident. I performed my ranger duties, avoided Red Rock Cave, and left small offerings on my porch every third night. Each morning, the offerings were gone. Sometimes I'd find something in return, arranged stones, a cluster of feathers. Once a piece of deer antler placed precisely where I'd left the cornmeal. I began researching in earnest, spending evenings hunched over my laptop. I found hundreds of Bigfoot reports from northern Arizona dating back decades. The description was remarkably consistent. 8 to 10 feet tall, covered in dark reddish-brown hair, broad shoulders, no visible neck, a pronounced brow ridge, and an overpowering, musky odor. More intriguing were the Native American accounts. The creatures had been part of tribal lore for centuries, not as monsters but as another people, more connected to the spirit world than humans. They were said to possess abilities beyond normal comprehension, mimicry of animal and human sounds, possible telepathic communication, and the power to induce feelings of dread or confusion in humans who ventured too close to their territory. One night, I discovered a Reddit thread from a user claiming to be a former ranger at Yavapai. Their story chilled me. During my second year, I was doing a routine patrol near the eastern caves when I heard what sounded like a woman screaming. I followed the sound into a ravine and found nothing. As I turned to leave, something massive stepped out from behind a boulder. It was at least 9 feet tall, walking upright like a man, but covered in hair. We locked eyes for maybe 5 seconds before it disappeared into the trees. Not running, just gone in an instant. The strangest part was I wasn't afraid during the encounter. It was afterward that the terror hit me. I requested a transfer the next day. The comments were filled with similar stories from the region. One caught my attention. The Hopi elders say they've always been here. They call them Masau's messengers. Masau is the guardian of the land and the underworld. The tall ones protect sacred places and punish those who disrespect them. My grandfather had an arrangement with one near his home. Mutual respect, small gifts exchanged. He said they're not evil, just different. Their minds work in ways we can't understand. I closed my laptop, unsettled. Masau was indeed an important figure in Hopi tradition, the owner of fire in all land, the guardian of the dead. My grandfather had told me stories of Masau, how he had instructed the Hopi where to settle during their ancient migrations. Had I unknowingly encountered one of Masau's messengers? The question followed me into sleep, where my dreams turned dark and vivid. I stood at the entrance to Red Rock Cave while something massive moved in the shadows within, beckoning me forward. I felt compelled to follow, even as every instinct screamed to run. I awoke to a crash outside my cabin. The digital clock read 3:17 a.m., the dead of night. Another crash followed, like something heavy hitting the side of the building. Grabbing my shotgun and flashlight, I moved to the window. The security light had activated, illuminating my yard. Something large moved at the edge of visibility, circling the cabin. Not a bear, It walked upright, its movement fluid and deliberate. My radio crackled from the kitchen table. "Ranger Begay." The voice wasn't Davis's, it was deeper, distorted by static. "Cave, come." I stared at the radio in disbelief. It shouldn't work at this range. The nearest tower was miles away. "Who is this?" I demanded, keying the mic. Only static answered. Another crash, this time at my door. Not an attack, but a deliberate knock. 3 heavy blows that shook the frame. Fear paralyzed me. Whatever stood outside wasn't human. The traditional teachings offered 2 options: respect the boundary or acknowledge the invitation. There was no third choice. Ignoring such a summons was the gravest disrespect. I gathered my courage and opened the door, shotgun ready. Nothing was there, but the security light revealed massive footprints leading away from my cabin, toward the trail that ultimately led to Red Rock Cave. Beside the prints lay a small object that gleamed in the artificial light, a polished stone arrowhead, ancient and perfectly crafted. Another summons. Dawn was still hours away. The sensible choice was to wait until morning, contact Davis, approach this with caution. But something told me this invitation wouldn't be extended twice. I dressed quickly, packing my backpack with essentials: water, first aid kit, flashlight, extra batteries, my grandfather's pouch of sacred items, and my phone, though I doubted it would work where I was going. The shotgun I left behind. If these creatures meant harm, a weapon would only provoke them. If they meant peace, bringing it would be an insult. The night was cold and clear, stars brilliant in the black sky as I followed the footprints by flashlight. They led straight into the forest, bypassing the main trails for more direct routes up the mountain. The tracks moved with purpose, never hesitating at junctions or obstacles. 2 hours of hard hiking brought me to the ridge overlooking Red Rock Cave. The eastern horizon showed the first hint of gray, dawn approaching. The massive entrance yawned below me, darker than the surrounding night. As I descended toward it, a powerful smell hit me, musky, primal, like wet fur and earth and something indefinably ancient. Standing before the entrance, I knew with certainty I wasn't alone. I took out my grandfather's pouch, sprinkled cornmeal at the threshold, and spoke the words he had taught me, a Hopi prayer asking permission to enter sacred space. From the darkness came a response, not words, but a low, rumbling vocalization that seemed to resonate in my chest rather than my ears. It wasn't threatening, but it wasn't welcoming either. It was acknowledgement. Taking a deep breath, I switched on my flashlight and stepped into the cave, following the silent summons into the heart of Shadow Mountain. The main passage sloped downward, steeper than I remembered. My flashlight beam caught glimpses of petroglyphs I hadn't noticed before, spirals, handprints, and those distinctive tall figures with elongated limbs. Some appeared weathered with age, others looked surprisingly fresh. The passage widened into the large chamber I'd encountered on my previous visit. This time, the phosphorescent glow on the walls seemed brighter, casting everything in an eerie blue-green light. I switched off my flashlight to preserve the batteries and let my eyes adjust to the dim illumination. A sound came from deeper in the cave, rhythmic tapping like stone against stone. It had a pattern: 3 quick taps, pause, 2 slow taps, pause, repeat. Not random, but deliberate. Communication. I followed the sound to a narrow opening in the far wall that I hadn't seen before. It led to a tight passage that descended at a steep angle. Claustrophobia threatened as I squeezed through, the rough stone scraping against my back and shoulders. The passage opened abruptly into a chamber so vast my breath caught. My flashlight, now back on, couldn't illuminate the ceiling or far walls. The floor descended in natural terraces to a central depression where a pool of water gleamed black and still. Around the pool stood stone formations that could almost be mistaken for natural, almost, but not quite. They formed a rough circle, each about 5 feet high, shaped vaguely like seated figures. Between them, smaller stones had been arranged in precise patterns that reminded me of constellations. The tapping had stopped. The silence felt expectant, as if the cave itself were waiting. I approached the pool, my footsteps echoing. The water was clear and cold when I touched it. the bottom visible for several feet before fading to darkness. Something about it seemed important, sacred. A memory surfaced from childhood, my grandfather explaining how water connected the physical and spiritual worlds, how certain springs and pools were doorways between realms. Sipapu, I whispered, the Hopi word for the sacred portal through which the first people emerged into this world. My voice echoed strangely, seeming to resonate longer than it should. When it finally faded, it was replaced by another sound, breathing. Deep, heavy breathing from across the pool. I raised my flashlight. The beam caught a pair of eyes reflecting back, amber, intelligent, and unmistakably aware. They were set in a face that was both familiar and alien, a pronounced brow ridge, a wide, flat nose, and a mouth that seemed more human than not. The face was framed by dark, reddish-brown hair that continued over massive shoulders and down a powerfully built body. It stood upright, at least 8 feet tall, watching me with those intelligent eyes. Not aggressive, not threatening, observing. My grandfather's voice seemed to speak in my memory. When you meet one of the ancient ones, do not show fear. Respect, yes, but not fear. They sense intention better than any human. I lowered my flashlight to avoid blinding the creature and reached slowly into my pouch, retrieving a handful of cornmeal. With deliberate movements, I sprinkled it in a small circle at my feet, then placed the tobacco beside it, the traditional offering of respect. The creature made a sound, a series of clicks and low vocalizations, unlike anything I'd heard before. It stepped forward, the dim phosphorescent light revealing more of its form. The body was covered in thick hair, but the hands were surprisingly human-like, with opposable thumbs and defined fingers. Though larger and more powerful than mine. He, for the creature was clearly male, approached until he stood at the opposite edge of the pool. He was close enough that I could smell that distinctive musky odor, could see the steam of his breath in the cool cave air. Slowly, he extended one massive hand. In it lay a stone object, an artifact of some kind. He placed it on the ground between us, then stepped back, watching. I approached cautiously and knelt to examine the offering. It was a small stone tablet, perhaps 6 inches square, inscribed with symbols similar to the petroglyphs on the cave walls. Some I recognized from Hopi designs, cloud patterns, migration symbols, Kachina figures. Others were unknown to me. As I studied it, understanding bloomed not in my mind but deeper, an intuitive recognition. This was a map, but not of physical terrain. It showed connections between places of power, doorways like this cave scattered across the region. The creature, I couldn't think of him as a Bigfoot or Sasquatch anymore. Those terms seemed crude and disrespectful. Made another series of vocalizations, then pointed deeper into the cave system. An invitation. Common sense screamed at me to leave, to return to daylight and the rational world. But the blood memory my grandfather spoke of pulled stronger. This encounter felt like destiny, like something I'd been preparing for without knowing. I nodded my acceptance. The creature turned and moved into a passageway I hadn't noticed before. I followed, ducking to avoid stalactites. The passage twisted downward, becoming steeper until it was almost vertical in places. My guide navigated with ease, occasionally reaching back to help me over difficult sections. His hands were warm and rough, the grip gentle but impossibly strong. He could have crushed my bones with minimal effort, yet he handled me with careful precision. After what seemed like hours of descent, we emerged into another chamber, smaller but more astonishing than the last. The walls were covered entirely in pictographs, thousands of images depicting what appeared to be a history. I recognized scenes of migration, hunting, interaction with humans, celestial events, and what looked like natural disasters. In the center stood a structure that couldn't possibly be natural, a perfect stone circle with a domed top, resembling a small hut or shelter. It was built from stones fitted together with such precision that no mortar was needed. My guide indicated I should enter. I hesitated, then ducked through the low entrance. Inside, the air felt different, charged, vibrating with energy I couldn't explain. The walls were lined with small niches containing objects, stone tools, pottery fragments, pieces of carved wood, and items I couldn't identify. an archaeological treasure trove, but clearly not abandoned. These were active storage spaces, a living archive. From the center of the domed ceiling hung something that made my heart race, a small leather pouch identical to the one my grandfather had given me. The meaning was unmistakable. These creatures knew my grandfather, or others like him. The traditional offerings and rituals hadn't been superstition. They had been diplomatic protocols established over generations. I was not the first Begay to make contact. I was merely continuing a relationship that had existed for longer than I could comprehend. As this realization settled over me, a sound like distant drums began to resonate through the stone chamber. Not physical drums. The rhythm seemed to bypass my ears and vibrate directly in my bones. With it came a pressure in my head, a presence trying to communicate in ways my mind wasn't equipped to process. Images flashed behind my eyes. The forest seen from perspectives and heights impossible for humans. Cave systems extending far deeper than any survey had mapped. Gatherings of creatures like my guide, and humans in traditional dress participating in ceremonies together. The mental barrage was overwhelming. I dropped to my knees, hands pressed against my temples. The pressure built until I thought my head would split, and then, abruptly, it stopped. When I looked up, my guide was kneeling before me, amber eyes level with mine. He reached out one massive hand and, with surprising gentleness, placed it on my chest over my heart. The gesture needed no translation. Connection, understanding, a bridge between different worlds. In that moment, I knew with absolute certainty that I hadn't found them. They had found me, had been watching me since I arrived, had chosen me for reasons I still didn't fully comprehend. And I knew something else as well. This was only the beginning. Dawn was breaking as I emerged from Red Rock Cave. My guide had led me back to the surface through passages different from those we'd descended. A journey that should have taken hours, compressed somehow into minutes. The experience left me disoriented, my perception of time distorted. He stopped at the threshold, unwilling or unable to step into the growing daylight. There, in the liminal space between cave and forest, we faced each other one final time. He reached out, pressed something into my palm, then retreated into the darkness. I opened my hand to find a small object, a curved piece of bone inscribed with symbols similar to those on the stone tablet. A token, a key, a credential. I didn't know what to call it, but I understood its significance. It would identify me to others of his kind. The walk back to my cabin passed in a daze. I moved automatically, my mind struggling to process what I'd experienced. The forest seemed different, more alive, more aware. Every rustle of leaves, every snapped twig carried potential meaning. I felt watched, but not threatened. Davis was waiting on my porch when I arrived, his expression a mixture of concern and resignation. "You went to the cave," he said. Not a question. I nodded, too exhausted for denial. "They called you, didn't they?" He studied my face. "You look like I did after my first encounter. Come inside, we need to talk." Over coffee, Davis revealed what he'd been hiding. He wasn't just a senior ranger. He was part of an unofficial network of people who'd had similar experiences. Park rangers, tribal members, researchers, everyday citizens who'd encountered something they couldn't explain and couldn't ignore. We keep track of sightings, maintain certain boundaries, and sometimes facilitate communication. He gestured to my grandfather's pouch, which I'd placed on the table. Some families have maintained connections for generations. The Begay name is known to them. My grandfather never told me directly, I said. Just stories, traditions. I thought they were metaphors. Davis nodded. That's how it usually works. Direct knowledge can be a burden. Better to let people discover the truth gradually, if at all. What are they? I finally asked the question that had been burning in me. We don't have a good answer, Davis admitted. The scientific community would call them an undiscovered primate, but that doesn't account for everything they can do. Native traditions describe them as guardians, messengers between worlds. Some think they're as physical as we are. Others believe they exist partially in another dimension. He took a sip of coffee. What matters is that they were here long before us, they're intelligent, and they're watching as humans expand into the last wild places. Most incidents happen when people cross boundaries disrespectfully. Like entering their caves uninvited, I said. Exactly. Davis hesitated. What did they show you down there? I described the chambers, the pictographs, the stone structure, and the mental communication, though words felt woefully inadequate. I showed him the bone token, but kept the stone tablet to myself. Some knowledge wasn't meant to be shared widely. They've chosen you for something, Davis said finally. This goes beyond the usual encounters. The question is, what will you do with it? The answer came to me with surprising clarity. Learn, understand, protect the boundaries. Davis nodded approvingly. There's a meeting next month in Flagstaff, people like us. I think you should come. After he left, I sat on my porch watching the sun climb over the pines. The events of the night felt simultaneously dreamlike and more real than anything I'd experienced before. I examined the bone token, tracing the symbols with my finger. One matched a petroglyph I'd seen in the cave, the spiral representing a journey or path. My path, I realized, had changed irrevocably. The job I'd taken out of financial desperation had become something else entirely, a calling, a responsibility, a privilege. That night I placed a more substantial offering on my porch. Cornmeal, tobacco, a small carved wooden figure my grandfather had made, and a handwritten note in Hopi expressing gratitude and respect. It felt right, the beginning of a dialogue I was only starting to understand. As I stepped back inside, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Welcome to the circle, Ranger Begay. I smiled, no longer surprised by the synchronicity. The boundaries between worlds were thinner than most people realized. I was now a guardian of those boundaries, a role my ancestors had prepared me for without my knowledge. In the months that followed, I continued my official duties as a park ranger, but with a deeper awareness of the land I patrolled. I learned to recognize signs others missed. Subtly arranged stones marking territory boundaries, distinctive breaks in branches indicating passages, areas where the wildlife fell suddenly silent. I researched my family history, discovering that my grandfather hadn't been the first Begay to communicate with the forest people. The connection stretched back generations, documented in private journals and oral histories I'd never been told. Occasionally, hikers would report strange sightings or unusual sounds near Red Rock Cave. I would investigate officially, file the appropriate reports attributing the incidents to wildlife or imagination. Unofficially, I would return later with offerings and apologies if boundaries had been crossed. Sometimes, on nights when the moon was dark, I'd hear heavy footsteps circling my cabin, not threatening, but checking on me, acknowledging our connection. Once, after a particularly violent storm, I found my woodpile mysteriously restocked, the logs larger than I could have cut myself. The bone token remained with me always, a reminder of the night I'd crossed a threshold few humans ever approach. I kept it in a small leather pouch around my neck, alongside a pinch of cornmeal, ready for unexpected encounters. Winter descended on Shadow Mountain with a vengeance. Heavy snows isolated my cabin for days at a time. During one particularly fierce blizzard, I awoke to find fresh deer meat hanging from my porch railing, a gift ensuring I wouldn't go hungry while snowbound. The footprints leading away were quickly filled by falling snow, but I knew their source. During these isolated months, I studied the stone tablet extensively. By firelight, I copied its symbols into a journal, comparing them with traditional Hopi designs and the petroglyphs I'd photographed in the cave. Patterns emerged, a complex map of sacred sites throughout the Southwest, places where the membrane between worlds grew thin during specific celestial alignments. My grandfather's teachings, once fragmented memories, now clicked into place like puzzle pieces. The stories he'd told of Masao and the emergence through the Sipapu weren't just creation myths. They were historical accounts passed down through generations, encoded to preserve crucial knowledge while protecting it from those who might misuse it. Spring brought renewed activity in the forest. Tourists and hikers returned, keeping rangers busy with routine calls and occasional rescues. During one such rescue, a college student who'd sprained his ankle 5 miles from the nearest road, I felt the distinct sensation of being watched. Looking up, I caught a glimpse of movement on a distant ridge. a tall, dark figure observing our actions before melting into the tree line. "Did you see that?" the injured student asked, following my gaze. "Probably just a bear," I replied automatically, the standard explanation. He looked skeptical. "Didn't move like a bear." I changed the subject, focusing on splinting his ankle. As we waited for the evacuation team, he grew contemplative. "My grandmother's Cherokee," he said suddenly. "She used to tell stories about the forest people. Said they were guardians of wild places, that they watched humans to see who respected the land and who didn't." He paused. "I always thought they were just stories." I measured my response carefully. "Every tradition has wisdom in it, if you listen closely enough." The look he gave me suggested he understood more than I'd actually said. In June, I attended the meeting Davis had mentioned. 20 people gathered in a Flagstaff community center after hours. Park rangers from various jurisdictions, tribal elders, a wildlife biologist, a cultural anthropologist, and several ordinary citizens united by extraordinary experiences. We shared information in careful, measured terms. Sightings had increased across the region, particularly near areas facing development. A new resort planned near ancient burial grounds, a mining company conducting exploratory drilling in previously untouched canyons. The pattern was clear. The forest people were responding to encroachment, their increased visibility a form of resistance. "They're trying to communicate through us," said Maria, an Apache elder whose family maintained traditional knowledge. "They choose intermediaries, people who can move between worlds, like you, Ahote." All eyes turned to me. "I'm still learning," I admitted. "Still trying to understand what they showed me." "Understanding isn't always necessary for action," she replied. "Sometimes we simply need to listen and respond." The group had established protocols, documenting encounters while keeping specific locations private, discouraging thrill seekers and cryptid hunters, working with sympathetic officials to protect sensitive areas without revealing the true reason. I was assigned to maintain the Shadow Mountain territory, officially as a ranger, unofficially as something more. Summer passed into fall. My one-year anniversary as a ranger approached, marked by a formal performance review. My supervisor noted my exceptional understanding of the territory and unusual success in managing visitor interactions with wildlife. If he suspected there was more to my effectiveness than ranger training, he didn't mention it. The financial problems that had driven me to this job were long resolved. I'd been offered positions at more prestigious parks, Yellowstone, Yosemite, with better pay and advancement opportunities. I declined them all. My place was here, where my ancestors had maintained connections that predated modern boundaries and jurisdictions. On the anniversary of my cave encounter, I hiked back to Red Rock, not entering, but sitting respectfully at its threshold as darkness fell. I left a substantial offering: cornmeal, tobacco, blue corn piki bread I'd learned to make from my cousin, and a handwritten journal detailing the year's events and observations. As the first stars appeared, I heard movement from the cave entrance, the now familiar heavy footsteps. My guide emerged partially from the shadows, more visible than he'd ever allowed himself to be under open sky. He wasn't alone. Behind him stood two others, a female and what appeared to be an adolescent, watching me with the same intelligent amber eyes. A family. They were showing me their family. The significance of this display wasn't lost on me. Trust had been established, boundaries respected. I was being acknowledged not just as an intermediary, but as something approaching a friend. The adult male approached, moving with surprising grace for his size. He extended one massive hand, palm up. In it lay an object that gleamed in the fading light, a necklace made of polished stones, animal teeth, and what looked like very old silver beads strung on a leather cord. I recognized its significance immediately. Similar necklaces appeared in the oldest Hopi ceremonial dances, worn by those portraying supernatural messengers. They were symbols of authority and connection to the spirit world. I bowed my head, allowing him to place it around my neck. The weight settled against my chest beside the bone token. Another responsibility accepted, another connection formalized. No words were exchanged, none were needed. The three figures retreated into the darkness of the cave, leaving me alone under the stars with a new understanding of my place in an ancient relationship. Walking back to my cabin that night, I felt different, more integrated with the land around me, more aware of its rhythms and secrets. The restlessness that had earned me my name had finally settled. I had found my purpose not in the cities where I'd struggled, but in the wild places my ancestors had always known were sacred. Shadow Mountain was now truly my home, and its mysteries, those I'd discovered and the many still waiting, would be my lifetime's work, not just as a park ranger, but as a guardian of boundaries between worlds that most people never realize exist. In the darkness of my forest, something ancient watches and waits. Sometimes, when the wind is right and the moon is dark, you might hear its call echoing across the canyons. If you do, remember this. It's not a monster you're hearing. It's a messenger, testing whether you're willing to listen. I was, and it changed everything. I never had what you'd call a normal childhood. My mother abandoned us when I was barely old enough to form memories, leaving my father to shoulder the burden of raising a young son alone. He did his best, working two grueling jobs just to keep a roof over our heads and food on the table. But the long hours meant he was rarely home, and from about age 8 onwards, I was largely left to fend for myself. Our small apartment always felt empty and cold, no matter how high I cranked up the ancient radiator. I'd come home from school to silence, fix myself a meager dinner of whatever canned goods I could scrounge from the cupboards, and spend my evenings alone. Sometimes I'd hear strange noises in the walls or hallways that made my heart race, but I told myself it was just the building settling or the neighbors moving about. Still, I often found myself huddled under a blanket on the couch, straining my ears for any sign that my father had finally returned home. Weekends were the worst. With no school to occupy my time, the hours stretched endlessly before me. I'd wander the streets of our rundown neighborhood, carefully avoiding the groups of older kids who liked to pick on loners like me. Sometimes I'd venture into the small wooded area behind our apartment complex, losing myself among the trees and pretending I was an explorer in some vast wilderness. But as dusk fell, the lengthening shadows and rustling leaves would spark my imagination in less pleasant ways. More than once, I ran home in a panic, convinced some nameless horror was pursuing me through the darkening forest. Despite the loneliness and fear that colored much of my youth, I found solace in my fascination with the natural world. I'd spend hours poring over library books about animals and ecosystems, marveling at the intricate ways different species had adapted to survive and thrive. Perhaps it was a coping mechanism, a way to make sense of my own struggle to adapt to my harsh circumstances. Whatever the reason, that passion became my lifeline, giving me purpose and direction when little else in my life made sense. By some miracle, my dedication to my studies paid off. When it came time for college applications, I managed to secure a scholarship that would allow me to pursue my dreams of becoming a wildlife biologist. As I packed my meager belongings into a single suitcase, preparing to leave behind the only home I'd ever known, I felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. The world beyond our tiny apartment was vast and unknown, filled with possibilities both wondrous and terrifying. But after years of virtual solitude, I was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. The years at college flew by in a blur of lectures, late-night study sessions, and field research expeditions. For the first time in my life, I felt like I truly belonged somewhere. My classmates and professors shared my passion for the natural world, and I thrived in an environment where curiosity and intellectual pursuit were celebrated rather than seen as oddities. As graduation approached, I threw myself into the job search with the same determination that had carried me through my studies. I scoured job boards and reached out to every contact I'd made during my internships and research projects. But as the weeks passed with no promising leads, a familiar anxiety began to gnaw at me. The thought of returning to my hometown, tail between my legs, filled me with dread. I couldn't bear the idea of slipping back into that isolated existence after tasting true independence and purpose. Just when I was on the verge of despair, an unexpected opportunity arose. A wildlife research center in Dallas, Texas, was looking for a recent graduate to join their team studying the impact of urban development on local ecosystems. It wasn't exactly the glamorous position studying exotic species in far-flung locales that I'd dreamed of, but it was a foot in the door of my chosen field. And more importantly, it was a chance to build a new life far from the shadows of my past. The interview process was a whirlwind. Before I knew it, I was packing up my dorm room and making the long drive to Dallas. My entire life's possessions crammed into the back of a beat-up used car I'd managed to purchase with my meager savings. As the familiar landscape of my youth faded in the rearview mirror, replaced by endless stretches of highway and unfamiliar terrain, I felt a mix of exhilaration and terror. I was truly on my own now, with no safety net to catch me if I fell. My first few months in Dallas were a period of adjustment. The bustling city was a far cry from both my small hometown and the college campus I'd grown accustomed to. The constant noise and frenetic energy were overwhelming at times, making me long for the quiet solitude of my childhood wanderings in the woods. But I threw myself into my work, determined to prove my worth and secure my place in this new world. Slowly but surely, I began to carve out a life for myself. I found a tiny apartment in a somewhat sketchy part of town, all I could afford on my entry-level salary, and gradually filled it with second-hand furniture and the trappings of adulthood. I made a few acquaintances at work, though I still struggled to form deep connections after so many years of isolation. It was at a company picnic, of all places, that I met Samantha. She was an administrative assistant in the accounting department, with a quick wit and a dazzling smile that immediately caught my attention. To my amazement, she seemed equally intrigued by me, laughing at my awkward attempts at small talk and drawing me out of my shell with her easy charm. Our relationship progressed quickly, fueled by the intensity of first love and the shared experience of being young transplants, finding our way in a new city. Within a year, we were married in a small ceremony attended by a handful of coworkers and Samantha's family. As we exchanged vows, I marveled at how far I'd come from that lonely little boy huddled in an empty apartment. For the first time in my life, I dared to believe that true happiness was within my grasp. But even as I basked in the glow of newfound love and professional success, a nagging unease lingered in the back of my mind. Perhaps it was the residue of my troubled upbringing, or some innate pessimism that whispered, I didn't deserve this happiness. Whatever the cause, I couldn't shake the feeling that this idyllic life was somehow too good to be true, that some cosmic force was waiting in the wings to snatch it all away from me when I least expected it. The years seemed to fly by in a whirlwind of milestones and new experiences. Samantha and I welcomed 3 beautiful daughters into the world, each birth filling our hearts with a love so profound it sometimes left me breathless. We outgrew our tiny apartment and moved into a modest house in a quiet neighborhood, reveling in the newfound space and the sense of putting down roots. But as our family grew, so too did the stresses of our daily lives. The relentless pace of my work, coupled with the demands of raising 3 energetic young girls, began to take its toll. The once exciting bustle of Dallas now felt suffocating, the constant traffic and noise grating on our nerves. Samantha and I found ourselves snapping at each other over trivial matters, the strain of our hectic lifestyle eroding the easy affection we'd once shared. It was during one particularly tense evening, after putting the girls to bed following a day of tantrums and spilled juice and missed deadlines, that we finally admitted we needed a change. We spent hours poring over real estate listings, searching for a place that could offer the peace and space we craved, while still allowing me to commute to my job in the city. That's when we stumbled upon the listing for the house in Mansfield. It seemed almost too perfect, a spacious home in a quiet, gated community, surrounded by nature, but still within a reasonable drive of Dallas. The price was at the very top of our budget, but with some help from Samantha's parents, we managed to make it work. Moving day was a chaotic affair, with the girls running wild through the empty rooms of our new home, while Samantha and I directed the movers and attempted to bring some order to the mountain of boxes. But as evening fell, and we collapsed onto our couch, surveying our new domain. A sense of contentment washed over me. The house was everything we'd hoped for: 4 bedrooms, a large living room and kitchen, even a pool and hot tub in the backyard that overlooked a picturesque creek. Our neighbors on one side, an elderly couple named Robert and Elizabeth, welcomed us warmly. They had never had children of their own, and they quickly became surrogate grandparents to our girls, doting on them with homemade cookies and stories of the good old days. Our other neighbors kept to themselves, but we hardly noticed, too caught up in the excitement of settling into our new life. The creek that ran behind our property became a source of endless fascination for the girls. They'd spend hours watching the turtles sunning themselves on fallen logs, or trying to catch the tiny fish that darted through the clear water. I found myself drawn to it as well, often standing at the edge of our yard in the early morning mist, marveling at the way the rising sun glinted off the rippling surface. But as idyllic as our new surroundings seemed, I couldn't shake a vague sense of unease that crept over me in quiet moments. Sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I'd catch a flicker of movement in the trees across the creek, only to find nothing there when I turned for a closer look. At night, I'd wake suddenly, heart pounding, convinced I'd heard a sound that didn't belong: a splash in the water, a rustle in the underbrush, a faint, distant cry that might have been human or animal. I tried to rationalize these moments of paranoia, telling myself it was just the adjustment to a new environment after so many years in the city. But, deep down, a part of me wondered if it was something more, if perhaps I'd been right to fear that my happiness was too good to last, and that some dark force was lying in wait, ready to shatter the peaceful life we'd built. As the weeks turned to months, I pushed these unsettling thoughts to the back of my mind, focusing instead on the joy of watching my daughters thrive in their new home and the satisfaction of excelling at my job. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. And on a warm summer evening, as I set out for what should have been a relaxing round of golf, the first threads of my carefully constructed reality began to unravel. The day had been oppressively hot, the kind of sweltering Texas summer afternoon that leaves you feeling like you're moving through molasses. But as evening approached, a merciful breeze picked up, bringing with it the promise of a cooler night. Samantha had decided to take the girls out for a ladies' night, dinner and a movie at the mall, a rare treat that had our daughters bouncing off the walls with excitement. As they piled into the car, chattering away about what snacks they'd get at the theater, I felt a twinge of envy. Not at missing out on the chaos of wrangling 3 sugar-hyped kids through a crowded mall, but at the easy camaraderie they shared. Even after all these years, there was still a part of me that felt like an outsider looking in on scenes of domestic bliss. I pushed the melancholy thoughts aside, determined to make the most of my unexpected free evening. The golf course across the creek had been calling my name for weeks, and with a good 2 hours of daylight left, I figured I had time for at least 9 holes before darkness fell. Grabbing my clubs, I hopped into our golf cart and set off down the quiet street. The gated community was eerily still, most of our neighbors either still at work or hiding indoors from the lingering heat. As I approached the narrow alley that led to the course, the trees on either side seemed to close in, creating a tunnel of dappled shadows. The bridge over Hogpen Branch came into view, its weathered wooden planks creaking slightly under the weight of my cart. I was halfway across when a loud splash shattered the silence, causing me to slam on the brakes. My heart racing, I peered over the edge of the bridge, searching the water for the source of the disturbance. The creek bed was clearly visible in the fading sunlight, the water running slow and clear after weeks without rain. But there was nothing there. No fish, no turtle, not even a stray branch that might have fallen from the overhanging trees. I frowned, puzzled. The splash had been too loud, too deliberate to be my imagination. A chill ran down my spine despite the lingering heat of the day. I had the sudden, irrational urge to turn the cart around and head home, to lock myself inside and wait for Samantha and the girls to return. But I shook off the feeling, chiding myself for letting my overactive imagination get the better of me. It was probably just someone skipping stones upstream, I reasoned, or maybe a fish jumping for insects on the surface. Pushing the incident from my mind, I continued on to the golf course. The next 2 hours passed in a pleasant blur of crisp drives and frustrating putts. As the sun began to dip below the tree line, painting the sky in vibrant oranges and pinks, I reluctantly packed up my clubs and began the drive home. I was nearly back to the bridge when movement caught my eye. A flash of white in one of the sand traps off to my left. Curious, I pulled over to investigate. 3 pristine golf balls lay nestled in the sand, evidently forgotten by some careless player. Never one to pass up free equipment, I hopped out of the cart to retrieve them. As I bent to scoop up the balls, a blood-curdling shriek pierced the twilight. I jerked upright, my heart hammering against my ribs as I scanned the darkening landscape. The sound had been unnervingly close and unmistakably human, or at least human-like. But there was no one in sight, just the empty expanse of the fairway and the shadowy line of trees beyond. My mind raced, grasping for a rational explanation. A fox, perhaps? I knew their cries could sound disturbingly like a woman screaming. Or maybe it was just some kids playing a prank, hiding in the woods and trying to scare unsuspecting golfers. But as I stood there, straining my ears for any further sound, a memory surfaced. The mysterious splash I'd heard earlier on the bridge. A wild thought seized me. What if someone had fallen into the creek and gotten trapped? What if they'd been there this whole time, struggling to stay afloat or free themselves while I obliviously enjoyed my game? Seized by a mix of concern and morbid curiosity, I jumped back into the cart and sped towards the bridge. The fading light cast long shadows across the path, and more than once I had to swerve to avoid unseen obstacles. By the time I reached the creek, my palms were slicked with sweat on the steering wheel. I barely waited for the cart to come to a full stop before leaping out, rushing to the water's edge. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and reedy in the gathering gloom. "Is anyone there? Do you need help?" Only the gentle gurgle of the creek and the rustling of leaves answered me. I paced up and down the bank, peering into the water and scanning the undergrowth for any sign of a person in distress. But there was nothing. No struggling figure, no discarded clothing, not even any broken branches or disturbed earth to suggest someone had come this way. As the last of the daylight faded, an oppressive silence seemed to settle over the area. The normal evening sounds, chirping crickets, croaking frogs, the distant bark of a neighbor's dog, were conspicuously absent. It was as if the entire world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. A twig snapped somewhere in the darkness behind me, and I whirled around, my heart in my throat. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw a pale face watching me from between the trees, gaunt and hollow-eyed with stringy dark hair plastered to its skull. But when I blinked, it was gone, leaving me to wonder if it had ever been there at all. The spell broken, I suddenly became aware of how vulnerable I was, alone in the growing darkness, far from the safety of my home. Without consciously deciding to do so, I found myself sprinting back to the golf cart, my footsteps echoing unnaturally loud in the still air. As I sped home, hunched over the steering wheel and fighting the urge to look over my shoulder, one thought kept repeating in my mind. Something is wrong here. Something is very, very wrong. I burst through the front door of our house, slamming it behind me and engaging every lock with trembling hands. Only then did I allow myself to take a deep, shuddering breath, trying to slow my racing heart. The familiar surroundings of our home, the girl's drawings magneted to the fridge, Samantha's half-finished novel splayed open on the coffee table, helped to ground me somewhat. But I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me like a heavy blanket. I paced restlessly through the house, double-checking that all the windows were securely locked. As I passed by the back door, my gaze was drawn to the darkened expanse of our yard. The pool lights cast an eerie blue glow across the grass, creating deep shadows that seemed to writhe and shift in my peripheral vision. Beyond that lay the creek, invisible now in the darkness but present in the soft gurgle of water over stones. I found myself straining to hear anything unusual, another scream, a splash, even the snap of a twig. But there was nothing but the normal nighttime sounds of crickets and the occasional hoot of an owl. Shaking my head at my own paranoia, I forced myself to step away from the door. I was being ridiculous. There was no mysterious woman in the woods, no sinister presence lurking in the shadows. I was a grown man, a father of 3, letting my imagination run wild like some kid afraid of the dark. To distract myself, I decided to grill up some burgers for a late dinner. The familiar routine of preparing the meat and firing up the grill helped to settle my nerves. Soon, the sizzle of patties on the hot grate and the savory aroma of cooking beef filled the air. As I stood there, spatula in hand and lost in thought, a shrill screech shattered the night's calm. I nearly dropped the spatula, my heart leaping into my throat. It was the same blood-curdling sound I'd heard at the golf course, but closer now, much closer. Fighting against every instinct screaming at me to run inside and lock the door, I forced myself to turn slowly towards the source of the sound. At first, I saw nothing but the familiar landscape of our backyard. Then, movement caught my eye. There, at the edge of the creek, stood a figure. In the dim light, I could make out the form of a woman, her back turned to me. She was unnaturally still, like a statue carved from shadow. Long dark hair hung in wet ropes down her back, and her dress, if it could be called that, seemed more like a tattered shroud. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking embarrassingly. "Ma'am, are you all right? Do you need help?" The figure didn't respond, didn't move, didn't even seem to breathe. I took a hesitant step forward, then another. "Look, if you're lost or hurt, I can call someone. Just tell me what's wrong." Still no response. I was close enough now that I should have been able to hear her breathing, see the rise and fall of her shoulders, but there was nothing. Just as I was about to reach out and touch her shoulder, she turned. I stumbled backward with a strangled cry. Her face, dear God, her face. It was pale as death, the skin drawn tight over prominent cheekbones, but it was her eyes that froze the blood in my veins. They were entirely black, like empty sockets that somehow still managed to fix me with a gaze of pure malevolence. Her mouth opened impossibly wide, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth, and then she screamed. The sound was like nothing I'd ever heard before. Not quite human, not quite animal, but filled with an otherworldly rage that sent me scrambling backwards in blind panic. I tripped over my own feet, crashing to the ground hard enough to knock the wind from my lungs. When I managed to push myself up and look again, the woman, if that's what she truly was, had vanished. The yard was empty, with no sign that anyone had ever been there. I lay there on the cool grass, gasping for breath, and trying to make sense of what I'd just seen. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be real. And yet the memory of those black eyes boring into mine was burned into my mind with terrifying clarity. The sudden sound of a car pulling into our driveway jolted me back to reality. Samantha and the girls were home. How was I going to explain this? How could I possibly make them understand what had just happened when I didn't understand it myself? As I heard their cheerful voices approaching, I made a split-second decision. I wouldn't say anything, not yet. Not until I had time to process it all and figure out what was really going on. For now, I would plaster on a smile and pretend everything was normal. But as I stood up on shaky legs and turned to greet my family, I couldn't shake the feeling that our lives had just changed irrevocably. Something dark and ancient had taken notice of us, and I feared this was only the beginning of our troubles. The next few days passed in a haze of nervous tension and sleepless nights. I found myself jumping at every unexpected sound, my eyes constantly drawn to the windows and doors, as if expecting to see that pale, horrifying face peering in at any moment. Samantha noticed my unease, of course, but I brushed off her concerns with vague excuses about stress at work. The girls, thankfully, seemed oblivious to the change in their father's demeanor. They continued their carefree summer routines of splashing in the pool, chasing fireflies at dusk, and begging for just 5 more minutes before bedtime. Their laughter and innocence were a balm to my frayed nerves, reminding me of all I had to protect. But as the sun set each evening, that gnawing fear would return. I found myself engaging in elaborate nightly rituals, checking and rechecking locks, peering into closets and under beds, even salting the thresholds of doors and windows, a practice I'd read about online in my desperate late-night research into the supernatural. It was on the 4th night after my encounter with the Creek woman that things escalated dramatically. I had finally managed to drift into a fitful sleep when a piercing scream jolted me awake. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought it was happening again, that the entity had returned. But then I recognized the voice as belonging to our youngest daughter, Emma. Samantha and I both leapt from the bed, racing down the hallway to the girls' room. We found Emma sitting up in bed, tears streaming down her face as she pointed a trembling finger towards the window. "There was a lady," she sobbed. "A scary lady looking in at me." My blood ran cold as I approached the window, dreading what I might see. But there was nothing there, just the dark expanse of our backyard, the trees swaying gently in the night breeze. "It's okay, sweetie," Samantha soothed, gathering Emma into her arms. "It was just a bad dream. There's no one out there." But as I turned back to comfort my daughter, I caught a glimpse of something that made my heart stutter in my chest. There, on the windowsill, was a single wet handprint, far too large to belong to any of our children. I must have made some sound of distress because Samantha looked up at me sharply. "What is it?" she asked, her voice taut with worry. I opened my mouth to respond, to finally tell her everything that had been happening, but the words stuck in my throat as I saw the fear in Emma's eyes, the way our other two daughters huddled together in the doorway, clearly frightened by their sister's screams. "Nothing," I managed to choke out. "Just, let's all sleep in our room tonight, okay? We can have a family slumber party." As we settled the girls into our bed, Samantha shot me a look that clearly said we would be having a serious conversation very soon. I nodded, knowing I could no longer keep this to myself. Whatever was happening, whatever that thing in the creek was, it was escalating, and I couldn't protect my family alone. That night, as I lay awake listening to the soft breathing of my wife and children, I made a decision. In the morning, I would go to our neighbors, Bob and Mary. They had lived here far longer than we had. Perhaps they knew something about the dark history of this place, some explanation for the horrors that seemed to be closing in around us. The next morning, I woke early, my body stiff from a night spent curled protectively around my family. Samantha and the girls were still sleeping soundly, their peaceful faces a stark contrast to the turmoil raging inside me. I carefully extricated myself from the tangle of limbs and made my way downstairs. As I brewed a pot of coffee, my gaze kept drifting to the backyard. In the soft light of dawn, it looked perfectly ordinary, beautiful even. But I couldn't shake the memory of that pale, horrifying face, those black eyes that seemed to stare into my very soul. By the time Samantha came downstairs, the girls in tow, I had steeled myself for the conversation ahead. Over breakfast, I told her everything. The strange noises at the creek, the screaming woman on the golf course, and finally, the terrifying encounter in our own backyard. To her credit, Samantha listened without interruption, her face growing increasingly pale as I recounted each incident. When I finished, there was a long moment of silence, broken only by the sounds of our daughters chattering obliviously as they played in the next room. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Samantha finally asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "I didn't want to frighten you, and honestly, I was hoping it was all in my head, that maybe the stress of the move, the new job, that it was just getting to me somehow." Samantha reached across the table, taking my hand in hers. "We're in this together, remember? For better or worse. Whatever this is, we'll face it as a family." Her words gave me strength, and I felt some of the tension leave my body. We agreed that I would go speak with Bob and Mary, while Samantha took the girls out for the day, keeping them away from the house until we had more information. As I watched our minivan pull out of the driveway, a sense of resolve settled over me. Whatever was haunting our home, whatever dark force had set its sights on my family, I was determined to uncover the truth and put an end to it. I made my way next door, my palms slick with nervous sweat, as I rang the doorbell. Mary answered, her usual warm smile fading as she took in my haggard appearance. "Good heavens, dear, you look awful," she exclaimed, ushering me inside. "Bob, put on some coffee. We have company." Soon, I found myself seated at their kitchen table, a steaming mug of coffee in front of me. Bob and Mary exchanged worried glances as I haltingly began to explain the reason for my visit. As I described the woman by the creek, the color drained from Mary's face. Bob reached out, placing a steadying hand on her arm. "You've seen her too, then," he said quietly. It wasn't a question. I nodded, a chill running down my spine at the confirmation that this was not merely a product of my imagination. Mary took a deep breath, her hands trembling slightly as she clutched her coffee mug. "We call her Margaret," she began. "Though that's not her real name, of course. No one knows what that might have been." Over the next hour, Bob and Mary unfolded a tale that was equal parts tragic and terrifying. According to local legend, back in the early 1900s, a young woman had been found drowned in the creek that ran behind our properties. Some said it was suicide, driven by a broken heart or family shame. Others whispered of foul play, of a jealous lover or a spurned suitor seeking revenge. Whatever the truth, it seemed that Margaret's spirit had never found rest. For generations, residents of the area had reported strange sightings and eerie occurrences. Most were relatively harmless. Unexplained noises, objects moving on their own, fleeting glimpses of a woman in outdated clothing. But every few decades, the encounters would intensify. Margaret's apparition would become more corporeal, more aggressive, and invariably, tragedy would follow. "The last time was about 30 years ago," Bob said gravely. "A family, not unlike yours. They had 3 kids too, if I remember correctly." Mary nodded, her eyes distant with painful memories. "It started small, strange noises, things going missing, but it escalated quickly. The youngest boy, he drowned in the creek. They found him tangled in the weeds right where Margaret's body had been discovered all those years ago. I felt the blood drain from my face, thinking of my own children splashing happily in that very same creek." "What happened to the family?" I managed to ask. "They left," Bob replied. "Packed up in the middle of the night and never came back. The house stood empty for years after that. No one wanted to buy it, you see. Not until enough time had passed for people to forget, or convince themselves it was just stories." As they finished their tale, a heavy silence fell over the room. My mind was reeling, trying to process everything I'd learned. Part of me wanted to dismiss it all as superstition and coincidence, but I couldn't deny the evidence of my own eyes, the terror I'd felt in Margaret's presence. "What can we do?" I asked, hating how small and helpless my voice sounded. "How do we stop her?" Bob and Mary exchanged a look I couldn't quite interpret. "There might be a way," Mary said hesitantly, "but it's dangerous, and there's no guarantee it will work." As they began to outline a plan, a ritual of sorts, passed down through generations of longtime residents, I felt a mix of hope and dread settle in my stomach. This was madness, a part of me insisted. Ghosts weren't real. Exorcisms were the stuff of horror movies, not real life. But as I thought of Emma's terrified face, of the wet handprint on the window, I knew I had no choice. For the sake of my family, I had to try. The next few days passed in a blur of frantic preparation. Samantha and I threw ourselves into researching every scrap of local history and folklore we could find, cross-referencing Bob and Mary's tale with newspaper archives and county records. The girls, sensing the tension in the house but not understanding its source, became clingy and irritable. As the day of the ritual approached, a palpable sense of dread settled over our home. Strange occurrences escalated, faucets turning on by themselves, doors slamming shut with no breeze to explain it, the persistent feeling of being watched, even in empty rooms. The night before we were set to perform the ritual, I woke to the sound of soft singing coming from downstairs. Heart pounding, I crept down the stairs, following the haunting melody to the kitchen. There, bathed in moonlight streaming through the window, stood my eldest daughter. Her eyes closed as she swayed gently to a tune I'd never heard before. "Sweetheart?" I called softly, not wanting to startle her. But she didn't respond, continuing to hum that eerie song. As I approached, her eyes snapped open, but instead of their usual warm brown, they were pitch black, just like Margaret's had been. A scream caught in my throat as my daughter's mouth stretched into an unnatural grin. "She's coming," she said in a voice that was not her own. "She's coming, and she's angry." Then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. My daughter's eyes rolled back in her head, and she collapsed. I barely managed to catch her before she hit the floor. That was the final straw. Whatever doubts I'd had about going through with this insane plan evaporated in that moment. This entity, this Margaret, had threatened my child, had violated the sanctity of her mind and body. There would be no more hesitation, no more second guessing. It ended tonight. As the sun set the following evening, we put our plan into motion. Samantha took the girls to stay with her sister in the next town over, despite their protests and tears. I hated to see them go, but I couldn't risk them being in the house for what was to come. Bob, Mary, and I gathered the necessary items for the ritual: blessed candles, herbs, and a mixture of salt and iron filings that was supposed to repel spirits. As darkness fell, we positioned ourselves around the creek where Margaret's body had been found all those years ago. The air grew heavy as we began the incantation, the words feeling clumsy and foreign on my tongue. At first, nothing seemed to happen. Then, a cold wind whipped up out of nowhere, extinguishing our candles and scattering our carefully arranged herbs. The surface of the creek began to churn and bubble, as if boiling from below. And then, rising from the roiling waters like some nightmarish Venus, came Margaret. She was more solid now than I'd ever seen her, her form no longer flickering or transparent. Her eyes blazed with an unholy light as she fixed her gaze upon us, her mouth opening in a scream that shook the very ground beneath our feet. What followed was a battle unlike anything I could have imagined. Margaret's spirit lashed out with a fury born of decades of pain and rage, hurling objects through the air and attempting to drag us into the churning waters of the creek. We fought back with every tool and prayer at our disposal, our voices hoarse from shouting the words of the ritual over the howling wind. Just when it seemed we might be overwhelmed, when I felt my strength beginning to falter, something changed. Margaret's form began to waver, her screams taking on a note of desperation rather than rage. And in that moment, I saw her not as a monster, but as what she truly was, a lost and tortured soul, trapped between worlds and unable to find peace. Acting on instinct, I stepped forward, my hand outstretched. "Margaret," I called, my voice somehow carrying over the chaos around us. "It's time to let go. It's time to rest." For a breathless moment, she stared at me, her black eyes seeming to peer into my very soul. Then, with a sound that was half sob and half sigh, she reached out and took my hand. The touch was like ice, sending shivers through my entire body. But I held on, whispering words of comfort and forgiveness as Margaret's form began to dissolve, breaking apart like mist in the morning sun. With a final, keening cry that seemed to echo across decades of pain and loneliness, Margaret vanished. The wind died down, the waters of the creek calmed, and an almost oppressive silence fell over the area. We stood there, the three of us, panting and shell-shocked in the sudden stillness. Had it worked? Was it truly over? As if in answer to our unspoken questions, a sense of peace settled over the land. A feeling so profound it brought tears to my eyes. Whatever dark presence had haunted this place for so long was gone, leaving behind only the gentle sounds of the night and the soft gurgle of the creek. In the days that followed, we slowly began to piece our lives back together. The strange occurrences ceased entirely, and a weight I hadn't even realized I'd been carrying seemed to lift from my shoulders. Samantha and the girls returned home, and though we never spoke openly of what had transpired that night, I could see in my eldest daughter's eyes that she remembered more than she let on. But the fear was gone, replaced by a quiet strength and understanding beyond her years. As for Bob and Mary, they became even closer friends, bound by the shared experience of that harrowing night. They spoke of moving, of finally leaving behind the home they'd lived in for so many years. But in the end, they decided to stay, feeling a responsibility to watch over the land and ensure that the peace we'd fought so hard for endured. Years have passed since that summer, and life has moved on in the way it always does. My daughters have grown, pursuing their own dreams and adventures. Samantha and I have weathered the storms of marriage and come out stronger for it. But sometimes, on quiet nights when the moon is full and the air is heavy with the scent of summer, I find myself drawn to the creek behind our house. I stand there, listening to the gentle flow of water over stones, and I remember. I remember the terror, yes, but also the courage and love that saw us through. I remember the lost soul we helped find peace, and the bonds that were forged in the crucible of that experience. And as I turn to head back to the warmth and light of our home, I whisper a quiet thank you to the night, for in facing the darkness, we found a light within ourselves that can never be extinguished. The old farmhouse on Willow Lane had stood for over a century, its weathered boards and sagging roof a testament to the passage of time. As I approached it on that crisp autumn afternoon, a shiver ran through me that had nothing to do with the chill in the air. Even at 10 years old, I could sense there was something off about the place my family now called home. My parents had been thrilled to find such a spacious property at a bargain price. "Think of all the room you'll have to play, Thomas," my mother had exclaimed. But as our battered station wagon crunched up the gravel driveway, flanked by overgrown fields on either side, I felt anything but excitement. The house loomed before us, 2 stories of faded white clapboard, topped by a steeply pitched roof. Shutters hung askew from grimy windows that seemed to stare balefully at our approach. An ancient cotton willow tree dominated the front yard, its gnarled branches reaching toward the house like arthritic fingers. As we piled out of the car, the silence struck me. No birdsong, no distant traffic, just the whisper of wind through dry grass and the creak of the willow's branches. My little sister Abby clutched my hand, her eyes wide as she took in our new surroundings. "Well, what do you think?" Dad asked, his forced cheerfulness doing little to mask his own apprehension. I wanted to tell him that the house gave me the creeps, that surely we could find somewhere else to live. But I saw the hope in his eyes, the desperation to make this work after losing his job in the city. So I plastered on a smile and said, "It's big." Relief washed over his face. "That it is, son. Plenty of room for all of us and at a price we can afford. It just needs a little TLC to bring it back to its former glory." As we unloaded the car, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every time I glanced at the house, I half expected to see a face peering from one of those grimy windows. But there was never anything there. At least, nothing I could see. The interior of the house did little to dispel my unease. Stale air assaulted our noses as we stepped inside, carrying the musty scent of long-closed rooms and something else I couldn't quite place. A sour, unpleasant odor that made my stomach churn. Dust motes danced in the shafts of late-afternoon sunlight that managed to penetrate the dirty windows. The floorboards creaked ominously underfoot, and water stains marred the ceiling. To the right of the entryway, a grand staircase curved up to the second floor, its banister worn smooth by generations of hands. "I'll start in the kitchen," Mom announced, her voice too bright. "Thomas, why don't you and Abby explore upstairs? Pick out your rooms." Abby's grip on my hand tightened as we climbed the stairs. Each step elicited a groan from the old wood, and I found myself counting them, desperate for any distraction from the growing sense of wrongness that pervaded the house. Upstairs, a long hallway stretched before us, lined with closed doors. The wallpaper was peeling in places, revealing patches of bare plaster underneath. At the far end, a single window let in a wan light that did little to dispel the gloom. "I don't like it here," Abby whispered, pressing close to my side. "It's scary." I wanted to reassure her, to tell her there was nothing to be afraid of, but the words stuck in my throat, because the truth was I was scared too. Every instinct screamed that we shouldn't be here, that this house held secrets best left undisturbed. But we had nowhere else to go. This was our home now, for better or worse. As I stood there in that dimly lit hallway, my little sister trembling beside me, I had no idea of the horrors that awaited us in the days and weeks to come. I couldn't have imagined the terrifying experiences that would push me to the very edge of sanity, leaving scars that would never fully heal. All I knew in that moment was that we were alone in a strange and frightening place, and that the shadows seemed to grow deeper with each passing second. Swallowing hard, I squeezed Abby's hand and took a step forward. It was time to choose our rooms and try to make this haunted old farmhouse our home. The first few nights in our new home passed without incident, but I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had taken root in my chest. Sleep came fitfully, punctuated by strange noises that I tried to convince myself were just the settling of an old house. But deep down, I knew there was more to it than that. It was on the fourth night that I had my first truly terrifying experience. I'd been tossing and turning for hours, unable to get comfortable in my new room. The space felt too big, too empty, and the shadows cast by moonlight through the curtains seemed to writhe and shift in ways that defied explanation. Sometime after midnight, I realized I desperately needed to use the bathroom. The thought of venturing out into the dark hallway filled me with dread, but my bladder left me no choice. Steeling myself, I slipped out of bed and padded towards the door. The hallway was pitch black, the darkness so thick it felt almost tangible. I fumbled along the wall, counting my steps to orient myself. 15 paces to the top of the stairs, then down to the first floor where the only bathroom was located. As I reached the bottom of the staircase, a faint sound caught my attention. At first I thought it was just the wind outside, but as I listened more closely, I realized it was coming from the direction of my father's office. It sounded almost like whispering. My heart began to race. Was someone in the house? Had an intruder broken in while we slept? I stood frozen at the foot of the stairs, straining my ears to make out what was being said. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They seemed to be coming from multiple sources, overlapping and intertwining in a way that made it impossible to distinguish individual voices. Male and female tones blended together, creating a horrifying chorus that made my skin crawl. Against my better judgment, I found myself moving towards the office. The whispering grew more frantic as I approached, rising and falling like waves crashing against the shore. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. The moment my fingers touched the cold metal, the whispers stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was deafening. I held my breath, every muscle in my body tensed for flight. Slowly, carefully, I turned the knob and pushed the door open. Moonlight spilled through the office window, illuminating the room in a pale, ghostly glow. At first glance, everything seemed normal. Dad's desk, the bookshelves, the old leather armchair in the corner. But then I saw them. 3 shadowy figures stood at the far end of the room, their outlines blurred and indistinct. They seemed to be staring right at me, their featureless faces somehow conveying a sense of surprise and anger at my intrusion. For a moment that felt like an eternity, we regarded each other in silence. Then, with a sound like 1,000 voices screaming in unison, the shadows surged towards me. I slammed the door shut and ran, my need for the bathroom completely forgotten. I sprinted up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. I didn't stop until I was back in my room, the door locked behind me. I spent the rest of the night huddled under my blankets, shaking uncontrollably. When morning finally came, I half convinced myself it had all been a terrible nightmare. But the lingering fear in the pit of my stomach told me otherwise. I wanted desperately to tell my parents what had happened, but I knew they wouldn't believe me. They'd write it off as an overactive imagination or a dream, just like they always did. So I kept quiet, forcing a smile at breakfast and pretending everything was fine. But as I caught my reflection in the hallway mirror that morning, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There, on the back of my neck, were 3 long, thin scratches, as if someone or something had reached out to grab me as I fled. I knew then that what I'd experienced was all too real, and that the horrors were only just beginning. The house on Willow Lane had secrets, dark and terrible secrets, and somehow I knew that it wasn't going to let us go without a fight. In the weeks that followed my encounter with the shadow figures, I tried to convince myself it had been a one-time occurrence. But strange events continued to plague our family, each one more unsettling than the last. Abby started having nightmares, waking up screaming about the lady in the wall who whispered to her at night. Mom would find objects moved or misplaced, swearing she hadn't touched them. Dad's tools would vanish from the garage, only to reappear days later in bizarre locations throughout the house. I began to research the history of our property, sneaking into the local library after school to pore over old newspapers and town records. What I discovered chilled me to the bone. The house had been built in 1892 by a wealthy farmer named Jeremiah Blackwell. He lived there with his wife and 3 children until 1897, when tragedy struck. According to the yellowed newspaper clippings, Jeremiah's wife and children were found dead in the basement, their throats slit. Jeremiah was the prime suspect, but he vanished without a trace. The house stood empty for years after that, gaining a reputation as a haunted place. Subsequent owners never stayed long, driven out by unexplained phenomena and a pervading sense of dread. As I read about the house's dark history, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were merely the latest in a long line of families to fall victim to its malevolent influence. But what could I do? We had nowhere else to go, and my parents were already stretched to their financial limits. So I kept my discoveries to myself, all the while growing more and more paranoid. I started sleeping with the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. But even that wasn't enough to protect me from what came next. It was a stormy night in late October when I had my second major encounter with the supernatural forces inhabiting our home. The wind howled outside, rain lashing against the windows as if trying to force its way in. I lay awake in bed, listening to the storm and trying to ignore the strange scratching sounds coming from inside my closet. Just the house settling, I told myself. Just branches scraping against the roof. But then I heard it, a woman's voice, soft but clear, coming from the wall beside my bed. "Thomas," it whispered. "Thomas, help us." I froze, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Slowly, I turned my head towards the wall. "Please," the voice continued, growing more desperate. "We're trapped. You have to help us." Against my better judgment, I found myself replying. "Who are you?" I whispered back. "We are the lost ones," came the response, now sounding like multiple voices speaking in unison. "Trapped between worlds. Only you can set us free." A chill ran down my spine. "How?" I asked, my voice trembling. The wall seemed to ripple, as if something was pressing against it from the other side. "Blood," the voices hissed. "We need blood to break the barrier." Panic seized me. I leapt from my bed and ran from the room, not stopping until I reached my parents' bedroom. They woke to find me sobbing uncontrollably, babbling about voices in the walls. Dad checked my room but found nothing out of the ordinary. Mom held me close, assuring me it was just a bad dream. But I knew the truth. The house was alive and it was hungry. As October gave way to November, the paranormal activity in the house intensified. Objects would fly across rooms of their own accord. Doors would slam shut and lock themselves. The temperature would plummet in certain areas, our breath visible even as sweat beaded on our foreheads. My parents could no longer deny that something strange was happening, but they struggled to rationalize it. Dad blamed faulty wiring and drafts. Mom wondered if there might be a gas leak causing hallucinations. But I knew better. The entities in the house were growing stronger, more aggressive, and they seemed to be focusing their attention on me. The night of the harvest moon, I woke to find myself outside, standing in the middle of our overgrown field. The moonlight bathed everything in an eerie, reddish glow. I had no memory of how I'd gotten there. As I stood shivering in my pajamas, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. Turning, I found myself face to face with a figure that could only be described as death itself. It wore a tattered black robe, its face hidden beneath a hood. In one skeletal hand, it clutched a rusted scythe, the very same one that had gone missing months ago. I wanted to run, to scream, but my body wouldn't respond. I stood rooted to the spot as the figure raised its scythe. Just as I thought it was going to strike, a voice rang out across the field. "Thomas! Thomas, where are you?" It was my father. The figure vanished, and suddenly I could move again. I ran towards the sound of Dad's voice, my legs shaking so badly I could barely stay upright. When I reached him, I collapsed into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. He carried me back to the house, peppered me with questions I couldn't answer. How had I gotten outside? Why was I in the field? I had no explanations to offer, only a bone-deep certainty that things were going to get much, much worse. In the days following my nighttime excursion to the field, a heavy silence fell over our household. My parents watched me constantly, worry etched into their faces. Abby withdrew into herself, barely speaking and jumping at the slightest sound. I knew I had to do something, to find a way to protect my family from whatever evil had taken root in our home. My research hadn't turned up any definitive answers, but I'd found references to protective symbols and rituals in some of the older books. Late one night, I snuck downstairs to the basement, armed with a piece of chalk and a flashlight. My plan was to draw protective sigils on the foundation walls, hoping they might ward off the malevolent spirits. As I crept down the rickety stairs, my flashlight beam caught something that made my blood run cold. There, in the far corner of the basement, was a door I'd never seen before. It was made of rough-hewn wood, bound with rusted iron straps, and it radiated a palpable aura of menace. I approached it cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. As I got closer, I could hear something coming from behind the door, a low, rhythmic thumping, like a heartbeat. My hand trembled as I reached for the handle. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to run upstairs and forget I'd ever seen this door. But some morbid curiosity drove me forward. The moment my fingers touched the handle, a jolt of energy surged through me. Visions flashed before my eyes, glimpses of unspeakable horrors, of rituals performed in dark places, of blood-soaked altars and inhuman figures. I yanked my hand back with a cry, stumbling away from the door. As I watched in terror, dark liquid began to seep from beneath it, spreading across the concrete floor. I ran then, taking the stairs two at a time, not stopping until I was back in my room with the door locked behind me. I spent the rest of the night huddled in bed, jumping at every creak and groan of the house. In the morning, I went back down to check. The door was gone as if it had never existed, the basement floor dry and unmarked. But I knew what I had seen. The house was showing me its true nature, revealing the horrors that lay hidden beneath its mundane exterior. As winter settled over Willow Lane, bringing with it long nights and bitter cold, the malevolent presence in our house grew stronger. We were all affected. Dad became irritable and quick to anger. Mom withdrew into herself, spending hours staring blankly out the window. Abby stopped eating, becoming a pale shadow of her former self. I tried to stay strong, to be the voice of reason, but it was becoming harder with each passing day. The whispering never stopped now, a constant susurration just at the edge of hearing. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, always darting away when I tried to look directly at them. One particularly cold night in December, things finally came to a head. I woke to the sound of Abby screaming, a high, terrified shriek that cut through the silence like a knife. I ran to her room, my parents close behind. We found her pressed against the headboard of her bed, her eyes wide with terror as she pointed at the closet. "The lady," she sobbed. "The lady in the wall. She tried to take me." Dad wrenched open the closet door, revealing nothing but hanging clothes and scattered toys. But as he turned back to comfort Abby, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on the wall of the closet, was a handprint. It was too large to be Abby's, the fingers unnaturally long and spindly, and it seemed to have been burned into the wallpaper, the edges charred and curling. That was the moment I knew we couldn't stay any longer. Whatever was in this house, it was escalating, becoming more dangerous. We had to leave before it was too late. I turned to my parents, ready to insist that we pack up and go immediately. But the words died in my throat as I saw their expressions. They were looking at me with a mixture of fear and suspicion, as if I were the threat. "What did you do, Thomas?" Mom asked, her voice trembling. "What have you brought into our home?" I stared at them in disbelief, realizing with a sinking feeling that the house had turned them against me. It was isolating me, cutting off my support, making me vulnerable. As my parents comforted Abby, shooting wary glances in my direction, I knew I was on my own. Whatever was going to happen next, I would have to face it alone. The days following the incident in Abby's room were a nightmare of isolation and paranoia. My parents watched me constantly, whispering to each other when they thought I couldn't hear. Abby refused to be in the same room as me, her eyes wide with fear whenever I came near. I knew I had to act, to find a way to break the house's hold over my family before it was too late. My research had led me to believe that the root of the evil lay in the basement, in that hidden door I'd discovered. On the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, I made my move. I waited until everyone was asleep, then crept down to the basement, armed with salt iron nails and an old book of protective prayers I'd found in the library. The hidden door was there, just as before, pulsing with malevolent energy. I could hear chanting coming from behind it now, a low, rhythmic sound that made my skin crawl. Taking a deep breath, I began to recite the prayers, sprinkling salt in a circle around me. The temperature in the basement plummeted, my breath visible in the frigid air. Shadows gathered at the edges of my protective circle, writhing and twisting into horrifying shapes. The chanting grew louder, drowning out my words. Just as I thought I was going to be overwhelmed, a new voice cut through the chaos. "Thomas, stop!" I turned to see my family standing at the foot of the stairs, their eyes clear for the first time in weeks. They rushed to join me in the circle, adding their voices to mine. As we stood together, the shadows retreated, shrieking in fury. The hidden door began to crumble, turning to dust before our eyes. A howling wind tore through the basement, carrying with it the agonized cries of countless tortured souls. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was over. The basement was silent. The oppressive atmosphere lifted. We all stood there, shaken but alive, hardly daring to believe it was truly finished. In the days that followed, the difference in the house was palpable. The air felt lighter, the rooms brighter. The whispering had stopped. The shadows no longer moved of their own accord. We never spoke much about what had happened that night in the basement. It was as if by unspoken agreement, we all wanted to put it behind us and move forward. But we all knew that we had faced something truly evil, and had only barely escaped with our lives and sanity intact. As for me, I'll never forget the horrors we experienced in that house on Willow Lane. The memories still haunt my dreams, a constant reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the realms of darkness beyond. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind whispers through the trees, I find myself listening closely, always on guard against the possibility that the evil we faced might one day return. My wife, Kate, and I had been looking forward to our annual camping trip for months. Life on the farm keeps us plenty busy, and between tending to the animals, fixing broken equipment, and managing the endless chores, it's rare we get a chance to just be. This trip was our one escape, a time to leave the grind behind and immerse ourselves in the beauty of nature. We'd been coming to the same spot for years now, somewhere deep in the mountains of Tennessee. It wasn't on any map, just a little patch of heaven tucked away by a lake, far from the noise of the world. The drive up to the mountains never failed to lift my spirits. The road narrows to dirt, the trees press in close, and the air smells cleaner, fresher. It's like the forest itself is welcoming us back, whispering, "You're home now." Something about the scent of the pines and the way the light filters through the leaves makes me feel lighter, like I can breathe deeper out there. When we reached our campsite, the late afternoon sun was dancing across the surface of the lake, casting it in gold. It was picture perfect, like something off a postcard. Kate and I couldn't stop grinning at each other as we unloaded the truck and set to our usual routine. After all these years, setting up camp was second nature. I pitched the tent while Kate laid out the sleeping bags. She gathered kindling while I built the fire pit. There's a rhythm to it, a sort of unspoken teamwork that feels like a comforting ritual. Once camp was ready, I set a couple of fishing lines in the shallows, hoping to catch us some dinner. Then I joined Kate by the fire, pulling out my old guitar. Strumming softly as the sun dipped below the horizon, I watched her in the fading light. She was so beautiful, her eyes reflecting the firelight, her hair catching the last rays of the sun. In that moment, I couldn't imagine being anywhere else. I couldn't imagine being happier. The first 2 days passed like a dream. Lazy mornings in the tent, the smell of coffee and bacon wafting through the crisp air. Long hikes through the woods, discovering hidden trails and streams, cooling off with refreshing swims in the lake before drying off in the warmth of the sun. At night, we'd sit by the fire with beers in hand, laughing and telling stories, making s'mores like we were kids again. And when the stars came out, we'd lie on our backs and marvel at the endless sky. It was perfect, just perfect underscore. But then came that third morning, just before dawn, when we were jolted awake by that ungodly howling. I'd been camping in those woods for years, and I'd never heard anything like it. It wasn't a coyote or a bird, I can tell you that much. The sound was deep and guttural, like something clawing its way out of the bowels of the earth. Kate was terrified, her eyes wide as she clutched my arm. "What was that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I forced a chuckle, trying to play it off. Probably just some teenagers messing around. You know how kids can be. But the truth was, it unnerved me too. There was something underscore off underscore about that sound, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. I didn't want to admit it, not to myself and certainly not to Kate. So I brushed it off, told her not to worry, and we tried to go about our day like normal. But the woods felt different after that. The usual chatter of birds and rustling of small animals seemed muted, like the forest itself was holding its breath. That night, I decided to try my luck fishing after sunset. I'd seen some big catfish splashing around and was determined to bring one back. Kate begged me not to go. She said she had a bad feeling that something wasn't right. Her eyes were full of worry, and for a moment I considered staying. But I'm a stubborn man, and I didn't want to let some strange noise scare me off. I promised her I'd take the pistol, just in case, and set out along the lakeshore trail alone. The moon was nearly full, casting a silver glow over the water as I walked. I found a rocky outcrop about half a mile from camp, the perfect spot to cast my line. The night was eerily quiet. Normally, the woods would be alive with the sounds of crickets and frogs, but that night, there was nothing. Just the soft lapping of the water against the rocks and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. It was unnerving, but I pushed the feeling aside and focused on fishing. I'd just reeled in a decent-sized catfish and was removing the hook when I heard it again. That underscore howl underscore. Only this time, it was much closer. The sound was so loud, so unnatural that it froze me in place. My heart pounded in my chest as I fumbled for my gun, my hands shaking. I scanned the tree line, and that's when I saw them. Two sickly yellow eyes glowing in the darkness. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "I'm armed." The only response was another howl, this one so piercing it made my ears ring. My gut told me to run, but my feet wouldn't move. I raised the pistol and fired a warning shot into the air, hoping to scare off whatever was out there. The empty click of the chamber stopped my heart cold. In my haste, I'd forgotten to load the damn thing. Panic surged through me as I scrambled to reload, but when I looked back at the tree line, the eyes were gone. The woods were silent once more. I grabbed my gear and started back toward camp, my footsteps crunching loudly on the gravel trail. I told myself it was just an animal, maybe a bear, but deep down, I knew better. Then, just as I was nearing the dam, I heard it, a sound like a tree snapping in half, followed by heavy footfalls crashing through the underbrush. Whatever it was underscore huge underscore, and it was coming for me. I ran. I didn't look back, didn't think, just ran as fast as my legs would carry me. The sound of breaking branches and heavy breathing grew louder, closer. I stumbled once, my foot catching on a root, and hit the ground hard. Gravel bit into my palms as I scrambled to my feet, but not before I caught a glimpse of it. It was like no creature I'd ever seen. It stood on two legs, towering over me, its body covered in matted fur. Its face was a grotesque mix of human and wolf, with a long snout filled with jagged teeth and eyes that burned with cruel intelligence. Blood dripped from its claws as it lunged toward me. Somehow, I made it to the dam and threw myself through the narrow gate, slamming it shut behind me. The creature hit the chain-link fence with a force that rattled the entire structure. It snarled and clawed at the metal, its jaws snapping inches from my face. I screamed, praying someone, anyone would hear me. For what felt like an eternity, it stared at me, its eyes filled with a hatred so intense it made my blood run cold. Then, with one final, ear-splitting howl, it turned and disappeared into the forest, moving faster than anything that size should be able to. I stayed on that dam until sunrise, clutching my empty pistol and praying under my breath. When the Rangers found me, I could barely speak. I tried to tell them what I'd seen, but they didn't believe me. Hell, I'm not sure I believe it myself. I didn't tell Kate. I couldn't. We packed up and left that morning, and I haven't been back since. But I know what I saw. There's something out there in those woods, something unnatural and vicious. And it's only a matter of time before it finds someone else. So if you ever find yourself camping in the Tennessee backcountry, stay close to your fire, keep your gun loaded, and pray you never hear a howl in the night. It was a scorching August night in the summer of 2018. I was 16, restless, and bored out of my mind. My friends and I had spent the day lounging around, trying to escape the oppressive heat that seemed to saturate the air. As the sun began to set, we found ourselves gathered in the loft of Jake's dad's old barn, our unofficial hangout spot. The place was a testament to our mischievous adventures, with its walls plastered in stolen road signs from all over town. "Hey, I've got an idea," Jake piped up, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Let's steal a sign from Looney's Bridge. That would be epic." A chorus of excited agreements filled the loft, but I remained silent. Looney's Bridge. The name alone sent a shiver down my spine, despite the sweltering heat. The bridge was a local legend, a story passed down through generations about a girl named Luna who lost her head in a gruesome accident. It was said that her spirit still haunted the bridge, seeking vengeance on anyone who dared to cross it at night. "Come on, Tyler," Jake urged, noticing my hesitation. "You live the closest to the bridge. It'll be a quick in-and-out job. Unless you're scared of Looney, Luna," he taunted, pulling his shirt over his head and wiggling his fingers at me like a ghost. I couldn't back down, not in front of my friends. Pride swelled in my chest as I smirked back at Jake. "I'm not scared of some stupid urban legend. I'll do it." And so it was decided. That night, I would go to Looney's Bridge and bring back a trophy, a sign of my bravery. Little did I know, I was about to come face to face with a horror beyond anything I could have imagined. The night was suffocating, the air thick with humidity, as I crept out of my bedroom window just past midnight. I had waited for my parents to fall asleep before sneaking out, my backpack loaded with tools for my mission. I made my way to the garage where my trusty golf cart awaited. It had been a gift for my 16th birthday, and it had become my primary mode of transportation around town. I unplugged the cart from its charger and hopped in, my heart already racing with anticipation. The engine hummed to life as I turned the key, and I set off down the dirt road that led to Looney's Bridge. The darkness pressed in around me, broken only by the twin beams of my headlights cutting through the night. As I approached the bridge, a sense of unease began to settle in my gut. The old wooden structure looked eerie in the darkness, its planks warped and rotting with age. The sign I was after hung at the entrance, its alternating black and yellow stripes reflecting the glow of my headlights. Suddenly, my golf cart began to sputter and lose speed. The headlights flickered, dimming until they were barely visible. I cursed under my breath as the cart jerked to a stop just at the edge of the bridge, plunging me into complete darkness. "What the hell?" I muttered, trying to restart the engine. But no matter how many times I turned the key, the cart remained lifeless. The battery couldn't be dead. I had just charged it before leaving. A sense of dread began to creep up my spine as I sat there, engulfed in the inky blackness. And then, without warning, the headlights began to flash on and off, strobing erratically. In the brief flashes of light, I caught a glimpse of something in the middle of the bridge, a pale, yellowish mass. My heart stopped as I realized what I was looking at. It was hair. A tangled, matted clump of long blonde hair. The hair began to move, writhing and twisting on the ground like a pile of snakes. In the strobing flashes of my headlights, I saw thin strands begin to rise, lifting towards the sky as if pulled by an invisible force. I watched in horror as they continued to rise, twisting and curling to form a grotesque shape. It was a head. Luna's missing head. A scream caught in my throat as the headlights flashed again, illuminating a single staring eye. It was fixed on me, boring into my soul with a malevolent intensity. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Fear had me paralyzed, rooted to the spot as the darkness swallowed the horrific sight once more. And then, I heard it. A sound that chilled me to the bone. The scrape of something heavy dragging across the rough wooden planks of the bridge. It was coming towards me, slowly, deliberately. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause. Each dragging crunch grew louder, closer. Panic seized me, snapping me out of my paralysis. I fumbled with the key, desperately trying to start the golf cart. Come on, I pleaded, my voice cracking with fear. But the engine only sputtered and died, mocking my efforts. The scraping sound was getting closer now, accompanied by a low, guttural moan that seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell. I could feel a presence looming over me, a suffocating aura of pure malevolence. My heart raced, my breath coming in short, desperate gasps as I tried once more to start the cart. This time, miraculously, the engine roared to life. The headlights flared, blinding in their intensity, and I slammed my foot on the pedal. The cart lurched forward, tires squealing as I yanked the wheel to the left, executing a frantic U-turn. I heard a splash as I peeled away from the bridge, the sound of something heavy hitting the water below. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just kept my foot pressed to the floor, the wind whipping through my hair as I sped away from Looney's Bridge, and the horrors that lurked there. It wasn't until I was safely back in my room, my heart still pounding against my ribs, that I allowed myself to breathe. But even then, I couldn't shake the feeling of that single, staring eye, watching me from the darkness. The next day, I was a wreck. I had barely slept, haunted by visions of that ghastly head rising from the bridge. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that eye staring back at me, filled with an ancient, vengeful hunger. I went through the motions of my day, my mind constantly drifting back to the events of the previous night. I jumped at every sudden noise, my nerves frayed and raw. My friends noticed my distraction, but I couldn't bring myself to tell them what had happened. How could I even begin to explain the sheer mind-numbing terror I had experienced? As the day wore on, a desperate idea began to take shape in my mind. I had to go back. I had to confront the horrors of Looney's Bridge, to prove to myself that it had all been a trick of the light, a product of my overactive imagination. I couldn't live with this fear, this constant dread that lurked at the edges of my consciousness. And so, as the sun began to set, I found myself once again at the edge of that accursed bridge. This time, I was on foot, my trusty golf cart left at home. I had a flashlight clutched in one trembling hand, a flimsy defense against the gathering darkness. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what lay ahead. I had to do this. I had to face my fear head on. With a final, desperate surge of courage, I stepped onto the bridge. The old planks creaked beneath my feet as I made my way across the bridge, my heart pounding in my ears. The beam of my flashlight danced across the weathered wood, casting eerie shadows that seemed to twist and writhe with a life of their own. I reached the spot where I had seen the hair, the grotesque head. There was nothing there now, just a dark stain on the wood that could have been anything. I let out a shaky laugh, relief flooding through me. It had all been in my head. There was no ghostly head, no vengeful spirit, just an overactive imagination fueled by too many late-night horror stories. But then, as I turned to leave, I heard it. A soft, gurgling moan coming from somewhere beneath the bridge. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The sound came again, louder this time, accompanied by a wet, slithering noise that made my skin crawl. Slowly, I turned back towards the edge of the bridge, my flashlight trembling in my hand. I inched forward, my heart racing as I peered over the side, into the murky depths of the swamp below. At first I saw nothing but inky blackness, the beam of my flashlight swallowed by the dark water. But then, as my eyes adjusted, I saw it. A pale, bloated shape, floating just beneath the surface. It was a face, a human face, contorted in a grotesque mask of pain and rage. And then, with a sickening lurch, the head began to rise from the water, propelled by some unseen force. I watched in horror as it broke the surface, water streaming from its matted hair, its single eye blazing with unholy fire. I screamed then, a raw, primal sound that tore from my throat like a wounded animal. I turned to run, but my legs felt like lead, each step an agonizing effort. Behind me, I heard the splash of something breaking the surface, the sound of wet, shambling footsteps on the bridge. I ran, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my heart slamming against my ribs. I could feel it behind me, the malevolent presence of the vengeful spirit closing in with every step. I didn't dare look back, terrified of what I might see. And then, just as I reached the end of the bridge, I felt something icy cold wrap around my ankle, yanking me off my feet. I hit the ground hard, the breath knocked from my lungs. I rolled onto my back, my flashlight skittering away into the darkness. And there, looming over me, was the grotesque, dripping head of Luna, her single eye blazing with hatred. Her mouth opened in a silent scream, revealing rows of jagged, rotting teeth. She reached for me, her bloated, waterlogged fingers grasping at my face. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end, for the feel of those cold, dead hands on my skin. But it never came. Instead, I heard a splash, the sound of something heavy hitting the water. I opened my eyes, blinking in confusion. The head was gone. The bridge was empty, silent except for the pounding of my own heart. I lay there for a long moment, trying to process what had just happened. Had it been real, or was it all just a hallucination, a product of my own fevered imagination? I didn't know, and in that moment I didn't care. All I knew was that I had to get away from this place, from the horrors that lurked in the darkness. I stumbled to my feet, my legs shaking, and began to run, leaving Looney's Bridge and its ghosts behind. Years have passed since that fateful night, but the memories haven't faded. They linger at the edges of my consciousness, waiting for the quiet moments, the darkest hours of the night. I've tried to push them away, to convince myself that it was all just a bad dream. But deep down, I know the truth. I've become a father now, with children of my own. And on those long, dark nights, when the wind howls outside and the shadows seem to come alive, they beg me for a story. They crave the thrill of a good scare, the delicious terror of a well-told tale. And so I oblige. I gather them around me, the flickering light of the campfire casting eerie shadows across their eager faces. And I tell them the story of Looney's Bridge, of the vengeful spirit that lurks beneath its rotting planks. I watch as their eyes grow wide, as they huddle closer together, their small hands gripping each other tight. I feel a twinge of guilt, knowing that I'm passing on this burden, this cursed knowledge. But I can't help myself. The story demands to be told, to be shared. And when the tale is finished, when the last embers of the fire have died away and the children have been tucked into their beds, they always ask me the same question. Is it real, Daddy? Is the story true? And I lie. I smile and shake my head, telling them that it's just a story, a bit of harmless fun. But inside, I know the truth. I know that somewhere out there in the dark depths of the swamp, Luna's vengeful spirit still lurks, waiting for her next victim. I've learned to live with the fear, with the constant gnawing dread that lurks at the back of my mind. I've learned to push it away, to focus on the present, on the warmth and love of my family. But sometimes, in the darkest hours of the night, I still feel it. The icy touch of a ghostly hand, the malevolent presence of something ancient and evil. And I know that I'll never be free, that the horrors of Looney's Bridge will haunt me until my dying day. But I also know that I'm not alone, that there are others out there who have seen what I've seen, who have felt the icy grip of terror in the darkness. We are the keepers of the story, the guardians of the truth, and we will continue to tell the tale, to pass it down through the generations, a warning and a reminder of the horrors that lurk just beyond the edge of the light. As the years went by, I found myself drawn back to Looney's Bridge, like a moth to a flame. I couldn't explain it, this morbid fascination with the place that had nearly been my undoing. But every so often I would find myself driving out there, parking my car at the edge of the bridge and staring into the murky depths of the swamp. I never saw the ghostly head again, never felt the icy touch of those dead, grasping fingers. But I could feel the presence of something dark and ancient lurking just beneath the surface. It was a constant nagging sensation, like an itch I couldn't scratch. One day, I decided to do some research, to try and uncover the truth behind the legend of Looney's Bridge. I spent hours in the local library, poring over old newspapers and historical records, searching for any scrap of information that might shed light on the mystery. And what I found chilled me to the bone. The story of Luna, the girl who had lost her head in a gruesome accident, was true. But there was more to the tale than I had ever imagined. Luna had been just a child when she died, a shy, withdrawn girl with a love of books and a head full of dreams. She had been walking home from school one day, her nose buried in a book, when a passing truck had struck her, sending her flying off the bridge and into the swamp below. Her body had been recovered, but her head had never been found. The town had searched for days, dredging the swamp and combing the surrounding woods, but to no avail. It was as if the head had simply vanished, swallowed up by the dark, murky waters. But the story didn't end there. In the weeks and months that followed, strange things began to happen in the town. People reported seeing a ghostly figure on the bridge at night, a pale, dripping form with a single, staring eye. There were whispers of a curse, of a vengeful spirit that lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim its next victim. And then, one by one, the people who had been involved in the search for Luna's head began to disappear. They vanished without a trace, leaving behind no clues, no signs of a struggle. It was as if they had simply been plucked from the face of the earth, swallowed up by some unseen force. The town had been gripped by fear, by a sense of dread that hung over everything like a suffocating fog. And as the years passed, the legend of Looney's Bridge had grown, fed by the whispered stories and half-remembered nightmares of generations. I sat back in my chair, my mind reeling from the revelation. It was all true. The legend, the curse, the vengeful spirit. And I had been a part of it, had seen the horrors of Looney's Bridge with my own eyes. I knew then that I could never escape it, that the ghost of Luna would haunt me until the end of my days. But I also knew that I had a responsibility, a duty to warn others, to keep the story alive. And so I began to tell the tale, to anyone who would listen. I spoke of the horrors that lurked beneath the bridge, of the vengeful spirit that sought retribution for her untimely death. I became a guardian of the truth, a keeper of the legend. And though the fear never left me, though the memories of that terrible night still haunted my dreams, I found a strange sort of solace in the telling. It was as if, by sharing the story, I was somehow lessening its. As the years went by, the legend of Looney's Bridge only grew. The tale spread beyond our small town, whispered around campfires and passed down through generations. And with each retelling, the story took on a life of its own, twisting and morphing until it was hard to separate fact from fiction. But for those of us who had seen the horrors of the bridge firsthand, the truth was all too real. We were a small, select group, bound together by a shared trauma, a common nightmare. We would gather in secret, huddle together in dimly lit rooms, and share our stories, our experiences. There was old Jack Thompson, the former sheriff's deputy, who had been one of the first on the scene after Luna's accident. He spoke of the eerie stillness of the swamp that day, of the way the water had seemed to swallow up any trace of the missing head. And he spoke of the strange, haunting dreams that had plagued him in the years since. Dreams of a pale, dripping figure with a single staring eye. There was Maria Hernandez, the schoolteacher who had taught Luna in the weeks before her death. She told of the change that had come over the girl in those final days, of the way she had seemed to withdraw into herself, her once bright eyes growing dull and haunted. And she spoke of the guilt that had eaten away at her over the years, the nagging sense that she should have done more, should have seen the signs. And then there was me, the boy who had seen the ghost, who had come face to face with the vengeful spirit of Looney's Bridge. I told my story over and over again, reliving that terrible night in vivid, horrifying detail. And each time I felt a little bit of the weight lift from my shoulders, a little bit of the darkness recede. We were a strange, haunted bunch, bound together by a shared trauma that no one else could understand. But in each other we found a kind of solace, a sense of belonging that we couldn't find anywhere else. And as the years went by and the world around us changed, we held on to that bond, to that shared history. We watched as Looney's Bridge fell into disrepair, as the town grew and changed around it. But always the legend remained, a dark, whispering presence that lurked at the edges of our lives. I grew older, and my children grew up and had children of their own. And still, the story of Looney's Bridge lived on, passed down from generation to generation like a dark, twisted heirloom. And sometimes on those long, dark nights when the wind howled outside and the shadows seemed to come alive, I would find myself drawn back to the bridge, back to the place where it had all begun. I would stand there, at the edge of the swamp, and stare into the murky depths, searching for some sign, some hint of the horrors that lurked beneath. And always, I would feel that presence, that dark, ancient energy that seemed to permeate the very air around me. I knew that I could never escape it, that the ghost of Looney's Bridge would haunt me until the end of my days. But I also knew that I had a duty, a responsibility to keep the story alive, to pass it on to those who came after me. And so I would gather my grandchildren around me, and I would tell them the tale, just as my grandfather had told it to me so many years ago. I would watch as their eyes grew wide with fear and wonder, as they huddled closer together, their small hands gripping each other tight. And when the story was finished and the last embers of the fire had died away, I would tuck them into their beds and kiss them goodnight. And as I walked away, I would feel a sense of peace wash over me, a feeling of rightness that I couldn't quite explain, because I knew that as long as the story lived on, as long as there were those who remembered the horrors of Looney's Bridge, then maybe, just maybe, we could keep the darkness at bay. Maybe we could protect the innocent, the unaware, from the vengeful spirit that lurked in the shadows. It was a heavy burden, a terrible responsibility, but it was one that I bore gladly, one that I would carry with me until the end of my days, because in the end, that's what folklore is all about. It's about the stories that we tell, the tales that we pass down through the generations. It's about the truths that we cling to, the warnings that we heed. And it's about the darkness that lurks just beyond the edge of the firelight, the horrors that we can never quite escape no matter how hard we try. But as long as we have each other, as long as we have the stories, then maybe, just maybe, we can hold the darkness at bay. Maybe we can find the strength to face our fears, to confront the ghosts that haunt us. And maybe, in the end, that's enough. I had taken this job as a backcountry ranger to get away from it all. The stress of city life in Seattle, the constant hounding by bill collectors and my ex-wife's lawyer, demanding more alimony. Out here, among the majestic old growth forests and jagged mountain peaks, I could finally find some peace. That's what I told myself anyway. My name is John Tallgrass. I'm half Sioux on my mother's side, though I never knew her or my tribe. I was raised by my white father, moving from town to town, always the outsider. I sought escape and purpose in the army, doing a tour in Afghanistan. But after mustering out, civilian life never quite fit. I drifted from job to job until I found my calling with the Park Service. The wide open spaces were the only thing that settled my restless spirit. I pulled into the deserted ranger station, just a small cabin with a rusting metal roof in a clearing hacked out of the dense forest. The nearest town was 50 miles away, the nearest other human soul at least 20. I preferred it that way. I hauled my gear inside the rustic one-room cabin, a cot, a wood stove, a rickety table and chair, and most importantly, my rifle. You never knew what you might encounter out here. Bears, cougars, wolves, moose, all called these woods home. But the old-timers at the lodge in town had warned of another creature that prowled this wilderness. Their voices dropped low as they spoke of brief, chilling encounters deep in the jade shadows of the forest. Footprints that couldn't possibly be human, eerie cries that cut through the night, the unmistakable sense of being watched by unseen eyes. They whispered a name I had only heard in children's stories: Bigfoot. I shook my head and chuckled as I unpacked my meager provisions. I didn't have time for silly campfire tales. There was work to be done: trails to clear, campsites to inspect, safety checks to perform. I had 400 square miles of untamed forest to patrol. Still, as I stepped outside to take in the fresh evening air, the hair prickled on the back of my neck. The trees seemed to loom closer, their needled branches grasping. The usual chatter of the birds and squirrels had gone eerily quiet. Only the wind moaned softly through the boughs high overhead. I jumped as a branch snapped sharply behind the cabin. Probably just a deer, I told myself. No need to be jumpy. I was a combat veteran, a trained ranger. I didn't spook easily. Suddenly, a flicker of movement through the timber caught my eye. A dark shape, moving quickly between the tree trunks a few hundred yards away. Too big to be a deer, not the right shape for a bear. It was there for only a second before melting back into the shadows. An icy tingle ran down my spine as the sun dipped behind the peaks, plunging the forest into gloom. I rubbed my eyes. I was just seeing things. Too many stories, an overactive imagination. There was nothing out there. But as I turned to go back inside, my eyes fell on a line of tracks in the damp earth by the cabin steps, illuminated by the last dying rays of sunset. Bipedal tracks, twice the size of a man's. And fresh. I stared at the tracks, my heart pounding against my ribs. This had to be some kind of joke. One of the locals having a laugh at the expense of the new ranger. But who would trek all the way out here to pull such a prank? And how did they make such gigantic footprints? I pulled out my maglite and flicked it on, aiming the powerful beam at the ground. The prints were at least 18 inches long and 8 inches wide. No shoe tread, no sign of a hoax. Just 5 clear toe impressions and a broad heel, like a bare human foot, but larger than any I had ever seen. And the stride between them had to be 6 feet or more. A twig snapped in the darkness at the edge of the clearing. I whipped the flashlight up, probing the ink-black spaces between the trees. The beam caught a pair of glowing green points, far off the ground, eyes staring back at me. Then they blinked and were gone. "Hello?" I called out, my voice thin and shaky in the chill night air. "This is Ranger Tallgrass, National Park Service. Show yourself." Silence. Even the wind had died. I slowly reached back for the rifle slung over my shoulder. "I'm armed," I warned. "Don't try anything stupid." A huffing snort came out of the dark, like a scoff. Then heavy footfalls, moving off through the brush. Not the 4-beat pace of a bear or cougar, a bipedal gait like a man, but no man I had ever heard. Each step shook the ground. Then the sound faded into the night. I stood frozen for a long moment, straining to hear. But the forest was deathly still. Even the crickets had gone mute. It was like the whole woodland was holding its breath, afraid to make a sound. I backed slowly into the cabin, bolting the flimsy lock behind me. I made sure the rifle was loaded and kept it close at hand as I built a small fire in the wood stove. No way I was going to sleep, not with that thing prowling out there in the dark. I pulled out the small satellite phone that was my only connection to the outside world. I had strict orders to use it only for check-ins and emergencies. Well, a giant hairy cryptid lurking around my cabin seemed to qualify. But who could I call? The rangers at HQ would think I'd gone crazy. The sheriff would laugh in my face. No, I was on my own out here. That was the whole point of this posting. A part of me relished the isolation, even now. A chance to prove myself against the untamed wild. I made a pot of strong black coffee on the stove and settled into the rickety chair, the rifle across my knees. It was going to be a long night. Outside, the wind began to moan through the tallest branches, like a lonesome, inhuman howl. The next morning dawned cold and gray, mist hanging over the forest in spectral tendrils. I ventured cautiously outside, knuckles white on my rifle. The clearing was empty. The strange footprints were still there, stark in the muddy earth. I forced down some stale granola and instant coffee. Then I strapped on my pack, determined to carry out my duties. I had trails to check, backcountry campsites to inspect. Whatever was out there, I couldn't let it keep me from my job. But as I set off down the overgrown path into the trees, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That creeping sensation on the back of the neck when unseen eyes are upon you. I scanned the dim green depths of the forest, glimpsed flickers of movement in my peripheral vision. But when I turned to look, there was never anything there. The days took on a strange, dreamlike quality as I hiked deeper into the wilderness. The gigantic tracks appeared sporadically along the muddy trails. I found tufts of shaggy hair snagged on branches far above my head, and always that oppressive sense of something ancient and wild observing me, just out of sight, biding its time. I started at every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves. My nerves were fraying, my mind playing tricks. Twice I spun and fired at shadows in the brush, only to find nothing. Sleep came in fitful snatches, plagued by eerie dreams of a dark shape looming over me. I began to dread the long hike back to my isolated cabin each night. The forest seemed to grow quieter, more ominous, as if it were waiting, hunting. On the third night, I sat hunched by the meager light of the fire, clutching my rifle, jumping at every gust of wind. Then I heard it, echoing through the trees. A long, ululating cry, halfway between a wolf's howl and a man's scream. But deeper, more powerful than either, it went on, raising every hair on my body to quivering attention. When it finally fell silent, I knew one thing for certain. I was no longer alone in these woods, and I had the chilling sense that I was no longer the hunter, but the prey. The watcher was out there, and it was coming for me. I barely slept that night, jolting awake at every noise, finger tightening on the trigger of my rifle. The wailing cry did not come again, but I could feel the huge unseen presence lurking just beyond the edge of the firelight. With the pale dawn came a steely resolve. I would not be intimidated by this thing, this creature, whatever it was. I was a warrior, a soldier, a guardian of this forest. It was my duty to face this threat head-on. After a quick breakfast of lukewarm coffee and beef jerky, I set out to patrol the backcountry trails as usual. But today I had a new mission. Today I hunted the hunter. I searched for signs of the creature's passage, broken branches, disturbed underbrush, the telltale footprints. But the forest seemed to conspire to conceal the signs. The hard-packed dirt and rotting foliage held no tracks. The grasping branches and dense thickets defied passage. It was as if the woods themselves were protecting their resident phantom. As I clambered up a steep, overgrown hillside, I abruptly stumbled into a small clearing. And there, starkly incongruous against the moldering forest floor, was a perfect ring of stones. In the center, a pile of offerings. A fish, a rabbit, wild berries, all carefully arranged. And in the middle, standing upright, a single large black feather. My skin prickled with gooseflesh. This was no casual, random assortment. It had a sense of purpose, of dark ritual. I had seen something similar a few times before, in my wanderings far out on the reservation. Places the shamans went to commune with the spirits, to invoke them, appease them. I crouched to examine the feather. It was larger than any bird I knew, at least 1.5 feet long. The quill was thick and sturdy, the iridescent black barbs tightly interlocked. It wasn't the feather of an eagle or owl or raven. In my gut, I knew it could only belong to one creature. Scanning the tree line, half expecting to see a huge, hairy form staring back at me. But the forest was silent, still, watching. Then my eye caught something else, half hidden under the edge of the offering mound. A scrap of bright blue fabric, snagged on a jutting stone. With a trembling hand, I tugged it free, my heart dropping into my boots. It was a child's t-shirt, torn and muddy, but the smiling yellow Star Wars droid was still recognizable. And on the inside collar, a name written in faded marker. Nate. I sat back heavily, nausea twisting my gut. I knew that name. The whole town knew that name. Little Nathan Parsons, the 6-year-old boy who had disappeared from his family's campsite 2 months ago without a trace. Scores of rangers, deputies, volunteers, and tracker dogs had scoured the woods for weeks. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed the child whole, until now. I looked again at the strange circle of stones, the offerings, the giant feather. What did it mean? I couldn't make myself consider the awful possibilities. An urgent instinct crystallized in my brain. I had to get back and report this. Had to organize a new search, bring all of my ranger training to bear. If there was even a chance that Nate was still alive, I owed it to the family to. A scream split the air, so close and sudden that I nearly discharged my rifle in shock. A child's scream, long and piercing and terrified, coming from somewhere above me on the ridge. Then it cut off with horrible abruptness. I was running before I knew I had moved, slinging the rifle on my back, scrambling up the steep slope on all fours. Branches slapped my face, roots grabbed my ankles. All my vaunted caution was forgotten, replaced by pure adrenaline. I clawed my way to the top of the ridge and emerged into another small glade choked with head-high ferns. I peered frantically around, gasping for breath. The green fronds waved gently in the breeze, almost mocking in their serenity. "Nate!" I called, heedless of who or what might hear. "Nathan, can you hear me?" Nothing. No sound but my own ragged breathing and the agitated thump of my heart. Then, from the far side of the glade, a rustling. I whipped around just in time to see the ferns part. Something huge and dark was moving off through the brush, astonishingly fast and utterly silent for its size. In its arms, it carried a small, limp form clad in tan and blue. "No!" I screamed, unsling my rifle and charging into the thicket. "Stop! Bring him back!" I burst through the last of the underbrush just in time to see the dark shape vanish over the next ridge. The child still clutched possessively to its chest. I got a single clear glimpse of a broad, hairy back, massively muscled shoulders. Then it was gone, leaving only violently swaying branches in its wake. I hurtled after it, jumping fallen logs, dodging mossy boulders. But despite my frantic pace, the distance between us grew. The creature moved through the primeval forest with fluid ease, as if the very trees moved their branches aside to ease its passage. I caught flashes of it through gaps in the foliage. A long, loping stride, a broad back, furry and dark as a grizzly, the limp ragdoll form of the boy bouncing in its arms. Then they were gone, swallowed by the emerald gloom. After an eternity, I staggered to a halt in a carpet of decaying pine needles, lungs afire, a stitch stabbing my side. I bent double, hands braced on knees, my breath coming in hoarse rasps. There was no sign of the creature or the child. I looked around wildly. The ancient fir trees loomed in every direction, 1,000 square miles of trackless, unexplored forest. They could be anywhere. The thing could have an unlimited number of lairs, caves, hidden places. And it knew this wilderness far better than I ever would. A wave of desperate hopelessness crashed over me. I had failed little Nate, just as I had failed everyone else in my life. What if he was still alive when that thing took him? With shaking hands, I unclipped the radio from my belt and raised it to my lips to call for help. But my thumb froze on the button. Who would I call? What would I say? That Bigfoot had abducted a little boy. I could already hear the disbelief, the derision. At best, they would think the isolation had gotten to me, driven me crazy. At worst, I would be a suspect, fired, maybe even arrested. No, I was on my own. I had sworn an oath to protect this forest and everything in it, including that little boy, wherever he was. I would find him, I would find the creature, and I would end this, one way or another. With grim resolve, I reloaded my rifle and struck off into the gloom of the titanic ancient trees. I had no idea what I was truly up against, but I knew I was heading into the deepest, darkest heart of the forest, and what I found there would change me forever if I survived. I stumbled through the murky undergrowth for hours, calling Nate's name until my voice gave out. But only silence answered, broken by the mocking chitter of unseen birds, the skitter of small creatures in the loam. The forest seemed to close in around me, as if angered by my presence. As night fell, I was forced to make a crude camp in a hollow at the base of an enormous rotting stump. I built a small, smoky fire, knowing that it might draw the creature to me, almost hoping that it would. I was beyond fear, beyond doubt, focused only on the single-minded need to find Nate. I must have drifted into an uneasy doze propped against the stump. A huge hand clamped over my mouth and nose jolted me awake, driving the breath from my lungs. I thrashed and grabbed for my rifle, but an iron arm pinned me like a child's doll. Rank, shaggy fur filled my nostrils. A guttural voice snarled words I couldn't comprehend. I craned my neck to look up into a face out of a nightmare. Flat, leathery features, a heavy brow ridge, small, dark eyes glowing with feral intelligence, and teeth, far too many teeth, yellow and sharp in the firelight. It shook me like a disobedient puppy, growling more of its guttural speech. Even through my terror, I recognized the cadence, the phonemes. It was language, ancient and wild and utterly inhuman. The creature that had haunted 1,000 campfire legends was undeniably, terrifyingly real. Its huge body radiated brutal strength, animal musk, and a fierce protective rage. I knew without doubt that it could snap my spine like a twig, but instead, it abruptly dropped me and vanished back into the night-black trees, leaving me gasping and shaking, my mind reeling. It could have killed me with less effort than a bear swatting a salmon from a stream, but it left me alive. Why? At dawn, I rose with renewed purpose. I would follow the creature back to its lair. Perhaps there, I would find Nate. Or perhaps I would find the reason for all this. The strange offerings, the snatched child, my own bizarrely spared life. I set off in the direction the creature had disappeared, moving slowly, studying the ground. At first, I despaired of finding any trail. The forest floor was a carpet of decaying pine needles, twigs, leaves, swallowing all signs of passage. But then I noticed the subtlest of clues. A snapped sapling here, scuffed moss there, the barest print of a huge, splayed foot. I followed that tenuous trail deeper into the forest than I had ever dared before, into shadowed vales and fern-choked dells where the light never fully penetrated. The trees grew impossibly huge and ancient, bearded in hanging moss. Mist pooled in low places, pale and fetid. It was like slipping back in time, into a primordial world long lost. Late in the day, I caught a whiff of something on the breeze blowing up a narrow ravine. Wood smoke, faint but unmistakable. With a pounding heart, I crept forward, rifle at the ready. I emerged at the mouth of a hidden hollow between two granite cliffs, and there, tucked against the mossy stone, was a sight that stopped me cold. It was an enormous structure of branches and vines and mud, woven together with impossible intricacy. It towered 20 feet high, dwarfing the crude lean-to shelters I knew how to build. More than a hut, it was a primal cathedral, a lair, a den for a creature out of time. Tendrils of smoke rose from a vent in the roof, and from within came a sound that lifted the hairs on my neck. A voice, a child's quavering voice, chanting words I couldn't quite make out. And an answering rumble, a bass growl I now knew all too well. I threw caution aside and broke from the trees, sprinting for the entrance. I ripped aside the woven door of branches with a ragged shout. "Nate, I'm here to—" The words died in my throat. In the dim, smoky confines knelt the huge, shaggy form of the creature, and huddled before it, draped in a woven frond blanket, was a little boy, Nate. But he was not a prisoner. He was not crying or cringing in fear. He was nestled against the creature's furry bulk, his small hands clasped in its huge paws, and he was chanting with it, ancient words in a piping child's voice, eyes closed in something like reverence. They both fell silent and turned to stare at me. Nate's face, though smudged and scratched, was radiant with a strange, calm joy. And on the creature's, something I could only call satisfaction. "Welcome, Ranger," Nate said in a voice far too old for his years. "We've been waiting for you." I stood frozen, trying to process the incomprehensible tableau before me. The creature I had come to think of as a monster, a predator, cradling the missing child I had sworn to rescue. And Nate looking up at me with that beatific, unsettling smile. "Nate?" I croaked through a throat gone dry as the forest floor in summer. Are you all right? I'm here to bring you home." The boy glanced at the creature, as if seeking permission. It rumbled an assent, and Nate rose and padding over to me. He took my hand with small, strong fingers. "I am home, John Tallgrass. This is where I belong now, where we all belong." I don't understand. That thing, it took you. Not it. He is Esker, and he is my teacher now." The words had the feel of ritual, of recitation. My addled mind latched onto the name with desperate relief. A label, an identity for the monster, something to grasp. Esker. The creature rose to his, full height, impossibly tall, in the close confines of the woven den. He moved to loom behind Nate, not threateningly, but protectively. A huge clawed hand came to rest on the boy's narrow shoulder. Waxia Yonusta, Ovi Dulunta et Steel. The words were the same guttural language from the night before, and I still couldn't comprehend them. But I felt the weight of them, the import. What is he saying? Nate, please, you have to come back with me. Your parents... The boy squeezed my hand, and there was gentle pity in his eyes. Esker says you are a seeker, that you walk between worlds like us. That's why he brought me to you. I shook my head dumbly. Brought you? Nate, I saw him take you. I've been tracking, trying to rescue you. And I'm grateful for that, John. Really. But I didn't need rescuing. I came to Esker willingly, when he called to me that night. The memory of that awful, echoing howl shivered up my spine. I looked desperately to the impassive, semi-human face above. Called to you? I don't... Nate, this thing isn't human. It's some kind of animal, a throwback. No, you're wrong. Esker isn't human, but he's not an animal either. He's more, older, wiser. Nate's voice took on a strange, droning cadence, as if reciting from an oft-repeated lesson. The people of the forest, the Sasquatch. They were here before us, before any of the tribes. They remember what we've forgotten, how to live with the land, not just on it, how to speak to the spirits to keep the balance. He turned to look up at the creature, and there was such naked worship in his small face that my heart twisted. Esker's dark, unfathomable eyes met the boy's, and a rumble of what could only be affection rattled the branches. Distantly, I realized I should be terrified, sickened. This was a child, in the thrall of a monster, brainwashed, deluded, but some deep, primal part of me responded to the strange nobility in the creature's bearing, the uncanny wisdom in Nate's words, even as my rational mind railed against it. I don't understand any of this. You're just a child, Nate. You can't stay out here. It's not safe, not right. Nate smiled at me, and it was almost pitying. I'm not a child anymore, John. Esker's been teaching me, showing me the truth path. I'm his apprentice now, his living bridge to the world of men. The creature spoke again slowly, as if wanting me to understand. Shwatu Waxia, Shwatu Ov Portson. Nate nodded. Esker wants me to tell you, to explain so you can explain to others. He says it's time for the people of the forest to reach out again, to find the ones who still keep the old ways. Like you. Me? I barked a slightly manic laugh. Nate, I'm a park ranger. I grew up in suburb. What do I know of old ways? But you're of the first people, John. Your blood remembers, even if your mind has forgotten. Why else do you think you ended up out here alone in the wild? You were searching for something just like me. I sat down heavily on the woven floor, my head spinning. It was too much, too fast. Spirit monsters, ancient wisdom, chosen ones. I was a simple man with a simple mission, serve and protect. But even as my world tilted on its axis, some deep, buried part of me responded to Nate's words, to the strange, primal presence of Esker. I thought of the stories my grandfather used to tell, before the drink took him, of animal spirits and vision quests, of skinwalkers and Wendigo, of the hidden world beyond the veil. Had I been searching all this time? For meaning, for purpose, for something greater than myself? Was that why the forest called to me, welcomed me, even as it shunned others? I looked up at the boy, at the Sasquatch looming over him. Esker's eyes met mine, dark and alien and full of ancient knowledge, and I felt the world shift under me, like a great tree settling its roots. All right, I heard myself say, as if from a great distance. I'm listening. We talked long into the night, huddled around the smoky central fire of the den. Or rather, Nate talked, translating Esker's growls and rumbles, weaving a tapestry of history and myth that shook the foundations of everything I thought I knew. The Sasquatch, Nate explained, were an ancient people, perhaps the first to walk the forests of the Pacific Northwest. For uncounted generations, they lived in secret harmony with the land, watching the rise and fall of lesser races, the coming of the First Nations, the arrival of the white man, the slow encroachment of what we called civilization. All the while, they guarded the deep knowledge, the primal wisdom that mankind had bartered away for shiny trinkets and empty comforts. How to speak the language of trees and rivers, how to walk between worlds, how to keep the fragile balance that let life flourish. They tried to pass on their teachings to a chosen few, shamans, medicine men, hermits, and mystics. But as time rolled on, fewer and fewer men were willing to listen, to learn. Now, with the world out of balance, the climate reeling, the web of life fraying, the Sasquatch knew a change was coming. A last chance to restore what had been lost, to heal the ancient bond between man and nature. And that chance hinged on a handful of humans like Nate, and perhaps like me. Waxia, Esker rumbled, tapping a huge finger to my chest. Waxia Edstil. He's been watching you for a long time, John, Nate translated. Many of your seasons in the forests. He says you walk the path between, the way of the warden, between man and beast, forest and city, the tamed and the wild. You straddle the worlds, even if you don't know it. I shook my head slowly, trying to take it in. Me. Some kind of bridge between humanity and what exactly? Nature spirits? Interdimensional Bigfoots? But even as my rational mind scoffed, I felt the ring of truth in the words. Hadn't I always felt apart, adrift between worlds? Too native for the white man, too tamed for the res. A ghost in the city, but no true woodsman either. Not until I found the Park Service, and a purpose mediating between civilization and the wild. What does this mean? I asked, my voice hoarse and small in my own ears. What does he want from me? Nate glanced at Esker, then back to me, his young old eyes grave. To learn like I am, the stories, the old ways, how to live between, and then to teach, to find others like us and show them the path, to be a voice for the forest, for the Sasquatch, in the world of men. A Waxia Edstil, a ranger who walks between. It was too much, too huge, too terrifying in its implications. A week ago, my world had been so simple, just a man alone in the woods, doing an honest job. Now I didn't know what I was, what I could be. I stood abruptly, nearly cracking my head on the low-woven roof. I need to think. I blundered out of the den into the chill night. The stars wheeled overhead, cold and impossibly clear through the pines. I walked until I came to a small stream and knelt to splash water on my face, gasping at the icy shock. What was I doing? What was I considering? To abandon my post, my old life, to go native and live like some wild man shaman spouting mystic gibberish? It was insane, impossible. And yet some part of me, some deep, long-buried part, leapt at the chance. At the idea of a world with meaning beyond the flesh, of wisdom beyond the rote lessons of school and duty. At a chance to truly belong, to be part of something ancient and powerful and terrifyingly, exhilaratingly real. I thought of Nate's shining, fervent face as he chanted the old words, of the strange sense of rightness I had felt in the den, in the presence of Esker's ancient, primordial power, of the way the trees seemed to lean in to listen when he spoke, the way the wind and the night birds seemed to carry his words, of the yearning that had always driven me here, to the deep forests, in search of something true. I sat back on my heels, letting the night soak into me, letting myself just be for a moment, letting the warring voices in my head fall still. And in that silence, I felt it. The pull, the whisper I had always sensed out here, but never quite understood. The voice of the wild, the song of the deep woods, the slow, deep pulse of a world far older and vaster and more full of wonders than I had ever dared to dream. It was waiting for me, had always been waiting. I just had to let myself hear it, heed it, to take that first step into a larger world. Slowly I rose and turned back towards the den, towards the flicker of firelight, and the strange new path that awaited me. Overhead, just for a moment, I fancied I saw a flash of the great owl, the messenger of the spirit world between the branches. Or perhaps not. Perhaps it didn't matter what form the call came in, only that I finally answered. I stepped back into the woven den, to Esker's knowing eyes and Nate's bright, welcoming smile. to the first steps of the journey that would transform me, remake me, shatter me, and rebuild me. The journey of the ranger who walks between. The Apache called this land the Breathing Mountain. I never understood why until I was alone in its depths, listening to the wind howl through hidden passages like the rasping breath of something ancient and hungry. My superiors had called it Operation Nightshade, a simple reconnaissance mission to map previously uncharted cave systems in the Superstition Mountains of Arizona. What they didn't mention was why the Army suddenly cared about caves that had been there for millennia. The official briefing mentioned tactical advantages and geological surveys, but the classified files I glimpsed told a different story. Unexplained disappearances, strange signals detected deep underground, and local rumors of something dwelling in the darkness. I wasn't supposed to be doing this alone. We were a team of 4, but budget cuts had whittled us down to 2, and then Johnson broke his leg during training. That left me, Staff Sergeant Nakai Dashini, former Army Ranger, now working for a special operations unit that officially didn't exist. "We need someone who knows the land," Colonel Blackwood had said during recruitment. "Someone with your unique background." What he meant was they needed a Native American who could navigate wilderness terrain and wouldn't ask too many questions. My Dine heritage was suddenly an asset rather than something to be overlooked. The irony wasn't lost on me. I needed the money. After 3 tours in Afghanistan, the transition to civilian life had been brutal. The small cabin I'd purchased outside Flagstaff was months behind on payments. My nightmares kept me from holding down regular work. The VA benefits barely covered my medications. When the military came calling with this specialized role and promised to clear my debts, I didn't hesitate. My grandmother would have been disappointed. She raised me with our traditions, teaching me to respect the balance between worlds. Hojho, she would say, walking in beauty and harmony. There was nothing harmonious about what I was doing now, trespassing in places humans weren't meant to go. The mission began routinely enough. I established a base camp at the foothills and began mapping the entrance caves as instructed. Each day I ventured deeper, marking my path, taking samples, and setting up monitoring equipment. The caves were extensive, much larger than any previous surveys had indicated, with tight passages suddenly opening into massive chambers adorned with stalactites that resembled teeth in the beam of my flashlight. On the 4th day, I discovered the petroglyphs. They weren't mentioned in any of my briefings, ancient drawings etched into a smooth wall of stone deep within the mountain. They depicted human figures bowing before a towering shape with unnaturally long limbs. I photographed them as required and continued deeper. That night in my tent, I dreamed of my grandmother's stories, of Yeitso, the big giant, and other monsters that the hero twins had supposedly vanquished long ago. In my dream, the monsters weren't defeated. They were merely sleeping, waiting in the darkness beneath the mountains. I woke to the sound of footsteps outside my tent, heavy, deliberate steps that made the ground tremble slightly. When I emerged with my sidearm drawn, nothing was there except enormous tracks pressed into the hard desert soil, tracks that resembled a human foot, but nearly twice the size. The radio crackled with static when I tried to report in. Through the interference, I heard Colonel Blackwood's voice. "Proceed, deeper, evidence, priority 1. I should have left then. Everything in my training, in my cultural upbringing, warned me to turn back. But stubbornness, or perhaps something else drawing me forward, kept me on the mission. The next morning, I entered the cave system again, descending into passages that grew increasingly narrow and winding. Hours passed as I squeezed through tight spaces, my equipment scraping against stone walls polished smooth by centuries of flowing water. And then I realized I couldn't find my way back. All my careful markings had vanished. Passages I'd mapped earlier now led to unfamiliar chambers. My compass spun uselessly, and my GPS device showed only error messages. As panic began to rise, I forced myself to breathe slowly, drawing on my military training. That's when I first heard it. A sound that didn't belong in the silence of the caves, something between a groan and a word, echoing from the darkness ahead. The sound came again, a low, rumbling vocalization that seemed to resonate from the stone itself. My training took over as I switched off my flashlight and pressed myself against the cave wall, controlling my breathing to near silence. 20 seconds passed, 30, a minute. Only the steady drip of water somewhere in the distance. I activated my night vision goggles and scanned the passage ahead. Nothing moved in the green-tinted darkness. Slowly, I advanced, my boots making minimal contact with the gravelly floor. The air grew noticeably colder as I moved deeper, carrying a musty odor like wet fur and something else, a metallic scent that reminded me of battlefields. My mission parameters were clear: document everything, collect samples, avoid engagement with any anomalous entities unless directly threatened. The brass had been deliberately vague about what constituted an anomalous entity, but the implication was clear enough. They knew something was down here. The passage widened into a chamber larger than any I'd encountered before. My night vision couldn't penetrate to the far walls, suggesting a cavern of enormous proportions. The floor descended in a gentle slope toward what appeared to be a subterranean lake, its surface perfectly still, reflecting the stalactites above like a mirror. I documented the chamber methodically, taking photographs and samples of the unusual rock formations. According to my equipment, I was now nearly 300 feet below the surface. The comms unit produced only static at this depth. As I approached the lake's edge, my foot struck something that rolled away with a clatter. I directed my light downward and froze. A human skull stared back at me, its eye sockets filled with a strange crystalline growth. Nearby lay more bones, a scattered rib cage, femurs, smaller bones from hands and feet. Not ancient remains. These bones were relatively fresh, with scraps of modern fabric still clinging to them. I knew I should report this immediately, try to establish contact with base camp. Instead, I found myself studying the remains more closely. The bones showed peculiar markings, not cuts or breaks from trauma, but long, deliberate scrapes. Like something had been feeding. The water rippled. I jerked my head up, scanning the lake's surface. The ripples expanded outward from the center, as if something large had moved just beneath the surface. I backed away slowly, one hand on my sidearm. My orders restricted weapon discharge to life-threatening situations only. But I was beginning to think this qualified. The radio at my belt suddenly screeched to life, emitting a burst of static so loud it echoed throughout the chamber. I fumbled to lower the volume, but the damage was done. The water's surface erupted as something massive rose from the depths. In my night vision, I could only make out a vague silhouette, tall, impossibly tall, with limbs that seemed too long and too numerous. Water cascaded from its form as it emerged onto the shore with surprising grace for its size. I caught glimpses of matted hair or fur covering its body, and something reflecting my infrared light. Eyes, too many eyes, tracking my movement. I didn't wait to see more. Military protocol and mission parameters were forgotten as primal instinct took over. I ran, scrambling back up the sloping floor toward the passage I'd entered through. Behind me, a sound rose that I'll never forget. Not a roar or a growl, but words. Distorted, guttural words in a language I almost recognized from my childhood. My grandmother's voice seemed to whisper in my memory. Yeitso travels in darkness. It hunts those who disturb the sacred places. The passage I'd entered through was gone. Where it had been was only solid rock. Panic threatened to overwhelm me as I frantically searched for any exit. My breathing echoed in my ears, too loud, giving away my position. There, a narrow fissure in the wall, barely visible in the green glow of my night vision. I squeezed through, the rough stone scraping against my pack and uniform. The fissure widened enough for me to move more freely, angling upward. Hope surged. Maybe this was a way to the surface. The sound of pursuit stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. The silence of a predator that knows its prey is cornered. I emerged into another chamber, smaller than the last. My light revealed crude wooden structures, a table, shelves, what appeared to be a bed frame, a cabin of sorts built underground. And sitting at the table, illuminated in the harsh beam of my flashlight, was a figure so still I initially mistook it for another corpse, until it turned its head toward me. The figure at the table was human, or had been once, An old man with a wild white beard and skin so pale it was nearly translucent. He wore tattered military fatigues several decades out of date. Dog tags glinted at his throat. "Turn that damn light off, son," he rasped, his voice like gravel. "It'll find us." I lowered my flashlight but kept it on, illuminating the strange underground dwelling. Years of military training had taught me to assess threats quickly. This old man didn't register as dangerous, but something about him set my nerves on edge. "Who are you?" I demanded, keeping my distance. "What is this place?" He chuckled, a dry sound like autumn leaves skittering across stone. "Name's Matthews. Captain James Matthews, 75th Rangers, 1978 deployment." He gestured around the crude cabin. "This is home. Has been for how long now?" His brow furrowed in genuine confusion. "Almost 50 years. The realization hit me like a physical blow. If he was telling the truth, this man had been down here since before I was born. "That's impossible," I said, though the evidence before me suggested otherwise. "What mission brought you here in the 78? Matthews fixed me with a penetrating stare. "Same as yours, I reckon. They keep sending us one by one, decade after decade. Never learn." He tapped the side of his temple. "They want what it knows." "It?" I asked, though I already suspected the answer. "The old one, the tall walker. Your people had names for it long before we came blundering in with our guns and science." Matthews gestured to the rough stone walls. "It doesn't just live in these caves. It is these caves, in a way I can't rightly explain." The hair on my neck stood on end. I thought of the way the passages had shifted behind me, turning me around when I'd tried to retrace my steps. "That thing in the lake." "Just one aspect," Matthews interrupted. "It can appear in many forms. Sometimes it hunts, sometimes it studies, sometimes it speaks through dreams." He leaned forward, his eyes suddenly sharp and present. "You've dreamed of it already, haven't you?" I had. Every night since entering the cave system, dreams of something ancient watching me from the darkness. I'd dismissed them as stress-induced nightmares. "What does it want?" I asked. Matthews shrugged. "Hard to say. It's been here since before humans walked upright. Different priorities than us, but it's curious about our minds, our technology." He gestured to a pile in the corner. Modern equipment, some I recognized from previous expeditions the Army must have sent. "It collects these things, studies them, through me sometimes." "You work for it?" I couldn't keep the disgust from my voice. "I survive," Matthews snapped. "You haven't been down here long enough to judge. When it puts the hunger on you, you'll understand what compromise means." As if summoned by our conversation, a low rumble shook dust from the ceiling. Matthews' eyes widened in fear. "It's coming! Quick, under here!" He lifted a threadbare rug, revealing a narrow pit beneath. "This space, it doesn't sense things well here, something in the mineral composition." Every instinct told me not to climb into a hole with this strange man, but the alternative seemed worse. I slipped into the narrow space and Matthews followed, pulling the rug over us. In the darkness, his whisper was barely audible. "Don't move. Don't speak. And whatever happens, don't answer if it calls your name." "How would it know my—" His hand clamped over my mouth. Outside, something heavy moved across the floor of the cabin. The wooden table scraped against stone as it was pushed aside. Breathing, wet, labored breathing, filled the small space. And then, a voice speaking in perfect, accentless English. "Nakai Dashini, I know you are here." My blood froze. My name. My full name pronounced correctly. Something even my commanding officers couldn't manage. Matthews's grip on my arm tightened to the point of pain. "Your grandmother told me about you," the voice continued, now speaking Din Bazad, the Navajo language I'd learned at my grandmother's knee. "Ashki Nabahi, the warrior boy. She was proud of you, even as she feared what you would become." My grandmother had been dead for 15 years. Whatever this thing was, it was playing mind games. "We have spoken before in the space between waking and dreams," it continued. "I showed you the path here because I have chosen you. The others were inadequate vessels." The rug above us suddenly ripped away, exposing our hiding place. Matthew screamed as something seized him, dragging him upward with terrible strength. I caught only glimpses, impossibly long fingers, skin like wet bark. eyes reflecting my night vision's infrared light. I scrambled for my sidearm, but before I could draw it, the thing spoke again, this time directly into my mind. "Sleep now, warrior boy. We have much to discuss when you wake." Darkness claimed me, not the darkness of the cave, but a deeper blackness that swallowed consciousness itself. I dreamed of my grandmother's hogan, the traditional dine dwelling where I'd spent summers as a child. She sat by the fire, her weathered hands working a piece of silver, shaping it into one of the protective medallions she sold to tourists. "Ashki," she said without looking up, "you have wandered into the sleeping place of Yaitso." "It's just a mission, Shimasani," I replied, using the Dine word for grandmother. "Military reconnaissance." She set down her tools and fixed me with a stern gaze. "Your people in uniform never understand. They think everything can be studied, controlled, used. Some things were not meant for human knowledge." "It spoke to me," I said. "It knew my name. It knows many things. The old ones existed before our songs, before our stories. They sleep most times, dreaming at the edges of our world." She reached for something beside her, a small leather pouch I recognized from childhood. "But sometimes they wake, hungry for more than just flesh. What does it want from me?" "A doorway," she said simply. "Your mind is the key it has sought for generations." The hogan began to darken around us, the walls seeming to breathe inward. "Listen carefully, Ashki," my grandmother said urgently. "It will offer you knowledge, power, freedom from pain. Do not accept. What it offers is poison wrapped in honey. How do I fight it? How do I escape?" She pressed the leather pouch into my hand. "With what I taught you. Remember the songs of protection. Remember the ways of harmony. And remember this, it is powerful, but it is bound to ancient rules. It cannot take what is not freely given." The darkness closed in completely, my grandmother's face fading last. I awoke gasping, clutching at my chest. I was no longer in Matthews's underground cabin, but in a vast chamber I hadn't seen before. Phosphorescent fungi lined the walls, casting everything in a pale blue glow. I lay on a bed of soft moss, my equipment neatly arranged beside me. Something moved at the edge of my vision, a shadow detaching itself from deeper shadows. The creature stood before me, fully visible for the first time. It was tall, at least 9 feet, with limbs too long and too jointed to be human. Its body was covered in what looked like matted dark fur or hair, but in places, the covering parted to reveal skin like ancient tree bark. Its face was the worst part, almost human but stretched and wrong, with eyes that seemed to shift position when I wasn't looking directly at them. "You are afraid," it said, its mouth moving in ways that didn't match the words I heard. "That is natural, but unnecessary." I reached for my sidearm, but it was gone. "Your weapons cannot harm me," it said. "Many have tried over the centuries." "What do you want?" I managed to ask, my throat dry with fear. "An exchange," it replied, moving closer with a fluid grace that defied its ungainly appearance. "I have been collecting knowledge for millennia. Human knowledge is interesting, limited but fascinating in its approach. Your military sent you to find me, to learn my secrets. I propose we satisfy their curiosity and mine." "I'm just here to map caves," I lied. It made a sound like stones grinding together, laughter I realized with a chill. "Your superiors know of my existence. Operation Nightshade has been recurring for decades. Matthews was part of it, before him others. They seek weapons, advantages against enemies. Always the same short-sighted desires." "And what do you desire?" I asked, trying to keep it talking while I assessed my surroundings for escape routes. "Connection," it said simply. "I have been alone for eons. My kind were many once before your species crawled from the mud. Now I am the last in this region. I wish to share consciousness with a compatible mind, yours." A memory surfaced, my grandmother's warning. "It will offer you knowledge. Do not accept." "You want to possess me," I said. "No, merge with you. You would retain your identity while gaining access to knowledge beyond human comprehension. In return, I experience the world through you. We would be partners." The offer was tempting in a way I hadn't expected. After Afghanistan, the nightmares, the failed relationships, the financial struggles, the thought of power, of purpose, carried an undeniable appeal. And if I refuse? The creature tilted its head at an impossible angle. Then you join the others who have come before. Your bones will nourish the fungi that light these chambers. I thought of Matthews, dragged, screaming from our hiding place, of the scattered remains by the underground lake. You've been killing soldiers for decades, I said. Why would I trust you? Not killing, harvesting those unsuitable for merging. Their minds were too rigid, too frightened. Yours is different. You stand between worlds, military discipline and Dine spirituality. You understand balance. As it spoke, I felt something in my pocket, a weight that hadn't been there before. My fingers brushed leather, and I knew without looking that it was my grandmother's medicine pouch from my dream. Impossible. Yet there it was. I need time, I said, to consider your offer. The creature nodded. Time means little to me. Rest. Explore if you wish. I have prepared sustenance. It gestured to a small alcove where I could see fresh fruit, bread, and clear water. When you are ready to discuss terms, simply speak my true name. I don't know your true name, I said. It made that terrible, grinding laugh again. You do. It was the first word your grandmother taught you in your ancestral tongue. With that, it melted into the shadows, leaving me alone with impossible choices and a medicine pouch that couldn't exist. I didn't touch the food. Rule 1 of captivity. Never accept what your captor offers without knowing its purpose. Instead, I examined the medicine pouch that had impossibly appeared in my pocket. It was exactly as I remembered from childhood. Small, made of deer hide, decorated with turquoise beads and patterns representing protection. Inside, I found what my grandmother always kept there. A small piece of obsidian, corn pollen, a tiny bundle of herbs tied with yucca fiber, and something new, a folded piece of paper that crackled with age. I carefully unfolded it to find a map drawn in a shaky hand, showing cave passages with one chamber circled in red ink. Notes in the margins were written in a mixture of English and Dine Bizad, the heart place, where it must return at the changing of seasons, when weakest. Today was the spring equinox, the changing of seasons. If this map was accurate, it showed a way to what appeared to be the creature's vulnerable point. But was this truly from my grandmother somehow, or another trick by the entity? I studied my surroundings more carefully. The chamber had 5 tunnel openings leading away in different directions. The phosphorescent fungi provided enough light to navigate by, growing thicker near water sources. My training kicked in as I began to formulate a plan. First, I needed to understand my enemy better. The creature had mentioned being the last of its kind in this region, implying there were or had been others elsewhere. It claimed to have been collecting knowledge for millennia. Most importantly, it wanted something from me specifically, my mind, my consent to some kind of merging. My grandmother's warning echoed, "It cannot take what is not freely given." I examined my equipment. My weapons were gone, but my pack remained with basic survival gear intact. The tracking devices and communications equipment had been disabled or removed. My watch indicated I'd been unconscious for nearly 6 hours. The map showed a path through tunnels that appeared to lead upward, potentially toward the surface. But escaping wasn't enough. If I left, the creature would simply wait for the next soldier sent to investigate. And according to Matthews, they'd been coming for decades. No, I needed to end this. I began exploring the tunnels cautiously, comparing them to the map. The first passage led to a dead end after about 50 yards. The second opened into a chamber filled with objects, what appeared to be a collection of items taken from previous visitors. Military equipment spanning decades sat alongside older artifacts, Spanish conquistador armor, Apache weapons, even what looked like ancient Hohokam pottery. The third tunnel descended sharply before opening into the chamber with the underground lake, where I'd first encountered the creature. I backtracked quickly. The fourth passage matched the beginning of the path marked on the map. I followed it, marking my way with small cairns of stacked stones, rather than relying on modern equipment that the creature might detect or manipulate. The tunnel wound upward, occasionally branching. I consulted the map at each junction, following the marked path. Hours passed as I navigated the complex system, stopping occasionally to rest and listen for pursuit. The only sounds were the distant dripping of water and my own careful breathing. Finally, the passage opened into a cathedral-like chamber with a high ceiling from which hung massive stalactites. At the center stood a formation unlike anything I'd seen before, a column of stone that seemed to pulse with faint light, veins of crystalline material running through it like circulatory systems. This had to be the heart place marked on the map. I approached cautiously, examining the formation without touching it. The crystalline veins pulsed in a rhythm reminiscent of a heartbeat. Around the base of the formation, strange symbols were carved into the stone floor. Some I recognized from my grandmother's teachings, others entirely alien. The notes on the map mentioned the equinox, when the creature would be weakest and had to return here. I checked my watch. Less than an hour until the exact moment of equinox. I sat cross-legged before the formation, removing the contents of the medicine pouch. Following half-remembered lessons from childhood, I created a small circle using the corn pollen, placed the obsidian in the center, and began to quietly chant one of the protection songs my grandmother had taught me. "An interesting approach," came the creature's voice from behind me. "But your grandmother's magic was simplistic, even by human standards." I didn't turn, maintaining the chant. The creature moved into my field of vision, its form seeming less solid than before, edges blurring into the darkness. "The equinox weakens your kind," I said between verses. "That's why you needed to bring me here, to this place. You're not offering partnership, you're seeking a new vessel." "Clever," it conceded, moving around the stone formation. "Yes, during certain astronomical alignments, my physical form requires reinforcement. The merging I offer would sustain me while granting you power beyond imagination. At the cost of my autonomy, at the cost of your isolation," it countered. "Humans are so alone in their separate minds. I offer connection." It reached toward me with elongated fingers, but stopped at the edge of the pollen circle. A look of surprise crossed its inhuman features. "Old magics," it murmured. "Perhaps I underestimated your grandmother's teachings." The crystalline veins in the stone column began to pulse more rapidly, glowing brighter. The creature looked up at them with concern. "The alignment approaches," it said. "Make your choice, Ashki Nabahi. Join with me willingly, or watch as I take the next soldier they send, and the next. Your military will never stop coming." I removed the bundle of herbs from the pouch, struck a match from my survival kit, and set them alight. The smoke carried a familiar scent, cedar, sage, something else I couldn't identify. "My grandmother had another name for you," I said, rising to my feet. "Not Yaitso, something older." The creature's form wavered as the smoke reached it. She would not have dared speak it. She wrote it down instead. I unfolded the paper again, showing the creature a word written in Old Dine script at the bottom of the map. I began to pronounce it, a name that felt ancient on my tongue. The effect was immediate. The creature recoiled, its form becoming more insubstantial with each syllable. The crystal veins in the column flared blindingly bright. "What are you doing?" it demanded, voice distorted with what I recognized as fear. "Binding you," I answered, continuing the name. "With your true name, spoken at the moment of equinox, in your heart place." "You cannot," it shrieked, lunging toward me only to be repelled by the circle. "I offer knowledge, power, immortality." I completed the name, the final syllable echoing through the chamber. The crystal column shattered with a sound like 1,000 screaming voices, showering the chamber with fragments that dissolved into mist before they hit the ground. The creature's form collapsed inward, drawn into the broken column like water down a drain. Its last words lingered in the sudden silence. "I will sleep again, but I will dream of you, Ashki Nabahi." Then, nothing. The oppressive presence that had filled the caves vanished, leaving only ordinary darkness. My flashlight, dead for hours, suddenly flickered back to life. According to the map, I was less than a mile from the surface. With renewed determination, I gathered my belongings and followed the marked path upward toward daylight. Sunlight hit my face like a physical blow after days in darkness. I emerged from a narrow fissure in the mountainside, miles from my original entry point, blinking painfully as my eyes readjusted. The desert landscape stretched before me, beautiful in its harsh simplicity. I checked my communications equipment, still non-functional. According to my watch, I'd been underground for nearly 5 days. My water was almost gone, my rations depleted. I needed to find civilization quickly. Using the sun for orientation, I began hiking east, where I knew Highway 60 cut through the desert. My mind kept returning to what had happened in the heart chamber. Had I truly bound an ancient entity using forgotten magic? Or had I experienced some kind of hallucination brought on by isolation, stress, and possibly contaminants in the cave atmosphere? My military training insisted on the latter explanation. My Dine upbringing whispered the former. After 4 hours of difficult hiking, I spotted a road in the distance. As I approached, a vehicle appeared, an Arizona Highway Patrol cruiser. The officer was understandably suspicious of a disheveled man in dirty military fatigues emerging from the wilderness, but my identification convinced him to transport me to the nearest outpost. From there, events moved quickly. My commanding officer arrived personally to debrief me, his expression grave as I recounted a heavily edited version of events. I described becoming lost after a cave-in, discovering evidence of previous expeditions, and eventually finding my way out. I mentioned nothing of Matthews the creature or my grandmother's intervention. "We were concerned when you missed check-ins," Colonel Blackwood said, studying me for signs of deception. "Satellite imaging showed unusual seismic activity in your area." "The cave systems are unstable," I replied. "I experienced several minor collapses." "And you found nothing unusual? No evidence of previous inhabitants?" I met his gaze steadily. "Nothing conclusive, sir." He seemed disappointed, but not surprised. "We'll send in a full team to continue the survey next month. After you've had time to recover, I'd like you to accompany them as a guide." "That won't be possible, sir," I said firmly. "I'm submitting my resignation effective immediately." His eyebrows rose. "This operation has significant national security implications, Sergeant Tashini. Your country needs you." "My country has had me for 8 years and 3 deployments," I countered. "And that place has claimed enough soldiers." After a moment, he nodded slowly. "I'll see what I can do about expediting your discharge. The official report will cite psychological stress and possible exposure to underground gases causing hallucinations." I didn't argue. Let them believe what they needed to. 2 weeks later, I returned to my cabin outside Flagstaff. True to the military's word, my mortgage had been paid in full, with a substantial service bonus deposited to my account. Hush money, essentially. The nightmares from Afghanistan had been replaced by new ones featuring endless dark passages and a voice calling my name. I spent the first few days cleaning, repairing, and reconnecting with the land around my home. On the 3rd night, a knock came at my door. I opened it to find an elderly Dine man I'd never seen before, his truck parked in my driveway. "Ya Ati," he greeted me formally. "I am Robert Begay. I was a friend of your grandmother." I invited him in, offering coffee, which he accepted with a nod of thanks. "She left something for you," he said, placing a weathered wooden box on my table. "She made me promise to deliver it if you ever return from the Breathing Mountain." My hand trembled slightly as I opened the box. Inside lay a silver medallion on a leather cord, one of my grandmother's creations, but unlike any I'd seen her make before. The design incorporated both traditional Dine protective symbols and what appeared to be a map of the cave system I'd navigated. "She made this 20 years ago," Robert said quietly. "Said you would need it someday." "How could she have known?" I whispered. "Your grandmother was a hand trembler, a diagnostician. She saw things others couldn't." He sipped his coffee. "The old ones beneath the mountain have been sleeping since the time of emergence. Sometimes they wake briefly, hungry. Sometimes they must be sung back to sleep." "I didn't sing it to sleep," I said. "I bound it." Robert nodded. "For now. But binding is not permanent. Your grandmother knew this would be your path, to stand guard between worlds." "I just want peace," I told him. "A normal life." "Perhaps," he conceded. "But the medallion will tell you when it begins to stir again. And when that time comes..." He didn't need to finish. I understood my role now. Not soldier, not civilian, but something in between. A sentinel at the threshold between worlds. After Robert left, I sat on my porch watching the sun set behind the distant mountains. I thought about Matthews, still down there in the darkness, about my grandmother, somehow reaching across the boundary between life and death to guide me, about the creature dreaming beneath the mountain. I fingered the medallion around my neck, feeling a faint warmth from the silver. The military would send another team eventually, despite my warnings. Humans never could resist probing the darkness, seeking weapons or advantage or simple knowledge. When they did, I would be watching and waiting. For the dreams had already begun, dreams of tunnels opening where none existed before, of passageways to the surface, of freedom from ancient bindings. My name is Nakai Deshini, former Staff Sergeant, United States Army. I am the guardian of the threshold, the keeper of ancient boundaries. And somewhere beneath the Superstition Mountains, something ancient dreams of me, waiting for the next equinox. It can wait forever. I'm not going anywhere. The scent of pine needles filled my lungs as I trekked deeper into the Tonto National Forest. 3 days into what was supposed to be a routine reconnaissance mission, and I was hopelessly lost. The satellite phone had died yesterday, leaving me with nothing but my training and instincts. "Stay calm, Nakohe," I whispered to myself. The name my Navajo grandfather gave me meant walker, ironic now as I limped along, my ankle throbbing from a fall I'd taken earlier. I hadn't always been this deep in wilderness operations. 6 months ago, I was living in a cramped apartment in Tucson, struggling to make rent on my veterans' benefits. After 2 tours in Afghanistan with the Army Rangers, civilian life felt empty. The PTSD didn't help. Neither did the pile of medical bills from my mother's cancer treatments that had drained my savings. When my former commanding officer reached out about a private security contract with a research team, I jumped at the opportunity. The pay was excellent, and the mission seemed straightforward. Guide scientists to remote locations in the Superstition Mountains to collect geological samples. They never specified what they were really looking for, and I didn't ask questions. Not when the signing bonus alone could clear half my debt. The first 2 expeditions went smoothly. This one was different from the start. The research team was tense, arguing in hushed tones when they thought I couldn't hear. They'd brought strange equipment, not just the usual geological tools, but something that looked like thermal imaging devices and audio recording equipment designed for deep subterranean use. We separated 3 days ago when I went ahead to scout a ravine they were interested in. That's when the storm hit, washing away trail markers and disorienting me completely. I'd been trying to find my way back ever since. As dusk approached, the temperature dropped rapidly. Arizona desert nights could be brutally cold, and my supplies were limited. I needed shelter. Through the trees, I spotted what appeared to be a small cabin. Hope surged through me as I quickened my pace. The structure was old, weathered gray from decades of exposure, but it seemed intact. No smoke from the chimney, no lights, no signs of habitation. My grandfather's voice echoed in my memory. Never enter a dwelling in the forest without offering tobacco to the spirits who may reside there. I had no tobacco, but I had a protein bar. I broke off a piece and placed it on a flat stone near the entrance. "I seek shelter for the night," I spoke in Navajo, the language I'd grown up hearing but rarely used as an adult. I mean no disrespect to this place or those who have dwelled here. The door creaked open at my touch. The interior was a single room with a stone fireplace, a wooden table with 2 chairs, and a narrow bed frame with no mattress. Everything was covered in dust, yet strangely, there were no cobwebs or signs of animals nesting. It was as if time had stopped here. On the table lay a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed. I picked it up carefully and opened to the first entry, dated April 17th, 1973. The tracks continue north, larger than any bear I've documented. The Apache elder says it's Chiatanka Bigfoot, but science demands evidence, not folklore. Tomorrow I'll follow the ravine where the most recent sightings occurred. I flipped through more pages, my heart racing as I read accounts of strange howls in the night, massive footprints discovered near creek beds, and glimpses of a large bipedal creature moving through the forest. The final entry was dated 2 weeks after the first. Something watches from the trees, Not animal, not human. I'm leaving my research here and heading back to Phoenix. If anyone finds this, do not stay after dark. Outside, the sun had disappeared behind the mountains. A howl echoed through the valley. Not a coyote or wolf, but something deeper, more resonant. It raised the hair on my arms. I quickly gathered wood from a pile near the fireplace and lit a fire. As flames illuminated the cabin, I noticed something I'd missed before. Claw marks scored deep into the wooden walls, as if something massive had tried to get in. I woke suddenly, heart pounding. The fire had died to embers, leaving the cabin in near darkness. Something had disturbed my sleep, a sound outside. Checking my watch, I saw it was just past 2 a.m. I reached for my tactical flashlight and combat knife, the only weapons I had left after losing my backpack during the storm. There it was again, a heavy footfall on the cabin's wooden porch, not an animal on 4 legs. This was the deliberate step of something bipedal and large. I thought of my grandfather's stories about the Yinald Lushi, the skinwalkers of Navajo legend evil witches who could transform into animals. But this didn't feel like those stories. This was something else. The research team hadn't been looking for geological samples. They were tracking something, and I'd been their unwitting guide. A soft, scraping sound came from the window, like claws testing the glass. I remained perfectly still, controlling my breathing the way I'd been trained for stealth operations. The temperature in the cabin seemed to drop several degrees. "Nakohe," a voice whispered, so faint I thought I'd imagined it. No one here knew my Navajo name. The journal on the table suddenly flipped open, pages turning as if caught in a breeze, though the air was completely still. It stopped on a page with a crude drawing of a massive, hair-covered creature with intelligent eyes. Beneath it was written, "They've lived in these mountains since before humans arrived. The Apache believe they guard ancient underground passages. The research team thinks they're just undiscovered primates. But there's something more intelligent happening here." The footsteps circled the cabin, pausing at each window before returning to the door. Then silence fell, deeper than before. I used the opportunity to rekindle the fire, adding wood until the flames leapt high. Light was protection. I knew this instinctively. As dawn approached, exhaustion overtook me despite my fear. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the dusty windows. I opened the cabin door cautiously. The forest appeared normal in the morning light, birds singing, a gentle breeze rustling the pines. But pressed into the soft earth around the cabin were footprints, enormous, humanoid impressions, nearly twice the size of my boot. They circled the entire structure, just as I'd heard during the night. Following the tracks, I discovered they led toward a rocky outcropping about 100 yards from the cabin. As I approached, I noticed an opening in the rock face, a cave entrance partially hidden by overgrown brush. Every instinct told me to walk away, to find a path back to civilization. But if the research team had come this way, they might be inside. Despite everything, I couldn't abandon them. Before entering, I performed a brief ceremony my grandfather had taught me. I found 4 small stones and placed them in the cardinal directions around me, creating a protective circle. "Shilya Ati," I whispered. "I come with respect." The cave entrance was surprisingly large once I pushed past the concealing vegetation. My flashlight beam illuminated smooth walls that seemed almost polished, not rough like natural cave formations. The air inside was cool but not damp, carrying a faint, musky odor. The tunnel sloped gently downward, curving away from the entrance. Along the walls, I noticed peculiar markings, not random scratches, but deliberate symbols etched into the stone. Some resembled the ancient petroglyphs I'd seen on reservation lands, but others were unfamiliar. I recognized a few Navajo symbols among them, protection signs and warnings. One clearly depicted the path to the underworld, a journey no living person should make. My grandfather once told me, "The world beneath is as vast as the world above. There are things that dwell there that remember when humans were new to this land." The passage widened into a chamber where the ceiling rose high enough that my flashlight couldn't reach it. Water dripped somewhere in the darkness, the sound echoing strangely. In the center of the chamber lay the scattered remnants of scientific equipment, a broken tripod, a crushed case that might have held a camera, and torn backpacks. The research team had been here. Among the debris, I found a digital recorder still intact. With trembling fingers, I pressed play. Day 4 in the Tonto Basin Anomaly Zone, a woman's voice began. We've located the cave system mentioned in the Apache legends. Dr. Harriman believes this could be... The recording cut to static, then returned with panicked voices. It's watching us from the tunnel. Don't move. That's not possible. They're not supposed to be intelligent. Then screams, the sound of running, something heavy pursuing. The recording ended. I nearly dropped the device when a low, rumbling growl echoed through the chamber. Not from the recorder, but from the darkness beyond. I backed away slowly, flashlight trained on the black maw of the tunnel ahead. The growl had stopped, but I could sense something there, watching from the darkness. My training kicked in. Assess threats, find exit routes, use the environment to your advantage. I was in unknown territory, likely facing a predator with minimal defensive tools. The smart move was retreat. As I edged toward the entrance tunnel, my flashlight beam caught a reflection eyes, amber and intelligent, blinking in the darkness. Not animal eyes. They were too knowing, too aware. I froze, remembering my grandfather's teachings about encounters with powerful beings. Show respect, make no sudden movements, offer no challenge. I mean no harm, I said clearly, first in English, then in Navajo. I am looking for lost people. Then I will leave this place. The eyes blinked once, slowly. A massive shadow shifted behind them. From deeper in the cave system came a sound that chilled my blood, a human voice calling for help. Hello, is someone there? Please help us. It could be a trap. In Afghanistan, insurgents had used recorded voices to lure soldiers into ambushes, but it could also be a survivor from the research team. The amber eyes disappeared, retreating deeper into the tunnel where the voice had come from. Was it leaving or leading? I had a choice to make. The safe option was to exit the cave and try to find my way back to civilization. But the mission had been to protect the research team, and that voice suggested at least one was still alive. My grandfather had another teaching. Sometimes the greatest danger lies in turning your back on responsibility. I moved forward, keeping close to the wall, advancing slowly toward where I'd heard the voice. The tunnel narrowed, forcing me to crouch. The air grew warmer, more humid, carrying strange scents, earth and musk, but also something metallic. After about 50 yards, the passage opened into another chamber, larger than the first. My flashlight revealed a bizarre sight. The walls were covered with intricate carvings, not just symbols now, but elaborate scenes depicting tall, hair-covered beings walking alongside humans. Some showed the creatures emerging from mountain openings. Others showed them standing beneath stars in formations I didn't recognize. In the center of the chamber, a small fire burned, though there was no obvious fuel source. Beside it sat a man in tattered clothes, Dr. Harriman, the lead scientist from the expedition. Nakohe, he said, his voice steady but eyes wild. You found us, or rather, they led you to us. Dr. Harriman, what happened? Where are the others? Learning, he replied cryptically. They're learning what the Apache have known for centuries, what all the indigenous people of this continent understood before Europeans arrived. He gestured to the carvings. They were here first, long before humans. They retreated underground when we began to spread across the land. Not out of fear, out of choice. They're guardians. Guardians of what? I asked, scanning the chamber for exits. Something felt wrong about Harriman's calm demeanor after the panic I'd heard on the recording. Of knowledge, of routes to places humans shouldn't go. He smiled strangely. Did you know there are caverns beneath us that extend for hundreds of miles? Networks that connect beneath mountain ranges? The Apache called them the veins of the Earth Mother. A shuffling sound came from one of the side passages. Harriman didn't react, but I turned quickly, flashlight revealing another figure emerging. Dr. Lin Chen, the team's anthropologist. Her clothing was similarly torn, her hair matted, but she moved with the same unnatural calm as Harriman. They've been watching us for generations, she said without greeting, observing our wars, our destruction of the land. They've been patient, but something's changed. They're concerned about new drilling operations nearby. Who is they? I demanded, though I already knew. The ones your people called Sani Taka, Harriman answered. Big giants. Other tribes had different names. To science, they don't exist. That's why we came, to prove they do. And now? I asked, noticing that neither scientist seemed interested in leaving the cave. Now we understand why they've remained hidden, Chen said, and why they've chosen this moment to reveal themselves. The fire in the center flared suddenly, casting giant shadows on the walls. From the largest tunnel entrance came a sound like heavy breathing, deep, rhythmic. They want to show you something, Harriman said, something important. Every instinct told me to run, but I was deep underground now, unsure of the way out. And if there were more survivors deeper in the cave system. Where are the others? I asked firmly. Chen and Harriman exchanged glances. They've gone deeper, Chen said, to the council chamber. We've been waiting for you before joining them. The breathing sound grew louder. A figure began to emerge from the tunnel, massive, over 7 feet tall, covered in reddish-brown hair. The face was strangely human-like, yet not human at all. Heavy brow, deep-set amber eyes, a flattened nose, and a powerful jaw. It stopped at the edge of the firelight, regarding me with undeniable intelligence. This is why we needed a guide with indigenous blood, Harriman whispered. They recognize you as a descendant of those who kept the old agreements. The creature extended a huge hand, palm up, not threatening, but inviting. What agreements? I asked, not moving. To respect their territory, to never reveal the entrances to their world, to warn them of dangers from the surface. Chen's voice had taken on a reverent quality. Your ancestors knew. That's why they left warnings in their stories about forests and mountains. The creature made a sound, not quite speech, but a series of deep vocalizations with clear intention. It gestured again with its outstretched hand. It wants you to follow, Harriman said, to see what we've seen. I stood at a crossroads, facing a being science said couldn't exist, being asked to go deeper into the earth when everything within me screamed to find the surface. I did not take the creature's hand. I need to know everyone is safe first, I said firmly, addressing both the scientists and the towering being before us. The whole team, I want to see them. The creature tilted its head, studying me with those intelligent amber eyes. It made another series of vocalizations, deeper this time, almost musical in their complexity. It's trying to communicate that there's urgency, Chen translated, though how she understood I couldn't guess. Something is happening that requires your attention. My attention is on completing my mission, I replied, which is ensuring the safety of this team. The creature seemed to understand my reluctance. It gestured to Harriman, who nodded and led the way down the tunnel from which the being had emerged. I followed, keeping my distance, with Chen behind me and the massive creature taking up the rear. The passage descended steeply, the air growing warmer. We passed side tunnels, where I caught glimpses of movement. More of the creatures, watching our procession with curious eyes. Some were smaller, perhaps females or juveniles, observing from a safe distance. My grandfather's stories came back to me, tales of the Sani Taka, whom the Navajo considered distant relatives of humans from the previous world. According to legend, they possessed great strength and wisdom, but chose isolation over conflict with the spreading human populations. The tunnel opened into a vast underground chamber that took my breath away. The ceiling soared at least 50 feet above us, embedded with thousands of glowing crystals that provided soft, blue-green illumination. A subterranean river flowed along one side, the water clear and swift. In the center of this spectacular space stood a circle of the creatures, at least a dozen, varying in size and the color of their thick hair. Before them, sitting on stone seats, were the remaining 4 members of the research team. They appeared unharmed, though their expressions ranged from awe to fear. Dr. Whitaker, the geologist, was furiously taking notes. Professor Davis, the linguist, appeared to be in deep conversation with one of the smaller creatures, attempting to mimic their vocalizations. See, everyone is safe, Harriman said. They haven't harmed us, they're trying to warn us. The largest of the creatures, its hair silver with age, stepped forward. Around its neck hung a pendant made from a blue crystal similar to those illuminating the cavern. It made a series of gestures, pointing first to maps the research team had brought, then to the underground river, and finally upward toward the surface. Davis stood shakily. "They're showing us something about the water systems," he explained. "The new fracking operations near Apache land. They're going to contaminate the aquifer that feeds these underground rivers. These waterways extend for hundreds of miles," Whitaker added. "They connect to sacred springs across 3 states, if they're poisoned." "That's what this mission was really about?" I asked, anger rising. "You used me to find these beings so you could warn them about fracking?" "Not exactly," Chen said quietly. "We came looking for evidence of an undiscovered primate species. We didn't expect to find an entire civilization living beneath the mountains, one with knowledge of the underground water systems that could prove invaluable in fighting the energy companies." The silver-haired creature approached me directly. It was easily 8 feet tall, its presence commanding respect rather than fear. It touched its chest and then reached toward my face with one massive finger, stopping just short of contact. "It recognizes your lineage," Davis translated. "The ancestral connection. They've maintained relationships with certain indigenous families for generations, watchers at the boundaries between worlds." A memory surfaced. My grandfather taking me into the mountains as a child, leaving small offerings at certain caves and springs. "Respect the guardians," he'd say. "They were here before us, and they'll remain long after." The creature made a sweeping gesture toward the river, then to a large flat stone covered with what appeared to be a map, etched into its surface. It showed the mountain range above us, with the river systems flowing beneath them like blue veins. X marks indicated several spots where the surface and subterranean worlds connected. One was flashing with a reddish light, the location of the new drilling operations. "They're asking for your help," Chen said, "as someone with boots in both worlds. They need evidence of the danger to present to the authorities, but they cannot go to the surface themselves." "Why not?" I asked. "Why remain hidden all these centuries?" The silver-haired one made a mournful sound. Davis listened carefully before translating. "They tried once, generations ago. It ended with blood and fear. They retreated deeper, deciding observation was safer than interaction. But now, the danger affects both our worlds." I thought of my own difficult transition between worlds, from the Navajo reservation to the U.S. Army, from combat zones back to civilian life. Each crossing had required painful adaptations. "What exactly do they want me to do?" I asked. Harriman stepped forward with a waterproof case. "We've collected water samples and documented the cave systems. We need to get this evidence to Environmental Protection Agency officials and tribal authorities. The drilling operation is scheduled to expand next week." The silver-haired creature made another series of sounds. "They'll guide us to an exit near the main road," Davis translated. "But they ask for your word that their existence remains protected. The evidence must expose the environmental threat without revealing their presence." I looked around at the underground haven these beings had created, a civilization that had existed alongside humanity while remaining unseen. My grandfather would have considered this place sacred, worthy of protection. "I'll help," I said finally. "But no one exploits these beings or their knowledge. They remain a secret." The silver-haired one nodded deeply, then turned toward one of the tunnels leading away from the chamber. It was time to return to the surface with a purpose I hadn't anticipated when I'd taken this job. As we gathered our equipment, I noticed carvings on the chamber walls depicting humans and these creatures standing together, facing a common threat. History, it seemed, was repeating itself. The journey back to the surface took a different route than my entry. The silver-haired leader guided our group through tunnels that sloped gradually upward, sometimes widening into chambers filled with strange luminescent fungi or narrow passages where we had to proceed single file. Throughout our trek, I sensed we were being watched by unseen eyes from side passages. Occasionally, I caught glimpses of the smaller creatures, curious but cautious, observing our procession. "They've lived down here for thousands of years," Whitaker explained as we walked. "They've developed their own ecosystem, their own culture. They farm certain fungi, harvest crystals, and maintain the underground waterways." "And no one has discovered them before?" I asked. "Oh, people have encountered them," Chen replied. Where do you think all the Bigfoot legends come from? But those who see them are rarely believed. These beings are masters at avoiding detection when they venture to the surface. Davis added, various tribes kept their existence secret out of respect. There were agreements, sacred pacts to protect each other. When European settlers arrived, the creatures retreated deeper underground. We reached a chamber where several tunnels converged like spokes of a wheel. The silver-haired leader stopped, making a series of sounds and gestures to Davis. This is as far as the elder will go, Davis translated. The tunnel to the right leads to the surface, about a mile from the main forest road. They're trusting us to keep our word. The creature approached me directly, its amber eyes holding mine. It reached out slowly and placed its massive hand on my shoulder, a gesture of trust, of connection. Then it produced something from a pouch at its waist, a small blue crystal attached to a leather cord, similar to the pendant it wore. Davis watched the creature's subsequent gestures carefully. It says this will identify you to others of their kind if you ever encounter them. You are now. The closest translation would be recognized friend, or perhaps boundary walker. I accepted the crystal, feeling its strange warmth against my palm. The silver-haired being then made a final gesture, touching its chest, then its forehead, then pointing to mine. A blessing, Chen whispered. Very rare. The creature turned and disappeared into one of the tunnels, its massive form quickly swallowed by darkness. The others of its kind followed, moving with surprising grace for beings so large. Our team stood silent for a moment, processing what we'd experienced. Then, Harriman took charge, organizing our evidence and equipment for the surface journey. The samples are clear, he said, checking the sealed containers. The water from the deeper chambers shows chemical signatures matching what we'd expect from fracking contamination. The underground river is already being affected. We also have the mapping data, Whitaker added, securing a waterproof case containing digital storage devices. It shows how the aquifer connects to major water sources across the region. If fully contaminated, it would affect drinking water for 3 counties and most of the reservation. As we prepared to enter the final tunnel, I felt the weight of the crystal against my chest, where I now wore it. My grandfather had carried a similar stone. I'd always assumed it was merely decorative, but now I wondered. The passage to the surface was narrower than the others, requiring us to crouch and sometimes crawl. After about 20 minutes, I saw a pinpoint of daylight ahead. The exit was concealed behind a fallen tree, invisible from more than a few feet away. We emerged into late afternoon sunlight, blinking after hours underground. The forest around us seemed ordinary now, but I knew I would never see these woods the same way again. The road should be just beyond that ridge, Harriman said, consulting a GPS device that had regained signal. We can call for extraction from there. As we hiked toward the road, I found myself continually glancing back, half expecting to see amber eyes watching from the shadows. The weight of what we discovered settled on my shoulders, not just the environmental threat, but the existence of an entire hidden civilization. What happens now? I asked as the forest thinned and we approached the road. We present the evidence to the tribal council first, Chen explained. They have pending litigation against the energy company. With this proof of aquifer contamination, they can file for an immediate injunction. And the beings below? I pressed. Their existence remains our secret, Harriman said firmly. The evidence stands on its own. The chemical analysis, the mapping of the water systems. We don't need to reveal the source of our information. Davis looked troubled. But what about further research? The linguistic and anthropological significance alone is not worth betraying their trust, I interrupted. They've survived this long by remaining hidden. It's not our place to expose them. We reached the road as sunset painted the sky in brilliant oranges and purples. Chen used a satellite phone to call for transport. Within an hour, 2 vehicles arrived. One belonging to the Research Institute, the other a tribal police cruiser. A Navajo officer stepped out of the police vehicle, his eyes widening in recognition. Nakohe, is that you? It was James Begay, my cousin from my mother's side of the family. We'd grown up together on the reservation before I'd enlisted. James, I greeted him, we need to talk. Privately. While the research team loaded their equipment, I took James aside and explained the environmental threat, carefully omitting any mention of the creatures underground. He listened intently, occasionally glancing at the crystal I now wore. "Grandfather used to wear something like that," he observed quietly. "Yes," I replied. "I think he was a boundary walker too." James nodded, understanding without needing further explanation. "The tribal council meets tomorrow. They'll want to hear this directly from all of you." As the sun disappeared behind the mountains, I looked back toward the forest. For a moment, I thought I saw a large shadow move between the trees, a sentinel ensuring we kept our word. The crystal felt warm against my skin, a reminder of ancient pacts renewed and responsibilities accepted. I had come to these mountains seeking a job, financial security. I was leaving with something far more valuable, a place in a tradition that stretched back through generations of my family, protecting the boundaries between worlds. 3 months have passed since that day in the Tonto National Forest. The Tribal Council's emergency injunction was successful, halting the drilling operation pending a full environmental review. The evidence we presented: water samples showing chemical contamination matching fracking compounds, detailed mapping of the underground water systems, and projected contamination spread models, proved compelling enough that federal authorities became involved. The energy company is now facing significant fines and a class action lawsuit from communities across 3 counties. News coverage has focused on the environmental victory, with no mention of how we obtained our evidence. The research team kept their word, attributing their discoveries to extensive cave exploration, without specifying what else they found in those depths. As for me, my life has changed in ways I never anticipated. The Research Institute offered me a permanent position as a field guide and indigenous liaison, with a salary that allowed me to clear my debts within weeks. More importantly, I found purpose in work that bridges worlds: my military training, my Navajo heritage, and my new role as a boundary walker. I sit now on the porch of my grandfather's old cabin on the reservation, which I've renovated with my earnings. The evening air carries the scent of sage and juniper as I finish carving a small wooden box. Inside it, I keep offerings: tobacco, corn pollen, and small crystals for my monthly journeys to certain caves and springs in the mountains. James visits regularly, bringing news from the tribal police and council. He never asks directly about what happened in the forest, but he understands the significance of the work I now do. "The elders have been talking," he says, settling into the chair beside me. "Stories are resurfacing, old legends about the guardians beneath the mountains. People are remembering pacts made by our ancestors." I nod, touching the blue crystal that I always wear now. The old ways are returning when we need them most. "There's been another sighting," James continues quietly. "A family gathering Pinon Nuts near Canyon de Shelley. They saw a large figure watching from the shadows. They left offerings instead of running away. This is happening more frequently. Reports of encounters that don't end in fear. Something is shifting in the relationship between our worlds." The crystal at my throat warms suddenly, a sensation I've come to recognize as a sign. I stand, scanning the darkening tree line beyond my property. "You have a visitor?" James asks, following my gaze. "I think so." He rises respectfully. "I should go. Same time next week?" After James departs, I walk to the edge of my property where the manicured yard gives way to wild growth. The forest beyond is thick with shadows, but I no longer fear what might lurk there. "I know you're there," I say softly. "It's safe to approach." A massive figure emerges gradually from the darkness. Not the silver-haired elder from the caverns, but a younger one with russet-colored hair. Around its neck, a crystal glows with the same blue light as mine. We regard each other silently, boundary walkers from different worlds. No words are necessary. The crystals we wear speak of ancient understandings renewed for modern challenges. The being extends its hand, palm up, offering a small object. I approach without hesitation and accept the gift, a piece of carved obsidian showing intertwined human and non-human figures. "Thank you," I say, bowing slightly. "Is there news from below?" The creature makes a series of sounds, not language I can understand with my ears. but somehow the crystal translates impressions to my mind. Water clearing, danger passing, new tunnels being prepared. I nod. The drilling has stopped completely now. The contamination is being addressed. The being gestures toward the mountains, then to the night sky where stars are beginning to appear. Yes, I agree, somehow understanding. There are boundaries everywhere that need protecting, above and below. The creature touches its crystal, then mine, a formal acknowledgement between guardians. Then it melts back into the darkness with surprising grace, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Inside my cabin, I open my grandfather's old trunk, which I've maintained as a small shrine. Among his possessions, eagle feathers, ceremonial items, photographs. I found journals describing his own encounters with the forest guardians, written in coded language I now understand. My grandfather wasn't merely passing down folklore when he told me stories of the Sanitaka. He was preparing me for an inheritance I couldn't have imagined. On the final page of his last journal, he wrote words that now guide my path. The strongest boundaries are not walls, but meeting places, where different worlds touch and learn from each other. Remember this, Nakohe. One day, you may walk such boundaries yourself. I close the journal and place the obsidian carving beside it. Tomorrow, I'll return to the mountains with the research team to collect more water samples, continuing our environmental monitoring. But my true purpose there extends beyond scientific data collection. The crystal warms against my skin, a reminder of ancient pacts and new responsibilities. In a world increasingly divided, I've found my calling at the boundaries, not as a soldier fighting wars, but as a guardian protecting connections. Outside, an owl calls in the darkness. I step onto the porch and look toward the forest, knowing I'm watched over by eyes most people will never see. The wind carries a sound like distant breathing, deep and rhythmic. The earth itself reminding me that some secrets are meant to be kept, some bridges meant to be maintained not for power or profit, but for the balance of all things. I am Nakohe, the walker between worlds. And in these shadowed mountains, I have finally found my home. The desert air clung to my skin like a second layer as I packed the last of my gear into the weathered Jeep. 26 years old and already feeling twice that age. Not what I had imagined when I joined the Army Rangers 4 years ago. Ahiga Tsei, I muttered to myself, rehearsing the name assigned for this operation. My grandfather would have appreciated the irony, the military using a Navajo name for an undercover mission on Navajo land. Ahiga meaning he fights, and Tsei for Rock Canyon, a name to honor my heritage while I worked for the very government that had displaced my people. The mission brief sat heavily in my pocket, investigate unusual activity in the Chuscas Mountains. Officially, I was a geological surveyor working for the Bureau of Land Management. Unofficially, I was tracking potential border smugglers using the remote canyon systems. At least that's what they told me. I adjusted the rearview mirror, catching my own reflection. Dark eyes stared back, surrounded by the military short haircut that made my mother wince whenever I visited the reservation. The dog tags hanging from my neck caught the morning light. Blackrock, Daniel J. My father's name, not my mother's. Another small surrender to a world that preferred assimilation. 3 tours in Afghanistan had left me with shrapnel in my left leg, nightmare material for a lifetime, and a bank account that still somehow showed more red than black. The extra pay for this solo mission would help with my sister's college tuition. Maria deserved better than the reservation schools that had failed most of us. The drive from Fort Huachuca took me north through the heart of Arizona, past landscapes that shifted from Sonoran Desert to the high pine country. By dusk, I reached the small cabin that would serve as my base of operations. Nestled between towering ponderosas, it had the forgotten look of a hunting retreat, exactly what my cover story needed. Inside, the cabin was Spartan but serviceable. A wood stove, a small kitchen, a narrow bed pushed against one wall. The satellite phone and encrypted laptop hidden in my gear were the only modern intrusions. I lit the oil lamp as darkness fell, casting long shadows across the wooden floor. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, carrying with it the familiar scent of resin and earth. For a moment, I was transported back to childhood summers spent with my grandfather, learning the old ways despite my father's disapproval. "The mountains have eyes, Danny," grandfather would say. "Respect them, and they will guide you. Disrespect them." He would leave the thought unfinished, but his meaning was clear. I unpacked my supplies with military precision, arranging everything according to protocol. Last came the small leather pouch containing sage, tobacco, and a carved stone bear, my grandfather's final gift before he passed. Not regulation, but some traditions transcended military doctrine. Sleep came fitfully that first night, broken by unfamiliar sounds and the weight of solitude. Tomorrow, I would begin mapping the cave systems that honeycombed the area. The briefing mentioned unusual thermal readings, unexplained equipment failures, and the disappearance of 2 hikers last season. What they didn't mention, what they couldn't know, were the stories my people told about these mountains. Stories of shadow walkers and skin changers. Stories of places where the membrane between worlds grows thin. As I drifted toward sleep, a long, low sound rolled across the forest. Not quite a howl, not quite a cry. Something primal in my blood recognized it, even as my trained mind cataloged possible wildlife sources. Neither explanation brought comfort. The mission had begun. Dawn broke crisp and clear as I prepared for my first reconnaissance. The forest was quiet, too quiet. No birdsong, no scurrying of small animals. Just the whisper of pine needles in the morning breeze. I consulted my topographical maps, marking the first cave entrance approximately 3 miles northeast of the cabin. According to local legends, the Anasazi had used these caves for ceremonial purposes before mysteriously abandoning them. My grandfather spoke of them as doorways, though to where he would never say. The hike took me through increasing elevation, the trail becoming steeper as I navigated around granite outcroppings. My training kept me alert, scanning for signs of human activity, broken branches, footprints, discarded items. Nothing appeared but the occasional deer track. At midday, I found the first cave entrance, a dark gash in a limestone cliff face, partially hidden by scrub pine. Cool air flowed outward, carrying a faint mineral scent. I documented the location, then slipped on my headlamp and prepared to enter. "Ask permission first," my grandfather's voice echoed in memory. I hesitated, feeling foolish, then removed my hat. "I enter with respect," I murmured in Navajo, placing a pinch of tobacco at the entrance as offering. Military protocol didn't cover indigenous ceremony, but some habits run deeper than training. The cave mouth opened to a narrow passage that quickly descended. Limestone formations glistened in my headlamp beam, creating fantastic shadows that seemed to move at the edge of vision. The temperature dropped noticeably the deeper I went, until my breath clouded before me. After about 50 yards, the passage widened into a chamber roughly the size of the cabin. Ancient pictographs covered one wall, geometric patterns and stick figures with elongated limbs. I photographed them, noting their similarity to those found at Chaco Canyon. As I adjusted my pack, something caught my eye. A fresh marking among the ancient ones. 3 parallel lines, drawn with what appeared to be charcoal. Recent, human. I wasn't alone in these mountains after all. I continued deeper, mapping as I went. The main passage branched into 3 smaller tunnels. Following protocol, I marked each junction with infrared tape, visible only through night vision equipment. The middle passage drew me forward. It spiraled downward, widening then narrowing in a pattern that felt almost purposeful. The air grew colder still, with an underlying dampness that suggested an underground water source. 2 hours into my exploration, my headlamp caught a reflection that didn't match the surrounding stone, something metallic embedded in the cave wall. I approached cautiously, using my knife to gently pry at the surrounding limestone. A silver dog tag emerged, crusted with mineral deposits but still legible. Peterson, Mark A, U.S. Army. The date showed it was nearly 30 years old. No record of military operations in this area had been included in my briefing. I secured the tag in my pack, unease growing with each step deeper. The passage continued to descend until opening into another large chamber. Here, the floor was perfectly level, too level for natural formation. In the center stood a stone structure resembling an altar. My radio crackled suddenly, making me jump. Nothing but static came through the speaker. But something about the rhythm seemed almost like speech, rising and falling in patterns too regular for random interference. The air pressure changed abruptly, my ears popping as though I'd descended thousands of feet in seconds. With the pressure change came a sound, a low rhythmic thudding that I felt more than heard, like massive footsteps from somewhere deep below. I switched off my headlamp, plunging the chamber into absolute darkness, and listened. The footsteps, if that's what they were, continued for several seconds, then stopped. A sound like breathing, deep, labored breathing, replaced them. I remained motionless, my hand on my sidearm, breathing shallow and controlled as I'd been trained. Minutes passed. The breathing sound moved away, receding deeper into the cave system. Only when silence returned did I risk turning my lamp on again. The chamber appeared unchanged, yet something felt different, as though the air itself had become alert to my presence. Time to retreat and report. I began retracing my steps, moving quickly but carefully. At the first junction I paused, disoriented. The infrared marker I'd placed was gone. Impossible, I'd secured it firmly. I checked the other passages. Each marker had been systematically removed. Someone, or something, had been following me, erasing my trail. Back at the cabin, I radioed base camp with my coordinates and findings, deliberately omitting mention of the dog tag and missing markers. Some details felt too personal, too connected to the stories my grandfather had shared around winter fires. Night fell quickly in the mountains, darkness pooling beneath the pines like spilled ink. I stoked the wood stove and spread my maps across the table, marking the cave entrance and estimated tunnel routes. Tomorrow I would explore the eastern passage, assuming I could find my way back to the main chamber. A knock at the door froze me mid-motion. I reached for my sidearm, approaching the door with practiced silence. No vehicle had driven up. No footsteps had creaked on the porch boards. "Who's there?" I called, positioning myself to the side of the doorframe. "A neighbor," came the reply, the voice aged and rough-edged. "Hosteen Sosi. I bring warning." I opened the door cautiously. An elderly Navajo man stood on the porch, leaning on a gnarled juniper walking stick. His face was deeply lined, his silver hair pulled back in a traditional bun. He wore a flannel shirt beneath a dusty denim jacket, and around his neck hung a medicine pouch similar to my own. "You should not be here, Ahigatsei," he said, using my cover name. "These mountains are waking." I hesitated, then stepped back to allow him entry. "How do you know my name?" "The trading post talks, a government man asking questions about the old caves." He sat by the fire without invitation. "But your eyes, they're Dine. Blackrock, yes? Eleanor's grandson?" I nodded, surprise loosening my guard. "You knew my grandmother?" "Our clans are connected through marriage long ago." He gestured to my maps. "You found the first doorway today. Did you hear the Yinald Lushi?" "The Skinwalker." My grandfather's stories resurged. Beings who had forsaken their humanity for power, who could take animal form, who fed on fear and flesh. "I heard something," I admitted, pouring coffee for us both. "The military thinks smugglers are using the caves." Hosteen Sosi laughed without humor. "The government always needs simple answers. But what walks these mountains is older than borders, older than nations." He accepted the coffee, his hands gnarled but steady. "There is a balance in these lands. The old ones maintained it through ceremony and sacrifice. When the people were removed, the ceremonies stopped." "You're talking about the Long Walk?" I asked, referencing the forced relocation of the Navajo in the 1860s. He nodded. "When we returned, much knowledge was lost. Some doorways remained unopened, some guardians unattended." He pointed to my maps. "The cave you entered today leads to places not meant for the living. The recent earthquakes have disturbed old boundaries." "What earthquakes?" "There's been no seismic activity reported." I pulled up geological data on my laptop. "Your instruments don't measure the kind of shaking I mean." He tapped his chest. "Earth medicine is stirring. The big ones, what you call Sasquatch, they're moving from their deep places." I'd heard the stories. Dindi Naili, the big man of the mountains. Most tribes had similar legends, powerful beings who dwelled in remote places, guardians of wild spaces. Cryptid enthusiasts called them Bigfoot. Scientists dismissed them entirely. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. "Because you wear two worlds like me. Army tags around your neck, medicine pouch at your hip." He pointed to the leather bag visible beneath my shirt. "And because two others came before you, they didn't listen. The missing hikers. Not hikers, military like you. They thought they found something valuable in the deep caves. Disturbed old things better left sleeping." He rose stiffly. "The one you call Bigfoot isn't the monster, it's the guardian. What it guards against, that's what you should fear." He moved toward the door. "Tomorrow night is dark moon. Stay out of the caves. Burn sage at your doorway. Make no sound after sunset." He paused, hand on the doorknob. "And if you hear your name called from the trees, no matter how familiar the voice, do not answer." With that cryptic warning, he disappeared into the darkness, leaving me with more questions than answers. I rechecked my satellite phone, finding no signal. The laptop showed the emergency beacon was functional at least. I added Hosteen Sossi's information to my notes, then cleaned my sidearm, a comforting ritual that grounded me in the practical world of metal and oil. As I prepared for bed, a distant sound drifted through the night, a cadence of whoops and howls that matched no wildlife I recognized. They rose and fell in patterns that suggested language rather than animal calls. I extinguished my lamp and moved to the window, scanning the moonlit forest. Among the shadows between distant trees, something large moved with deliberate grace, its outline suggesting a form both human and not. It paused, as if sensing observation, then raised its head toward my cabin. I stepped back from the window, heart hammering. Whatever stood watching was at least 8 feet tall, its shoulders impossibly broad. The dog tag I'd found weighed in my pocket like a premonition. What had happened to Mark Peterson 30 years ago? Why wasn't his disappearance in my briefing? Sleep, when it finally came, brought dreams of endless tunnels and distant voices calling my true name. Morning arrived with a blanket of fog that clung to the pines and muffled all sound. I checked in with base camp, reporting my plans to explore the eastern cave system. No mention of Hosteen Sossi or his warnings. Some things didn't belong in official reports. The hike back to the cave entrance took longer in the thick fog. Twice I found myself veering off course, as though the landscape itself had shifted overnight. Navigation instruments worked perfectly, yet somehow led me in circles until I abandoned them, relying instead on the tracking skills my grandfather had taught me. At the cave entrance, I found my tobacco offering gone, expected after a night of foraging animals. What I didn't expect were the fresh tracks pressed into the soft earth. Bare human footprints leading into the cave, far larger than any normal man's. Military protocol demanded I report potential hostile presence and wait for backup. But something pulled me forward. Duty, curiosity, or perhaps the same stubborn streak that had led me from the reservation to the Rangers. I entered cautiously, sidearm drawn. The cool air inside carried a new scent, musky and primal, like wet fur and earth. My headlamp cast bobbing shadows as I descended, following the same path as yesterday. At the first junction, I stopped short. The walls were marked with fresh symbols, spiraling patterns drawn in red ochre that matched the ancient pictographs but were undeniably new. Among them, repeated several times, was a figure that resembled a tall, broad-shouldered being with elongated limbs. I photographed everything, then continued toward the central chamber with the altar. The passage seemed different, wider, smoother, as though years of erosion had occurred overnight. The chamber itself had transformed. The altar now bore offerings, fresh pine boughs, a scattering of cornmeal, and most disturbing, 3 military-issue buttons arranged in a triangle. My radio crackled to life, spitting static that resolved into a distant voice. "Alpha Team, position, evacuate immediately, contact lost with..." Then silence. I attempted to respond, receiving only dead air. Either I was too deep for transmission, or something was actively interfering with communications. The dog tag in my pocket seemed suddenly heavier. I pulled it out, running my thumb over the embossed name. Peterson. Had he stood in this same chamber 30 years ago? Had he heard the same footsteps that now echoed from the eastern passage? Heavy, deliberate steps approached. I doused my light and pressed against the chamber wall, controlling my breathing as I'd been trained. The footsteps paused at the chamber entrance. In the absolute darkness, I sensed rather than saw something massive enter the space. The air displacement, the subtle vibration through the stone floor, the deep rumbling breath, all spoke of something far larger than human. I remained motionless, my training battling primal instinct to flee. Minutes stretched like hours as the presence moved about the chamber, pausing at the altar. A sound broke the silence, stones scraping against stone. The altar was being moved. Against better judgment, I activated my night vision goggles. The green-tinged view revealed a figure stooping over the altar, at least 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered, covered in what appeared to be thick hair or fur. Its movements were deliberate, almost ceremonial, as it arranged the stone structure. Then it turned, facing directly toward my position. Its face was both familiar and alien, features that suggested humanity but pushed to primal extremes. Deep-set eyes reflected my infrared equipment with startling intelligence. Not animal awareness, but consciousness, recognition. It made no move toward me, instead gesturing toward the newly revealed opening beneath the altar. An invitation, or a warning. Then it spoke, not in words, but in a series of resonant sounds that vibrated in my chest. The cadence matched what I'd heard from the forest the previous night. Without warning, my night vision failed, plunging me back into darkness. When I finally risked reigniting my headlamp, the chamber was empty. The altar had been moved aside, revealing a narrow stairway carved into the bedrock, descending steeply into earth. My mission parameters were clear: document unusual activity, identify threats, report findings. Nothing mandated exploring newly discovered underground structures, especially after contact with an unidentified entity. Yet the dog tag in my hand demanded answers, and somewhere below, I sensed, lay the truth about what the military really sought in these mountains. I began my descent, counting steps as I went. The stairway spiraled tightly, each step worn smooth by passage of countless feet over what must have been centuries. The air grew warmer rather than colder, unusual for increasing depth. At step 113, the stairway opened into a tunnel lined with a material I couldn't identify. Not stone, not metal, but something that seemed to absorb my light rather than reflect it. The tunnel extended straight ahead, sloping gently downward. Along its walls, at regular intervals, were niches containing small clay figures. Each represented the same tall, broad-shouldered being I'd encountered, placed as if standing guard. The tunnel ended abruptly at a circular chamber. Unlike the natural formations above, this space was clearly constructed, perfectly round, its ceiling domed, its floor inlaid with concentric circles of different colored stone. At the center stood a pedestal supporting what appeared to be a chunk of unworked obsidian about the size of a human heart. It pulsed with faint luminescence, casting no light yet somehow visible, even when I extinguished my lamp. My training included recognition of radioactive materials. The Geiger counter in my pack remained silent. Whatever energy the object emitted, it wasn't nuclear. As I approached, the obsidian's pulsing synchronized with my heartbeat. Each step closer strengthened the resonance until I felt it throughout my body. A vibration that seemed to connect me to the stone and to something beyond it. This was what the military sought, an energy source of unknown origin and potential. This was why Peterson had disappeared, why hikers went missing, why the government maintained surveillance of these mountains for decades. I reached toward the obsidian, compelled by a force I couldn't name. My fingertips hovered inches from its surface when a deafening roar shook the chamber. The Guardian had returned, and it was not alone. The tunnel behind me filled with massive shapes, 3 of the beings backlit by my abandoned headlamp. Their silhouettes were unmistakably similar to what cryptozoologists called Sasquatch or Bigfoot, but their presence carried an intelligence and purpose that no animal possessed. I drew my sidearm instinctively, though some deeper wisdom told me it would be useless here, against these ancient guardians. The largest of the 3 approached, moving with surprising grace for its size. In one massive hand it carried something that caught the faint light from the obsidian, another dog tag. It placed this beside the pedestal, then stepped back, waiting. I lowered my weapon slowly and moved forward to examine the tag. Martinez, Julia E., U.S. Army. Dated 4 years ago. The second hiker who had disappeared. The being made that resonant sound again, not threatening, but insistent. Communication. I don't understand, I said aloud, my voice echoing strangely in the chamber. The largest guardian pointed to the obsidian, then to the stone circles in the floor, then swept its arm toward the ceiling in a gesture that suggested vastness. This is a doorway, I guessed, remembering Hostine Sosi's words. The being nodded, a distinctly human gesture that sent a chill through me. Understanding began to form. Not smugglers, not resources, but a boundary, a threshold between worlds that the military had discovered decades ago and sought to control or exploit. The Guardian pointed to the dog tags, then made a slashing motion across its throat. They tried to take it, I said. The obsidian. Again, that human nod. My mission parameters shifted in my mind. I wasn't sent to find smugglers. I was sent to succeed where Peterson and Martinez had failed, to retrieve the obsidian and bring it back for study. The geological survey, the smuggling concerns, all cover stories. The largest guardian stepped closer, now near enough that I could smell its musty, earthy scent. It towered over me, yet made no threatening moves. Instead, it reached out one massive hand toward my medicine pouch. Instinctively, I grasped the leather bag containing my grandfather's gifts. You know what this is? The being made a sound almost like affirmation, then pointed to its own chest where a similar but larger pouch hung from a braided cord. Connection bloomed in my mind. The Guardians weren't separate from native traditions. They were part of them. The skinwalkers, the big mountain people, the watchers of boundaries. Different tribes had different names, but all spoke of ancient beings who maintained cosmic order. Your protectors, I said, keeping whatever's on the other side from coming through. The obsidian pulsed brighter, as if responding to my realization. The floor beneath me trembled slightly, the concentric circles seeming to shift, though they remained physically unchanged. The Guardian gestured again at the dog tags, then at me, then at the tunnel leading upward. The message was clear. Leave, or join the others who had tried to take what didn't belong to them. I holstered my weapon. I understand. I'm not here to disturb the boundary. As if testing my claim, the largest Guardian stepped aside, clearing my path to the obsidian. Invitation or final test, either way my decision would determine my fate. I thought of my mission, of the military paycheck that would help my sister through college, of advancement opportunities that might come from successful retrieval. Then I thought of my grandfather's teachings about balance and respect, about thresholds that should remain undisturbed, about the arrogance of those who thought everything in creation was theirs to take and use. I stepped back from the pedestal. It stays where it belongs. The tension in the chamber dissipated instantly. The Guardian's postures relaxed, and the largest made a sound almost like approval. It approached again, this time extending its hand palm up, offering something. A stone, small and rounded, similar to the obsidian but clear as glass with a spiral pattern visible deep within. I accepted it cautiously. The stone felt warm, almost alive against my skin. The Guardian pointed to the exit, then made a sweeping gesture across its eyes and pointed to me. You'll be watching me, I translated, making sure I keep my word. The being nodded once more, then stepped back to join the others. I retrieved my headlamp and began the long climb back to the upper chambers. The clear stone secure in my pocket alongside my grandfather's medicine pouch. Behind me, the Guardians remained at their eternal post. By the time I reached the main cave entrance, dusk had fallen. The forest was quiet but not silent. Normal evening sounds had returned, suggesting the balance had been restored. At the cabin, I faced the inevitable decision, what to report to my superiors. The truth would sound like madness. Evidence would be demanded. The obsidian would still be coveted. Others would come, perhaps with more firepower, less respect. I fingered the stone the Guardian had given me, a token of trust, a reminder of responsibility. My decision was made before I reached for the satellite phone. Asset unrecoverable, location compromised, requesting extraction. short, professional, technically accurate. The seismic activity I reported, fabricated but convincing, would explain why the cave system had become too unstable for retrieval operations. The radiation readings, carefully manufactured using my equipment, would discourage immediate follow-up expeditions. By morning, a helicopter would arrive. By evening, I would be debriefed at Fort Huachuca. By the end of the week, the mission would be classified as a reasonable failure and filed away. Until another soldier was sent. Another attempt made. I packed methodically, leaving no trace of my presence except the deliberate instruments I'd placed in the cave entrance to support my story. Sensors showing dangerous structural instability. Radiation levels just concerning enough to warrant caution without suggesting valuable materials. As night deepened around the cabin, a knock came at the door. Hosteen Sosi waited on the porch, his face showing no surprise at my packed gear. "You've chosen," he said, not a question. I nodded. "The boundary remains undisturbed. For now." He settled into the same chair as before. "But they will send others. I've made it difficult, dangerous, expensive." I poured us both coffee, a final shared moment before worlds diverged again. "Not enough." He touched the pocket where I kept the Guardian Stone. "You carry responsibility now." The truth settled over me like a mantle. The Guardians hadn't just tested me, they had recruited me. The stone wasn't a token, but a burden, a commission. "I'm returning to the military," I said. "What can I do from there?" "Watch, listen, warn when needed." Hosteen sipped his coffee. "The old boundaries are weakening everywhere, not just in these mountains. The Guardians need allies among your people." "My people?" I asked. "The Dine or the military?" "Both, neither." He set down his cup. "You stand between worlds, Danny Blackrock. That is your strength and your purpose now. And if I refuse?" His smile was both sad and knowing. "You already accepted when you took the Seeing Stone. It showed you truth, yes? About the doorway, about what waits beyond." I nodded, remembering the visions that had flooded my mind when I first touched the spiral-marked stone. Glimpses of ancient conflicts, of boundaries established through sacrifice, of worlds pressing against one another like tectonic plates, creating earthquakes where they met. "My extraction team arrives at dawn," I said. "Then we have work to do before then." He rose, surprisingly spry for his apparent age. "Come, the Guardians have shown you their trust. Now I must show you how to honor it." We spent the night in ceremony, smudging with sage and cedar, prayers in Navajo that I half remembered from childhood, new words I would need to protect myself and others. He taught me how to use the Seeing Stone, how to recognize signs of boundary thinning, how to contact others like us when necessary. As false dawn lightened the eastern sky, we stood outside the cabin. In the distance, the faint thrum of helicopter rotors approached. "Remember," Hosteen said, pressing something into my hand, "you are never alone in this work." I opened my palm to find a small leather pouch identical to mine, but weathered with age. Inside was a carved wooden figure, a guardian rendered with stunning detail despite its size. "Your grandfather's," Hosteen explained. "He stood watch before you." Revelation struck like lightning. He wasn't just telling stories. No, he was preparing you. Hosteen turned to leave, pausing at the forest's edge. "Watch your dreams, Danny Blackrock. The Guardians will speak to you there. And remember, not all threats wear fur and stand 8 feet tall. Some wear uniforms and speak of national security." He vanished into the trees as the helicopter appeared above the clearing. I squared my shoulders and prepared my report one final time. What I would say, what I would conceal. The obsidian remained where it belonged. The Guardians continued their vigil, and I had found my place in the ancient balance, not soldier or civilian, not fully Dine or fully assimilated, but something necessary to both worlds. The helicopter landed, dust swirling around me like dancing spirits. As I approached, I felt eyes upon me from the forest depths, ancient, aware, approving. The boundary held, for now. And I, Daniel Blackrock, once just a ranger seeking to pay off debts, had become something my grandfather had always seen in me. A keeper of boundaries, a bridge between worlds. I boarded the helicopter, the seeing stone warm against my chest, its spiral marking a path both backward to ancestral wisdom and forward into uncertain futures. The Guardians would be watching, and so would I. The darkness fell faster than I expected in these Arizona mountains. What had started as a routine training exercise was now something else entirely, something I couldn't explain. I'd been with the 75th Ranger Regiment for 6 years. Special operations was my life, but nothing in my training prepared me for what awaited in the Superstition Mountains. The mission seemed straightforward. 5 days of deep wilderness survival and reconnaissance, a test of our abilities before deployment. My grandfather, Ahiga Begay, would have laughed at my predicament. He grew up on Navajo land not far from here, and he'd taught me many of the old ways before he passed. While most of the other kids on the reservation were playing video games, I was learning how to track deer, identify medicinal plants, and listen to the spirits of the land. Kami, he'd say, using my Hopi name meaning secret thunder. The mountains have memories longer than any man. Respect them, and they will protect you. I should have remembered his warnings about these particular mountains. The temporary base camp we'd established sat nestled between ancient saguaros and twisted juniper trees. My squad had split into pairs for overnight reconnaissance missions. Sergeant Miller and I took the eastern route, heading deeper into the restricted wilderness area than any of us had ventured before. You see that ridge? Miller pointed to a distant formation as we hiked. Command says there's unusual activity out here, probably just drug runners, but we need to check it out. I nodded, but something felt wrong. The wind carried whispers I couldn't quite make out. The desert felt too quiet, too watchful. When Miller disappeared, it happened in seconds. One moment he was 10 yards ahead of me, scanning the terrain with his binoculars. The next, gone. No sound. No trace. Just gone. I sprinted to where he'd been standing, my M4 at the ready. Nothing but scrub brush and ancient volcanic rock. No footprints leading away. No signs of struggle. It was as if the earth had swallowed him whole. Miller, I called, forgetting protocol. My voice echoed off the canyon walls, returning hollow and distorted. Night fell rapidly after that. My radio produced nothing but static. The GPS unit malfunctioned, showing coordinates that constantly shifted. I was on my own. I found the cave as the last light faded, a narrow opening in the rock face, barely visible behind a stand of mesquite. Under normal circumstances, I would never have entered without backup, but a sudden dust storm forced my hand. I slipped inside, using my tactical light to illuminate the space. The cave extended deeper than it first appeared, tunneling down at a gentle slope. Ancient pictographs covered the walls, figures with elongated limbs, bizarre animal shapes, and geometric patterns that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. My grandfather had spoken of such places, sacred sites where the veil between worlds grew thin, places where the old ones still walked. I continued downward, hoping to find shelter until I could re-establish contact with base camp. The tunnel narrowed, then opened into a vast chamber that couldn't possibly exist within the mountain's known geology. In the center of the chamber stood a small wooden structure, a cabin that appeared decades, perhaps centuries old. It shouldn't have been there. It couldn't have been there. Yet my light revealed every detail with perfect clarity. Weathered pine logs, a sagging metal roof, a single window with tattered curtains that moved slightly despite the still air, and something was moving inside. Before joining the Army, I lived in a small reservation border town where opportunities were scarce. My parents struggled, Dad working construction when jobs were available, Mom teaching at the underfunded reservation school. We got by, but just barely. I excelled at sports and had decent grades, but college scholarships were limited. When the recruiter came to our high school talking about benefits, educational opportunities, and a chance to serve, I listened. The military offered structure and purpose, qualities I respected from my traditional upbringing. Grandfather Ahiga disagreed. The warrior path is honorable, he told me, but their wars are not our wars. I enlisted anyway. The steady paycheck helped my parents with their mortgage. The signing bonus cleared most of my younger sister's college debt. For the first time in my life, financial uncertainty wasn't a constant shadow. These thoughts rushed through my mind as I approached the impossible cabin. Training kicked in. I secured the perimeter, checking for traps or signs of recent occupation. Finding none, I approached the door with my weapon ready. U.S. Army, identify yourself, I called out. No response. The door swung open at my touch, revealing a single room illuminated by dying embers in a stone fireplace. A rough-hewn table, a bed with a handmade quilt, shelves lined with preserved foods in dusty mason jars. Everything covered in a fine layer of dust, yet somehow feeling recently abandoned. On the table lay a leather-bound journal, open to a page of faded handwriting. I approached cautiously, keeping my light trained on the text. It follows me still. The hairy man of the mountain, the Sin Eater. I fled 300 miles from the northern forests, but it has found me again. They call it Bigfoot in these parts, but the Tohono O'odham have older names for it. Names spoken only in whispers. The journal was dated 1879. The handwriting grew increasingly erratic toward the bottom of the page. I hear it breathing outside my door at night. Not the breath of an animal, but something that once knew human speech and has forgotten. It mimics my voice now, calling to me with my own words. God help me. The entry ended there. I flipped through the remaining pages, but they were blank. Something scraped against the exterior wall of the cabin. A slow, deliberate sound, like claws on wood. I extinguished my light and moved to the window, peering through a gap in the curtains. The darkness outside was absolute, but I could sense something massive moving just beyond my field of vision. Something that breathed in low, rattling gasps. My training told me to remain calm, to assess the threat objectively. But deeper instincts, the ones my grandfather had nurtured, screamed danger in ways I couldn't articulate. I checked my weapon, counting rounds, and weighed my options. The tunnel leading back to the surface was the only exit I knew of. If something blocked that path, the scratching intensified, moving around the perimeter of the cabin. Methodical, searching. The floorboards beneath me vibrated with each impact. Then it stopped. Silence pressed against my ears like a physical weight. I controlled my breathing, listening intently for any sound. A voice called from outside, Sergeant Miller's voice, but wrong somehow. Too hollow. Thompson, you in there? I found a way out. I didn't answer. Miller would never call me by my last name in the field. We always used call signs during operations. Come on out, Thompson. It's safe now. The voice shifted slightly, becoming less like Miller's with each word, as if whatever was speaking was losing grip on the imitation. Come out. The last words vibrated at a frequency that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. The cabin's single window shattered inward, showering the floor with glass. In the darkness beyond, I glimpsed movement. A shape at least 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered but bipedal, covered in something that wasn't quite hair and wasn't quite scales. I fired 3 rounds through the window and lunged for the door. Whatever was out there roared, a sound no human or known animal could produce, and the entire cabin shuddered as if struck by an earthquake. I had seconds, at most, before the structure collapsed around me. The Begay family ceremonies always ended with my grandfather's stories. As children, we'd gather around the fire while he spoke of the old days and the old ways. Most of the stories were meant to teach the importance of harmony with nature, respect for elders, the dangers of greed or disrespect. But some stories he saved for when the younger children were asleep. Stories of skinwalkers and night creatures, entities that existed in the spaces between the natural and supernatural. The big ones, he once told me, the ones the white people call Bigfoot or Sasquatch. They're not what people think, not animals, not men, something older than both. I'd laughed then. Come on, grandfather. Nobody believes those stories anymore. His expression had remained serious. That's why they're more dangerous now than ever before. The old protections are forgotten. The old warnings go unheeded. As I fled the collapsing cabin, his words echoed in my mind with terrible clarity. The tunnel ahead was pitch black. I activated my night vision, revealing the passage stretching deeper into the earth. Behind me, something large forced its way through the cabin's doorway, wood splintering under enormous pressure. I ran deeper into the cave system, away from the creature and the surface. Not an ideal tactical decision, but my only option for immediate survival. The tunnel branched repeatedly. I chose paths at random, hoping to lose whatever pursued me in the labyrinth. After what felt like hours, I found myself in another large chamber, this one partially illuminated by phosphorescent fungi growing along the walls and ceiling. In the center stood stone structures arranged in a circular pattern, clearly man-made, ancient beyond reckoning. Crude pillars surrounded a flat, altar-like stone. The ground was smooth, worn by countless feet over centuries or millennia. I recognized it immediately from my grandfather's teachings. A kiva, a ceremonial chamber, though unlike any I'd seen before. The underground rooms I'd visited with him had been rectangular, built by ancestral Puebloan people. This circular design suggested different origins, perhaps even predating known indigenous cultures. I took cover behind one of the stone pillars and checked my gear. 2 magazines remaining for my sidearm. Flashlight with fading batteries. Water for perhaps another day. No radio contact. From somewhere in the tunnels behind me came that terrible roaring again. Closer now, but still distant enough that I had time to think. I examined the kiva more carefully. The pictographs here were more elaborate than those near the entrance. Hunting scenes, astronomical charts, and again a tall, broad-shouldered figure with an elongated head. In some images, the figure appeared benevolent, helping humans hunt or find water. In others, it carried off struggling human forms into dark crevices. The stone altar held faint traces of ancient pigments and what appeared to be ceremonial offerings, fragments of shell, stone arrowheads, and what I reluctantly identified as human bone, yellowed with age. My grandfather had spoken of places where the ancient ones conducted ceremonies to keep balance between worlds, places where offerings were left to appease entities that existed beyond the boundaries of the natural world. What had he said about such creatures? That they were guardians once, protectors of sacred places, until European contact brought desecration of holy sites and abandonment of old ways. After that, some turned hostile, becoming vengeful spirits rather than protective ones. I thought of the training exercises our unit had been conducting in these mountains for weeks. The explosives used in drills, the excavation for temporary structures. How many ancient sites had we unknowingly disturbed? The roaring drew closer, echoing through the tunnels in a way that made it impossible to determine the exact direction. I needed a plan beyond simple evasion. My gaze fell on the altar again. Grandfather had taught me fragments of the old ceremonies, enough to show respect, though not enough to conduct a full ritual. Would it be enough? I had nothing to offer except what I carried. I removed my dog tags and placed them on the stone, a personal sacrifice. Then I spoke the words I remembered, asking for safe passage, acknowledging my trespass into sacred space, showing respect for the ancient ones. The echoing roars stopped mid-sound. Silence filled the chamber, broken only by the soft sound of water dripping somewhere in the distance. Then footsteps, heavy, deliberate, approached from one of the tunnels leading to the chamber. Not running now. Walking with purpose. I readied my weapon and waited. When I was 16, I found my grandfather at our ceremonial hogan before dawn, carefully arranging objects in a specific pattern. Cornmeal, eagle feathers, small carved figures. His hands moved with practiced precision despite his advanced age. "What are you doing up so early, Kemi?" he asked without looking up. "Couldn't sleep," I admitted. "What's all this for?" "Protection," he said simply. "There are disturbances in the mountains, old things stirring." I'd rolled my eyes. "Grandfather, we talked about this. Those are just stories." He had fixed me with a stern look. "Stories are how we remember important truths. The world is changing too fast. The balance is shifting. The guardians grow restless." Now, crouched behind a pillar in an ancient kiva hundreds of feet below the Arizona desert, I wished I'd asked more questions, learned more of the old ways. The footsteps grew louder, heavy, deliberate. The stride length suggested something far larger than human. I steeled myself and risked a glance around the stone pillar. What entered the chamber walked upright on 2 legs, but resembled no man I'd ever seen. At least 8 feet tall, with proportions that were almost but not quite human. Its body was covered in something that resembled dark hair from a distance, but seemed more like flexible spines up close. Its face, what I could see of it beneath a heavy brow ridge, contained features that seemed to shift and change when viewed directly. It moved to the center of the kiva and stood motionless before the altar where I'd placed my dog tags. A low rumbling sound emanated from its chest, not quite speech, not quite animal growl. Every instinct screamed at me to run or fight, but something deeper held me in place. The creature hadn't attacked immediately despite surely knowing my location. It was waiting, watching. I made my decision. I stepped out from behind the pillar, weapon lowered but not holstered. "I mean no disrespect to this place," I said clearly, falling back on the formal speech patterns my grandfather had taught me for addressing spirits and elders. "I seek only passage back to my people." The creature's head tilted slightly. The rumbling sound changed pitch and rhythm, becoming almost speech-like, though unlike any language I recognized. Its attention shifted to my dog tags on the stone altar. One massive hand, fingers too long, joints too numerous, reached out and touched the metal. The tags emitted a high-pitched ringing, like crystal struck by a tuning fork. Images flooded my mind unbidden. The mountains as they once were, untouched by modern development. Ancient peoples conducting ceremonies in this very chamber. The creature itself, moving through forests long since cut down, watching over sacred spaces. Then newer images, military vehicles churning through pristine desert, explosions from training exercises, ancient artifacts unearthed and discarded by unknowing soldiers. The mental barrage stopped as suddenly as it had begun. The creature stared at me with eyes that reflected no light. "Guardian," I said, the word coming to me instinctively. "We didn't know this was your territory, your sacred space." The rumbling changed again, and to my shock, I understood fragments of meaning. Not words exactly, but intentions, emotions, anger, territorial violation, a demand for atonement. "What do you require?" I asked. "How can balance be restored?" The creature extended its hand toward me, palm up. The gesture was unmistakable. It wanted me to go with it. I thought of my unit, probably searching for Miller and me by now, my family back on the reservation, the life I'd built. Going with this entity might mean the end of everything I knew, but I also thought of my grandfather's teachings about responsibility and respect, about maintaining harmony with forces beyond human understanding. "If I go with you," I said carefully, "will you leave the others alone? My fellow soldiers, they don't understand the old ways." The creature's massive head dipped once in what appeared to be affirmation. I took a deep breath and stepped forward. The creature led me through tunnels that shouldn't have existed according to any geological survey of the region. We descended for what felt like hours, the passages gradually widening until we were walking through caverns vast enough to contain entire buildings. Strange luminescent fungi provided dim light, revealing underground lakes of perfectly still water and formations of crystal that seemed to sing faintly when we passed. The air grew warmer rather than cooler, carrying scents of earth and something like cedar smoke. We passed other kivas, some larger than the first, all showing signs of ancient ceremonial use. I saw pictographs depicting events I recognized from tribal histories: migrations, famous battles, the arrival of the Spanish. The artwork became more elaborate and better preserved the deeper we went. Finally, we entered a chamber so large I couldn't see the distant walls or ceiling. At its center burned a fire that cast no smoke, surrounded by structures that resembled traditional hogans, but built of stone rather than wood and earth. And there were others like my guide, dozens of the tall, not quite human figures moving about with purpose. Some carried objects I couldn't identify. Others worked with tools that resembled nothing I'd seen before. None paid us particular attention as we passed. The creature led me to one of the stone hogans and gestured for me to enter. Inside, I found a space that seemed specifically prepared for a human occupant. A sleeping area with woven blankets, containers of water, even prepared food that resembled traditional dishes my grandmother used to make. This wasn't a prison cell. It was living quarters. My guide made that rumbling sound again, and this time I understood more clearly. Rest. Prepare. The ceremony requires strength. When the creature left, I explored my new surroundings more thoroughly. The Hogan contained no modern materials. Everything was stone, wood, clay, or woven plant fiber. Yet the craftsmanship was exquisite, showing a level of skill that surpassed anything I'd seen in museums or cultural centers. On one wall hung what appeared to be clothing, garments made of soft, tanned leather, decorated with traditional patterns I recognized from my own heritage, though the specific designs were far older than any I'd seen before. I examined the food left for me, a stew of unfamiliar roots and herbs, with what might have been rabbit meat, blue corn cakes, and a tea that smelled of sage and something sweeter. After careful inspection and remembering my survival training about edible plants, I decided to eat. The flavors were intense but not unpleasant, carrying depth and complexity beyond ordinary food. After eating, exhaustion overcame me. I lay down on the sleeping platform, intending only to rest briefly while planning my next move. Instead, I fell into the deepest sleep I'd experienced since childhood. I dreamed of my grandfather. We sat together on the high mesa where he'd taught me to track deer as a boy. "You found them?" he said, his voice stronger than it had been in his final years. "The Guardians," I confirmed. "You knew they were real?" He nodded. "I met one once, when I was younger than you are now. It was during a vision quest. I thought it was just a spirit message until later, when I found others who had similar encounters. What do they want from me?" "Balance," he said simply. "The old ways maintained boundaries between worlds. Those boundaries weaken when ceremonies are forgotten, sacred places desecrated. They want me to stay here," I realized. "To become some kind of, what, prisoner? Sacrifice?" Grandfather shook his head. "Ambassador, perhaps, or apprentice. They need humans who understand both worlds. But my life, my career, my family, is this not also your heritage, your responsibility?" He gestured around us. "The army taught you to be a warrior, but our people have always had warriors of many kinds. Some fought with weapons. Others fought to preserve knowledge, maintain balance." I woke with these words echoing in my mind. The fire in the center of the Hogan burned steadily, though I hadn't fed it. Outside, I could hear movement and those strange, rumbling vocalizations. On a stone table near the entrance, I found what looked like ceremonial items: a small clay bowl of pigment, an elaborate feather arrangement, a polished stone knife. The message was clear. Whatever ceremony awaited, it was time to prepare. I applied the pigments as I'd been taught long ago. Vertical lines on the cheeks for protection, horizontal across the forehead for wisdom, circles at the temples for vision beyond ordinary sight. The patterns felt right, though I hadn't performed such preparations since attending ceremonies with my grandfather as a teenager. I donned the leather garments left for me. They fit perfectly, as if made to my measurements. The designs incorporated symbols I recognized from multiple tribes: Navajo, Hopi, Apache, and others I couldn't identify. A hybrid tradition, perhaps, or something that predated the distinctions between modern tribal identities. When I emerged from the Hogan, my guide waited outside. In the better light of the central fire, I could see it more clearly. Its features remained difficult to focus on, shifting subtly when viewed directly, but I could now see patterns in the hair-like covering, whorls and spirals that might have been natural, or might have been deliberately created. It led me to the central fire, where others of its kind had gathered in a circle. They parted to allow us passage to the innermost ring, where a flat stone similar to the altar in the first kiva lay covered with objects: crystals, carved figures, bundles of herbs, and a clay vessel containing a liquid that glowed faintly blue. My guide indicated I should kneel before the stone. When I did, one of the largest creatures stepped forward. It wore elaborate decorations: strands of shell and stone beads, feathers, and small bones arranged in patterns around its massive shoulders and chest. This one's rumbling speech came through clearer in my mind. "You stand between worlds now, man called Thunder." I was startled by the use of a translation of my Hopi name, Keme. The leader continued, "Our guardianship grows weak as humans forget. Boundaries thin. Worlds bleed together. Some of your kind remember the old agreements. Most do not." "What agreements?" I asked. Sacred places remain untouched, offerings made at proper times, respect shown for what exists beyond human understanding. The leader gestured to the objects on the stone. A choice lies before you. Drink and see with new eyes. Become a bridge between worlds. Help restore what was broken, or return to your people, carrying our warning. The boundaries must be respected, the sacred places left undisturbed, or what comes through will not be as restrained as we have been. I stared at the glowing liquid. If I drink, what happens to me? You remain yourself, but changed, able to walk between worlds, to see what others cannot, to speak for us among your kind. And if I don't, you return with our warning. But the deterioration continues. The barriers thin. Worse things than us await on the other side. I thought of Miller, who had disappeared without a trace. What happened to my companion? He trespassed upon the most sacred inner chamber, took what was not his to take. His fate was unfortunate but necessary. I closed my eyes, weighing impossible options. The rational military part of my mind insisted this was all hallucination, perhaps induced by cave gases or isolation. But deeper instincts told me I faced something genuinely beyond ordinary experience. My grandfather's voice seemed to whisper in my memory, "Sometimes the greatest courage is accepting a duty you did not seek." I reached for the vessel. The liquid tasted of earth and stars, bitter yet sweet, ancient beyond reckoning. Heat spread through my body, followed by a clarity of perception I'd never experienced. The chamber around me remained the same, yet different, overlaid with patterns of energy, connections between beings and objects invisible to normal sight. The leader's voice resonated directly in my mind. "It is done. You are Kimi, thunder between worlds now. You will return to your people carrying our message and our mark. When the moon reaches fullness, you will visit the sacred places and renew the boundaries. This is the agreement." The world blurred around me. I woke at the cave entrance where I'd first sought shelter from the dust storm. Morning sunlight streamed through the opening. My equipment lay beside me, radio functioning again, GPS showing my correct location. In the distance, I heard the thrumming of helicopter rotors, a search party. I stood feeling simultaneously the same and profoundly different. The traditional markings were gone from my face, the ceremonial clothing replaced by my uniform. Yet when I closed my eyes and focused, I could still perceive those other patterns, those connections between worlds. I activated my radio. "This is Staff Sergeant Joseph Thompson. I need immediate extraction." As I waited for the helicopter, I stared at the cave entrance, now appearing as nothing more than a shallow depression in the rock face. To ordinary eyes, there was no passage leading into the mountain's depths, no access to the vast chambers below, but I could see it, and I knew I would return when the moon was full. The helicopter appeared over the ridge. As it descended, I felt the weight of my new responsibility settling on my shoulders. I would deliver the warning. I would explain what happened to Miller without revealing the full truth. I would request this area be designated restricted territory, off limits to military exercises. And under the full moon, I would return to renew ancient boundaries between worlds that most of humanity had forgotten existed. My grandfather would have understood. This too was a warrior's path,